Chapter 137. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and almost without thinking, he threw a punch directly at the skeleton in front of him, shouting wishful thinking. The withered bones that had died here countless years ago were shattered by a single punch without any suspense. Instead of relaxing, Yang Kai's expression became even more dignified. Decisive enough, but you chose the wrong target. The voice was filled with pride, and the bead suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, Yang Kai saw an illusory and ferocious face fly out from the bead, wrapped in a black gas, baring its fangs like a ghost as it rushed towards him. The soul was not hidden in the skeleton, but in the glowing bead. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but the flying face opened its mouth and hissed. The hissing sound drilled into Yang Kai's ears, and his mind suddenly hurt as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. With a miserable groan, Yang Kai's movements could not help but stop. He knew that the voice was not lying. His mind must have been tampered with, otherwise such an unforeseen event would not have happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the face laughed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. His body shook, and Yang Kai's whole body stiffened, unable to even move his eyelids. It was as if he had lost control of his body. The voice came from inside his body. Ha ha ha. Ignorant junior. You actually want to resist this old master. Watch as this old master erases your consciousness and takes over your body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly panicked, but his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. And junior, your body is too weak and your strength is too low. Forget it, you can still use it. It won't be too late to find a better body later. Don't worry, after this old master takes over your body, I will help you settle any deep hatred you have. Come, obediently give up resisting, you will suffer less, and this old master will save some time. In your dreams. Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. Haha, now that things have come to this, you still want to resist? It's your luck that this old man has taken a fancy to you. Junior, don't be ungrateful. As expected, the human face heard Yang Kai's thoughts. He laughed strangely and said, forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, this old man will have to do something. You have to endure the pain of having your consciousness erased. It's not something an ordinary person can endure. He kindly reminded Yang Kai. Then, using some unknown method, a loud bang sounded in Yang Kai's head. A pain that was thousands of times more painful than before came from there. This kind of pain, unlike the pain of a knife wound, came from the divine soul. Involuntarily, Yang Kai let out an extremely mournful scream from his throat. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat, and his body trembled like a pendulum. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. The human face coldly snorted as an even more intense pain spread through his body. Yang Kai felt as if his whole body was about to collapse. The consciousness in his mind was also erratic, like a candlelight in the wind and rain, which could be extinguished at any time. Only his pair of bloodshot eyes still maintained a stubbornness and persistence. Huh. The human face was surprised. How can you still resist? This is really strange. While speaking, Yang Kai clearly felt an intense warmth coming from his bones. As soon as this warmth spread, his erratic divine soul settled down, and even the great pain was reduced a lot. At the same time, a huge suction force was transmitted to his mind. What is this? The human face's voice suddenly became sharp and panicked, as if he had encountered the most terrible thing in the world. He panicked, what is this? No, no. Accompanied by his screams, his mind suddenly became clear. Yang Kai faintly felt that something had been sucked into his golden body. His body became light, and Yang Kai gasped for breath. What happened just now happened very quickly. From the time the human face drilled into his body until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. But Yang Kai felt that a very long time had passed. And after successfully resisting the erosion of the human face, Yang Kai clearly felt that his willpower had become a little stronger. The human face's shrill screams came continuously, but at this moment, he was like a mouse meeting a cat. His voice was sharp and trembling, and he kept begging for mercy. Feeling slightly, Yang Kai found that the human face was now in a corner of his golden body. The expression on his face was fear and trepidation, and he was trembling. Young man, this old man was wrong. Let me out, I won't dare to do it again. The human face's frightened voice came. He didn't know where he was, but he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes with bad intentions staring at him, as if looking at a delicious meal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Last time in the Nining Valley, the golden body directly absorbed half of the Nining Yuan condensing dew, and now it was stored in the body, waiting to be used when he broke through the Yuan Qi state. Today, the golden body unexpectedly absorbed the human face again. Although Yang Kai also knew that the golden body could absorb any energy except for the Yang attribute, he never thought that it could even absorb a person's divine soul. The divine soul of a strong person was also a kind of energy, and it was definitely a very nutritious energy. For the golden body, the human face was really just a dish. It was just that this dish was not ready yet, and it had to be refined by the true Yang Yuan Qi before it could be absorbed. With a thought, Yang Kai ignored the human face's begging and silently operated the true Yang tactics. Under the guidance of the true Yang tactics, the human face finally got out of the golden body. Before he could be happy, he found that he had fallen into a place of pure Yang energy. Screams immediately sounded, "What are you doing? Stop, don't!" As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized what Yang Kai was planning. "Young man, don't do this, I will be refined." Yang Kai was unmoved, and operated the true Yang tactics again and again. As time passed, the voice became weaker and weaker, until it was finally undetectable. But from beginning to end, he was begging for mercy, and did not dare to offend in the slightest. When it was about time, Yang Kai stopped the operation of the true Yang tactics and sent him back to the golden body. "Thank you, young man, for not killing me." After waiting for a long time, the voice recovered a little, and the Yuan Qi thanked him with a trembling voice. Now he was like a weak girl who had been raped by hundreds of strong men, weak and confused. "What do I get for not killing you?" Yang Kai asked lightly. The life or death of the human face was only in his mind. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt that he had to think carefully. In fact, Yang Kai did not want to keep him alive. Although they had not known each other for long, Yang Kai could see that this person was neither evil nor demonic. His strength was still low, and keeping him around would only do more harm than good. But Yang Kai did not know how to kill him other than refining him. But once he refined him, the golden body would absorb him. It was equivalent to eating a person's divine soul. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a little disgusted. Benefits? Benefits, 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 benefits. The human face understood the meaning in Yang Kai's words, and hurriedly answered. "Let's hear it." Yang Kai said calmly. "I don't know, what benefits do you want, young man?" The human face asked. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The human face could not help but tremble, and quickly said, "Young man, don't misunderstand. I have been dead for many, many years, and then I was sealed here. It was not until a few days ago that I woke up, so I don't remember much about the past. Let me think, I will definitely give you some benefits." Yang Kai remained silent, knowing that what he said should be true. After a while, the voice said in surprise, Yes, young man, your current strength cough is not high. You should cultivate some self-defense martial skills. I have thought of some powerful martial skills." "Oh." Yang Kai could not help but become interested, straightening his body and saying, "What do you have in mind? Tell me in detail. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life." Hearing this, the human face could not help but relax a lot, and quickly said, "Young man will definitely be satisfied. My martial skills are at least mysterious grade." Yang Kai's breathing could not help but become more rapid. Martial skills were divided into ranks. From the bottom to the top were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, and saint grade. Each rank was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. There were only a few sets of mysterious grade martial skills in the entire Great Han Dynasty. A few days ago, Yang Kai, Lan Chudai, and the others went through life and death situations, and each of them only obtained 1 set of earth grade martial skills. Even so, the 5 of them were satisfied. Mysterious grade martial skills were 2 levels higher than earth grade martial skills. Sensing Yang Kai's desire, the human face could not help but relax a lot. He knew that only by satisfying Yang Kai, he would be able to live. Without hesitation, he slowly said, "There is a martial skill called Heart-Devouring Seal." Yang Kai could not help but frown. This name sounded strange. "It is relatively simple to cultivate. Take the heart of a child under the age of 10, eat 3 hearts a day, and refine the blood in the heart. In 100 days you can reach the minor completion stage. Once the heart-devouring seal is used, the victim's heart will explode, and you will be killed in one hit. The human face explained the cultivation method of this martial skill, and there was a sense of pride in his voice. When Yang Kai heard this, his face turned ugly. Without waiting for the human face to finish explaining the power of this martial skill, Yang Kai coldly interrupted him. Change to another one. Oh, there is also a martial skill called falling red flower. Yang Kai nodded slightly. This name sounded good, and it had a poetic feeling. The human face chuckled and said, it'll be easier to cultivate, but you'll have to circulate your mental cultivation method to refine the drop of falling red blood when you make love with the virgin. With the woman's essence, if the conditions are right, you'll be able to master this martial skill very quickly. Moreover, the higher the strength of the woman used to cultivate, the faster the cultivation speed. About 100 people will be able to reach the major completion stage. I see that young man is majestic and mighty, and it is not a problem for him to have sex with 10 women in a night. In other words, in 10 days the young man will be able to cultivate falling red flower. Yang Kai's face was a little dark, and he coldly said, isn't this gathering in to nourish Yang? Yes, young man, this is gathering in to nourish Yang. Change to another one. The human face was depressed, and he had no choice but to say, there is another martial skill called Fist of Joy. Change to another one. Change again. The human face looked panicked. If he had a physical body, he would be wiping the sweat on his forehead. None of the martial skills he mentioned met Yang Kai's requirements. They were all extremely evil, and they required unconventional methods to cultivate, and they also needed to do evil deeds that were completely devoid of conscience. Chapter 138. He switched between 7 or 8 people in a row. The human face was terrified. Yang Kai sneered. Young man, all I know is this kind of martial skill. I'm not lying to you. If you're only worth this much, what's the point of keeping you? Kai Yang's voice contained a trace of coldness. From the martial skills that he had mentioned, Kai Yang already knew that this person must have been a devil who had committed many evil deeds. Young man, calm down. Let me think carefully. I just woke up not long ago. My memory is a bit messy. I can't think of much for now. Give me some time. Give me some time. I'll definitely satisfy you. You only have one chance. You have to grasp it well. Yes, I won't disappoint the young man. Yang Kai didn't bother with him anymore. Since this place was sealed, he could heal in peace. As for the human face, although he must have been an expert and a great devil, he couldn't do anything now. Yang Kai didn't need to worry. He didn't have any good healing medicine on him, but this injury shouldn't take long to heal. He reached into his pocket and took out the remaining small stone man. Then he used the yuan qi to feel the circulation of the golden threads and pry into the secrets of the small stone man. Just the burning sun explosion wasn't enough. Yang Kai wanted to use this time to cultivate a second martial skill. If he didn't become stronger, he would still be bullied when he went out. There were a lot of golden threads in this small stone man, a total of 70 to 80 threads. It was very likely to be a heaven-level martial skill, or even a profound-level martial skill. It took Yang Kai a full day's worth of effort to memorize the operation of these golden threads. Just like the small stone man, when Yang Kai took back the yuan qi, it turned into powder. During this day, the human face was also thinking hard about what he could do to impress Yang Kai, so that he would let him live. At this time, although he thought of some bargaining chips, without Yang Kai's permission, he didn't dare to speak. He could only hide in the golden body in fear. Yang Kai didn't care about him. His mind was immersed in the martial skill that he had seen from the small stone man. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he followed the path of the golden threads and let the true Yang Yuan Qi flow through his meridians. After going through a cycle, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't like when he had obtained the scorching sun explosion. He didn't make a move at all. Instead, the back of his hand pulsed faintly. Is there something wrong with the route of operation? Yang Kai was suspicious. Impossible. He had clearly followed the circulation pattern of the golden threads in the stone man without any deviation. He circulated it again, and the back of his hand jumped again. What was going on? Wasn't this a martial skill? Why didn't he have the urge to attack? This wasn't the case when he used Scorching Sun Explosion. What was so special about this martial art? Why was it so different from the others? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He could only slowly feel it through practice. Relaxing his mind, Kai Yang circulated his Yuan Qi over and over again. Every time he circulated his Yuan Qi, the same reaction would come from the back of his hand. Moreover, the throbbing sensation became more and more obvious, as if something was about to break out of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had circulated the Yuan Qi for at least 800 cycles. After a certain cycle, he suddenly felt a huge pain on the back of his hand. The pulsing sensation also broke free of its shackles and rushed out of his body. Yang Kai opened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. He found that there was an additional pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was a little strange. Yang Kai looked at it for a long time and found that it looked like a star field at night. It occupied half of the back of his hand and was dotted with stars. When he didn't circulate the Yuan Qi, it didn't look very strange. Once he circulated the Yuan Qi, this star seemed to come alive and shone brightly. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a space that he couldn't see under the skin of this pattern. When the Yuan Qi was circulated, it was stored in this space. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai poured all of his Yuan Qi into the star on the back of his hand. Then he casually pointed his finger at the ground. Yang Kai didn't use any strength in this point. If there was an ant under his finger, it definitely wouldn't die. But when the Yuan Qi and the star on the back of his hand burst out, the entire tip of his finger rolled and rolled, illuminating the cave as bright as day. With a crack, Yang Kai's entire arm sank into the ground. The ground shook violently and the dust on the top of the cave rustled down. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Although this point was equivalent to consuming all of his Yuan Qi in one go, the lethality of this attack was much higher than a normal eruption. It was almost twice the lethality. Yang Kai estimated that if he only used all of his Yuan Qi without any fancy eruption, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same result as just now. This martial skill is so strange. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He had finally figured out something. Young man, the voice in his body sounded, with a hint of flattery and caution. Yang Kai frowned and thought about the idea in his mind. Young man, I think I know a little bit about the martial skill you practice. Do you want me to tell you? There was no response. The face in his body was very anxious. It couldn't wait to show off its value in front of Yang Kai, but it was afraid that Yang Kai would refine it. Although it hadn't known Yang Kai for long, the face could see that although Yang Kai was young, he was very determined. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him, and there was a hidden evil in his character. This evil made the face afraid. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, "What do you know? Tell me." As if it had received a great favor, the face was moved to tears. It hurriedly said, "I don't know what martial skill you practice, young man, but in my memory, I think I've seen a martial skill similar to this one. When you practice it, you will open up a space that belongs to this martial skill in a certain part of your body. The power of this martial skill is related to the amount of Yuan Qi stored in this space. When you have nothing to do, young man, you can pour your Yuan Qi into this space. When you need to use this move, you will be able to display the power of this martial skill. If you use this martial skill well, it will be very powerful. If you don't use it well, it will only be a joke. The root of everything is the amount of Yuan Qi you pour into this space. If you pour more Yuan Qi into this space, the damage will be greater. If you don't have enough Yuan Qi, it won't even be as good as a child's punch. But then again, young man, this martial skill is a one-time deal. You use the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion. This is also a life-saving martial skill." The human face quickly told him everything it knew and then obediently shut its mouth. A slight smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. What he said was similar to what he found out himself, but it was more comprehensive. Some parts that he didn't understand were suddenly understood. Using the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion? This was a martial skill tailor-made for himself. Yang Kai couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Other people need to accumulate their Yuan Qi through hard work, but do I need to? I'm going to study it carefully. Don't disturb me. Yang Kai reminded him. Yes, that young man. What you said is not very valuable. Think carefully about how you can survive." The face suddenly became very bitter. Young Kai's way of doing things was so mature and calm. It made him feel like he was facing an old fox. What kind of sin did he commit? Why did he want to take over his body? Just as he was sighing and lamenting, the face felt that Yang Kai was driving his yuan qi into that special space. He was pouring it in very quickly and unscrupulously. He didn't care if it would cause any harm to himself. The face wanted to remind him to take it slow, because if the yuan qi was consumed too quickly, it would also cause a burden to the body. But he rolled his eyes and swallowed his words. "Humph, you asked me not to disturb you. It's not that I didn't want to remind you. You better hurry up. When your yuan qi is exhausted, I'll think of a way to escape from this damned place. Kid, you're still too inexperienced." Yang Kai's yuan qi, if he relied purely on cultivation, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to be full. But he only spent 4 hours to pour all his yuan qi into the space under the star on the back of his hand. When the human face inside Yang Kai's body noticed this, it almost jumped for joy. It could feel that Yang Kai's body was now extremely weak, and there was not a single drop of yuan qi left in his meridians. This was its best chance to escape. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Yang Kai's meridians, which were originally empty, were full again in an instant. F***CK. What's going on? The human face was on the verge of going crazy. This strange situation was beyond his knowledge. He thought to himself, could it be that I've been sealed for so many years that my mind is not clear and I'm hallucinating? That's not right. What I felt just now was so real. This kid's yuan qi was obviously gone. How could it be recovered in the blink of an eye? I must be seeing things. The face comforted himself and then concentrated on observing Yang Kai's movements. Another 4 hours later, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body disappeared completely again. The star on the back of his hand started to rotate according to an inexplicable pattern. The face swore to his own spirit. This time it was definitely not wrong. This kid's yuan qi was really gone. There was not a single bit left. After observing for nearly 4 hours, he knew the whereabouts of every strand of yuan qi in Yang Kai like the back of his hand. It couldn't be wrong, it definitely couldn't be wrong. But the next moment he was dumbstruck and shocked on the spot. His previously empty meridians were once again filled with energy. It was like the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was inexhaustible. The face was shocked. Although he couldn't remember a lot of things, he still had at least some common sense. No matter how strong a person was, it was absolutely impossible to recover the lost yuan qi so quickly. If everyone did this, wouldn't the world be in chaos? What kind of cultivation method did he practice? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? At this moment, the face no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of fear and dread. He had an inexhaustible meridian and an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi. How terrifying would this kid be when he grew up in the future? He could release powerful killing moves without any fear. He didn't have to worry about the depletion of yuan qi. His battle strength was probably equivalent to 10 people, or even 100 or 1,000 people. Chapter 139. It had to be said that the human face had overestimated Yang Kai. The reason why he had an endless supply of yuan qi was because of his daily accumulation. The true Yang tactics and this inexplicable martial skill had some similarities in that they both required accumulation. However, the accumulation of the true Yang tactics required one to turn their yuan qi into Yang liquid and store it in the dantian, while the accumulation of this martial skill required one to pour yuan qi into the space under the star and release it when needed. There was also a difference. There was no limit to the amount of Yang liquid stored in the dantian. It could be said that as long as the conditions were right, Yang Kai could store as much as he wanted. However, the space under the star on the back of the hand was different. After 2 days of hard work, Kai Yang transformed the energy from the 10 drops of Yang liquid into yuan qi and infused it into the space. He felt that the space was already saturated. In these 2 days, Yang Kai only operated the true Yang tactics while healing himself. He did not deliberately pay attention to the energy in the star, and the yuan qi in his body entered the space by itself. This was a good thing. During normal cultivation, this martial skill was accumulating and did not require him to take time to deal with it. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at the star on the back of his hand. It was much more realistic than before. Through the pattern, he could even see a three-dimensional image. It was as if there really was a huge star field sealed on the back of his hand. With a thought, the pattern on the back of his hand disappeared and hid under his skin. Yang Kai exhaled. This pattern was too dazzling. If it was left on his hand, it would definitely be seen by others. After staring blankly for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "What is the name of the martial skill that is similar to this in your memory?" "Young man, I don't remember." There was less fear in the voice from 2 days ago, but more obedience. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He naturally did not know how much shock he had brought to the human face in the past 2 days. It was because of this shock that the human face did not dare to look down on Yang Kai anymore. "I'll give you a chance. Give it a name." Yang Kai had a headache thinking about the name Scorching Sunburst previously. Now that there was someone who could use it, he naturally threw this problem to face. This old demon was definitely very old and had seen a lot. Wouldn't it be easy for him to come up with a good name? Yes. The voice was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Since there is a star and there are a lot of stars when you use it, how about we call it the star mark?" Star mark, star mark. Yang Kai murmured and nodded, "Yes, let's call it the star mark." The human face hurriedly said respectfully, "Congratulations to the young man for learning the star mark martial arts technique. From this, you will become a virtuous martial artist and benefit the common people. In the future, you will definitely be invincible and invincible." Humph. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The human face quickly shut up. He felt that his flattery had gone too far. "Have you thought of a way to survive?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The human face suddenly trembled. "Young man, if you spare my life, I am willing to give you an artifact." Yang Kai looked around and said lightly, "If you have an artifact, you will definitely leave it here. I can find it even if I kill you, so why should I let you live? To be honest, I have no interest in keeping someone like you. I don't dare to keep you, so refining you is the best way." The human face hurriedly said, "Young man, please spare my life. If you don't feel at ease, I can recognize young man as my master. As long as a strand of young man's soul brand remains in my body, my life and death will be in your hands. I beg you, young man, to be merciful and not refine me." "Oh." Yang Kai seemed to be interested and said, "How do I know if you are telling the truth?" The human face smiled bitterly. "Although I don't know what is strange in your body, this strange thing is quite restrained, so how could I dare lie to you?" Yang Kai was silent. He didn't want to keep this kind of demon alive, but he definitely knew something about this place, so it would be a pity to kill him. At least before he got the information he wanted, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him. Yang Kai's silence made the human face more and more uneasy. "Young man, if you spare my life, you can also use my artifact. You may not know, but my artifact is indeed here. But without me, young man, even if you get it, you won't be able to use it." "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "Because that artifact is an evil thing. Without my divine soul, you wouldn't be able to control it on your own with the attribute of the Yuan Qi in your body." Yang Kai let out a long breath and fell silent again, frowning and thinking. The human face knew it was a matter of life and death, so he didn't dare to speak too much lest he annoy Yang Kai, but he couldn't avoid being on edge. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly said, "What do I need to do to make you recognize me as your master?" The human face's heart suddenly relaxed, his voice trembling as he said, "Please relax, young master. This old servant will enter your mind and draw out a strand of my divine sense, engraving it on this old servant's body." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. The human face quickly explained, "Young master, your strength has not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so you can't use your own divine sense. Please believe in this old servant's sincerity." "You do it," Yang Kai said and relaxed. The human face was secretly shocked, admiring Yang Kai's decisiveness, and in his heart his opinion of Yang Kai increased. If it were anyone else, they would only worry about personal gains and losses at this time. How could they be as decisive as Yang Kai? But then again, he really didn't need to worry about anything. The last time he rushed into Yang Kai's mind, he was sucked out by a suction force. If he did this again, the human face believed that this scene would happen again. At this moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest improper thoughts. carefully sneaking into Yang Kai's mind and drawing out a strand of his divine sense, integrating it with his own soul. After a long time, the human face said, "Young master, it's done. From now on, this old servant's life and death will be at young master's discretion." Yang Kai opened his eyes and felt with his heart, finding that he really did have a connection with this human face, but this connection was one-sided and he had complete control of the other party. "You seem to have recovered quite a bit, haven't you?" Yang Kai asked meaningfully. The human face said, "After integrating a strand of young master's soul, naturally I have recovered. But young master doesn't need to worry, you can take back this strand of soul at any time. It will definitely not cause you any loss." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a thought, the human face's screams immediately came out, as if he had been fried in a pot of oil. The screams were extremely tragic. "Young master, spare me, spare me. Everything this old servant said is true. I have not hidden anything from you." The human face begged for mercy again and again. The expression on his face was terrifying and ferocious, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, rolling around in Yang Kai's body. After tormenting him for a while, Yang Kai let him go and said slightly, "If you dare to have any thoughts in the future, I won't kill you, but I will use the method just now to let you taste the consequences of offending me. This old servant doesn't dare." The human face's voice trembled. After this incident, he discovered another character of Yang Kai's, ruthless. After completely subduing the human face, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. "What is your name? How should I call you in the future?" Yang Kai asked. The human face pondered. "I don't know what this old servant is called, but I vaguely remember someone calling me the old demon. I don't know if this is a name or a title." "The old demon." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "You really are a demon." The old demon smiled awkwardly. "That was probably a long time ago. From now on, this old servant will only listen to the young master's orders. Where is the secret treasure you mentioned?" Replying to the young master, "It is on this old servant's bones." Following the old demon's guidance, Yang Kai searched the scattered bones together and immediately pulled out a rib bone that seemed to be a chest bone. But this rib bone was very different from the other bones. It was pitch black. The moment Yang Kai touched it, he even heard a ghostly wailing sound coming from it, and his vision blurred again. "What a strong evil aura!" Yang Kai's face sank. The old demon said, "This thing is called the Soul Breaker All. This old servant refined it into his own bones. It should have taken the lives of many people, so its evil aura is slightly stronger." Yang Kai sneered. "When refining it, many people's souls were used, right?" The old demon laughed dryly. "Young master is wise. Because of this secret treasure is not suitable for the young master. If you forcibly refine it, I am afraid your mind will be affected. But with this old servant's soul in the middle, there is no need to worry about this. But it will consume a lot of yuan qi, but it has been dormant for many years, so I am afraid it will not be very strong now." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also feel that this artifact was currently equivalent to an Earth-grade low-rank offensive artifact. It really wasn't a high-end artifact, and a stronger cultivator would be able to easily block its attacks. "How do I refine it?" The old demon hurriedly taught Yang Kai the method of subduing it. After several days of effort, Yang Kai finally managed to subdue this dark secret treasure. This dark bone had now turned into a black gas, entangling Yang Kai's fingertips, flying around as if it had a mind of its own. Yang Kai could feel that there was a faint connection between him and it. But the old demon's soul was also mixed in. After experimenting a few times, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. If his guess was right, this Soulbreaker All could only display the power of an Earth-grade low-grade secret treasure. And using it consumed a lot of yuan qi because it had to go through the old demon as a transfer station. It was more or less a waste. The old demon said, "If the young master wants to refine it, it is possible, but it will take a long time." When he said this, the old demon was very nervous. He was afraid that Yang Kai would agree, but he had to say it. "I will not refine it, it will be under your control in the future." "Many thanks, young master." The old demon was grateful. If Yang Kai did not refine it, it meant that he could hide inside this secret treasure, no longer having to stay in Yang Kai's golden avatar and be afraid. Inside the golden avatar, the old demon always felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, so helpless and desolate. Absorbing the black gas at his fingertips into his body, the old demon also impatiently rushed out of the golden avatar and hid inside the soul breaker all. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that there was nothing else here except for the bead exuding a faint light. You only have this one secret treasure? Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied. The old demon must have been a master when he was alive, so there was no reason for him to only have the soul breaker all left. The old demon smiled bitterly. Young master may not know, but there was an earth-shattering battle here, and this old servant was also involved. During the battle, everything else was broken, leaving only this soul breaker all that was refined into my bone. Chapter 140. A Great Battle? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Tell me in detail. Yes. As the old demon narrated, Yang Kai slowly understood some things. The old demon didn't remember much, only a few scattered memories. But when put together, it was probably that he was somehow involved in a great battle back then. And it was a battle where countless people besieged two enemies. The two enemies were a man and a woman. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out, and the man and woman died on the spot. This old servant was seriously injured and fled, and finally died here. I remember. The old demon's voice was a little hesitant and a little frightened. Remember what? There was a dragon and a phoenix. The combination of the dragon and phoenix destroyed the heavens and the earth. This old servant was seriously injured by this move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He remembered the dragon phoenix seal hovering in the sky when the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened a few days ago. After saying this, the old demon seemed to be greatly frightened and couldn't think of anything else. According to what you said, this place isn't your inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Young master, please calm down. This old servant was just speaking casually. But there is an inheritance. If young master wants it, this old servant will definitely teach it to you. No need. I'm not interested in those things of yours. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. The old demon was shocked. Although he didn't remember what his identity was, he was probably an expert when he was alive. Countless people would fight to be his disciple, but when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even spare him a glance. Sigh, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. The old demon sighed. The bead was also useless. The old demon had been residing in it before. It was fine if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, it turned into powder. After circling around for a while, Yang Kai couldn't find anything, so he let out a long sigh and decided to leave. He had been here for a long time, and didn't know what the situation outside was like. Since this place was Heaven's Cave inheritance, he might as well try his luck. Arriving in front of the stone door that sealed this place, Yang Kai opened it according to the method taught by the old demon. Before he could walk out, a red and white light suddenly rushed toward him. Yang Kai's expression changed. He thought that someone had sneakily attacked him, so he hurriedly threw out a punch. Unexpectedly, the light seemed to have a mind of its own as it avoided Yang Kai's attack and flew around his arm. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, his other hand reached out to grab the light. Realizing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. He realized that this was not an attack. Instead, what he had grabbed was a solid object. At the same time, he could feel a sense of struggle coming from his hand. Puzzled, he took a closer look and found that he was holding a ginseng in his hand that had already taken a human shape. This ginseng was also strange. One side was red while the other side was white. Yang Kai could feel that this ginseng contained two completely different types of energy. The red side contained heat, while the white side contained cold. The two opposing attributes perfectly fused together in this ginseng, forming this strange spirit of heaven and earth. At this moment it was being held in Yang Kai's hand. Its facial features were distorted, but it couldn't escape from Yang Kai's grasp. Yin Yang Monster Ginseng, the old demon exclaimed. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked. Strange treasure. This is a black-level high-rank strange treasure. The old demon seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and was shocked. Before Yang Kai could ask, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the cave. Someone's coming. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly put the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng into his pocket. Strangely enough, after being put into his pocket, the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng no longer struggled. Instead, it calmly stayed there without moving. Just as Yang Kai was vigilant about who was coming, a familiar voice came from the other side. Sister, did it really run this way? The other voice replied, yes, it went in here. This cave is really hidden. If we hadn't followed it in, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found this place. The two people's voices were similar. They both had a delicate quality to them. Listening to them was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He knew who these two people were, but he didn't expect to meet them here. There are so many strange flowers and herbs here. Really? This is really an unexpected harvest. Let's not rush to pick them. Let's go in and take a look. While talking, the two people's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai didn't hide. First, he knew these two people. Second, there was no place to hide. Not long after, the two people had already arrived a few dozen feet away from Yang Kai. One of them suddenly saw someone blocking their way, and couldn't help but stop. She tenderly shouted, "Who's there?" Yang Kai dryly coughed and chuckled. "Two ladies, we meet again." Hearing his voice, one of them let out a soft cry. The other flashed from behind and stared at him for a moment. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "Yang Kai, may air lady." Yang Kai nodded slightly and said to the other person, "Jiao air lady, long time no see." These two people were the beautiful sisters of the blood group, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air. Seeing Yang Kai distinguish who was who at a glance, Hu Jiao air couldn't help but stare at him. "It's you stinking brat." The last time they met, Yang Kai said that one side of her butt was big and the other was small. Hu Jiao air still took it to heart. Compared to her sister, Hu Mei air was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here?" "I accidentally found this place." Yang Kai didn't elaborate. While talking, the two sisters had already walked over. Hu Jiao air coldly glared at Yang Kai. She stuck out her chest and sucked in her stomach, raising her round and plump buttocks high. The old demon's voice sounded in Yang Kai's body. "In this world, there are two girls who are so similar. What's more, they are not twins. Young master, if you use their bodies to cultivate the falling red flower, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It will only take a few days to reach the Deshang stage." "You shut up." Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. The old demon hurriedly shut up. "Did you see anything coming?" Hu Mei air opened her mouth and asked. Just now, when he heard the two of them talking, Yang Kai knew that they must have chased after the yin-yang monster ginseng. He didn't hide it and nodded, "Yes." "Where is it?" Hu Jiao air hurriedly asked. Yang Kai pointed to his chest. The two sisters blinked their eyes together. Hu Jiao air asked, "You took it?" "And I don't know why, but when I put it on my chest it became very quiet." Hu Jiao air took a deep breath. Her full chest heaved up and down. She was about to die from anger. She and her sister chased after the heavenly wonder for a few mountains. With great difficulty, they waited for it to enter a cave. They chased it along the way, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would beat them to it. Why was it that nothing good ever happened when they met him? Hu Jiao air clenched her teeth. With her strength, if she really wanted to snatch it, she could snatch it. But Hu Jiao air didn't want to do that. She knew that her sister felt guilty towards this stinking brat, although she didn't know what happened between them. If she really wanted to snatch it, her sister would definitely stop her. "It's good that you took it." Hu Mei air didn't mind. Instead, she felt relieved. What was so good about this stinking brat? Hu Jiao air looked up and down at Yang Kai. Suddenly, her expression changed. "You're at the initial element stage 7? Hu Jiao air was shocked. The last time they met, Yang Kai was only at the tempered body stage. How long had it been? How did he reach the initial element stage 7? If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter here, then his cultivation speed was too fast. One must know that his sister's strength was similar to his at that time. But now, she was only at the initial element stage 2. Compared to Miss Jiao air, what is the initial element stage 7? Yang Kai was surprised by the generosity of the two. Heavenly wonders weren't something that could be found easily. Yang Kai didn't expect that they didn't ask him for it. Hu Jiao air obviously didn't like Yang Kai. "There are some exotic flowers and herbs outside. If the two of you don't mind, you can pick some." Yang Kai didn't want to owe them any favors. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a heavenly wonder. Its value should be much higher than the exotic flowers and herbs outside. He took the yin-yang monster ginseng that they found first and compensated them with the exotic flowers and herbs outside. You don't need to say that. Hu Jiao glared at him. Sister. Hu Mei noticed her sister's attitude towards Yang Kai and couldn't help but shake her arm. Okay. Hu Jiao was helpless. She looked at the cave behind Yang Kai and said, don't be in a hurry to pick those things. We sisters have been running around for a few days. We need to find a place to recover. Help us guard it for a while. The two of you can help yourselves. While saying that, he stepped aside. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei walked in together. The latter smiled at Yang Kai with a sweet and apologetic smile. After entering the cave, the two sisters looked around. They were a little surprised by the bones of the old demon, but immediately, both of their eyes stared at the rock wall on their left. The two pairs of beautiful eyes became dignified at this moment. They stared without blinking. Yang Kai was puzzled. He followed their eyes and looked at the rock wall but found nothing. What are you looking at? After observing for a long time, Yang Kai felt a little strange. There were no words or flowers on the rock wall. Why were they so focused? Neither of them responded. It was as if their minds were immersed in the rock wall. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was going on. He had been here for many days. There really wasn't anything on the rock wall. After waiting for a long time, the two sisters suddenly sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes at the same time and meditated. Faintly, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the two of them had merged into one at this moment, almost becoming one person. But when he looked carefully, they were still two. This sudden discovery caused Kai Yang to be shocked. I'm afraid there is an opportunity for them here. The old demon's voice sounded. Is there something on the rock wall? There must be, but young master and this old servant can't see it. Only those who have the opportunity can take a peek or two. So, it's not your inheritance. Yang Kai frowned. Of course not. This was strange, but since the two of them had found something, Yang Kai naturally couldn't leave easily. No matter what, they had some friendship. He just stood at the door and waited quietly. Chapter 141. Yang Kai waited here for 3 days before Hu Mei and Hu Jiao finally reacted. Two golden lights suddenly burst out from the empty stone wall, then disappeared into the top of their heads. At the same time, the yuan qi in their bodies began to riot at the same time, producing a trace of resonance at this moment. The entire cave was filled with a humming sound. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he raised his eyes to look at them. He saw a brilliant light flowing from their bodies, as if the yuan qi in their bodies had fused together. First, it circulated around Hu Jiao on the left, then it circulated to Hu Mei on the right. Gradually, the fluctuations of the two women's yuan qi became exactly the same. The yuan qi gradually calmed down until it finally returned to normal. The two sisters exhaled a long breath and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other with unconcealable excitement and surprise in their beautiful eyes. Congratulations to the two of you. Yang Kai's congratulatory voice sounded. He had been waiting here for a few days and had discovered some things. For some unknown reason, the two sisters had coincidentally obtained the inheritance here. However, this inheritance was not the old demon's. According to the old demon, in the war that year countless experts died here. So there should be more than one inheritance in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei were lucky enough to obtain one of them. Hearing Yang Kai's congratulatory voice, the two sisters turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "Thank you." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Yang Kai was stunned not because of their beauty, but because at this moment, he could not tell who was Hu Mei and who was Hu Jiao. The two of them seemed to have really become one, and there was no difference. Now do you know who I am? The beauty on the left looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her eyes flashing with pride and slyness. Miss Jiao. Yang Kai chuckled. The beauty wrinkled her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "You guessed blindly, right? Miss Mayer wouldn't ask me this kind of thing," Yang Kai explained. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't expect you to know my little sister so well." Hu Mei who was on the right, blushed upon hearing this. She glanced at Yang Kai and saw that his expression was normal. Only then did she feel less awkward. No matter what, I have to thank you this time. Hu Jiao'er smiled sweetly. When Yang Kai was guarding them, their entire minds were immersed in the opportunity, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions towards them at that time, these two sisters wouldn't have been able to escape. But from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai just stood by the door and did not move. They meditated for 3 days while Yang Kai stood there for 3 days. Perhaps because of this, Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but find Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. Her tone was also gentler than before. Hu Jiao'er thought to herself, this stinking brat isn't that hateful after all. You're welcome. Let's leave this place first. Yang Kai wanted to go out a few days ago, but was delayed by these two for a long time. Naturally, he was in an urgent mood now. The two nodded and followed Yang Kai out. Passing by the place where the exotic flowers and rare herbs grew, the two sisters naturally plucked them. Since these things were said to be compensation for them, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to touch them. The harvest of the yin-yang monster ginseng was enough. Yang Kai had already inquired the old demon about the use of this world spirit treasure. It was of great benefit to him. It contained both yin and yang qi. It could be used in medicine, refined into pills, or consumed. However, its greatest use was to increase one's cultivation speed. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that he had to find another woman who cultivated a yin attribute cultivation method. He had to form a bond with her and share the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects. When he and the woman's hearts were connected, the yin-yang demon ginseng would automatically split into 2 types of energy and disperse into the woman's and his body. With the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects, he and the woman's hearts would become one. When they cultivated together, the two's cultivation speed would increase. This condition was a bit harsh. How difficult would it be to find such a woman in the world? Because of this, the yin-yang monster ginseng was only a mysterious level high-grade spirit treasure. But for those who met the conditions, its value was simply immeasurable. The yin-yang monster ginseng only grew in strange places where yin and yang qi coexisted. It had an instinctive affinity with yin qi and yang qi. Yang Kai had the true yang secret art, so his body was filled with true yang yuan qi. It was also a good explanation for why it stayed in Yang Kai's chest. In these 3 days, Yang Kai also sent a drop of yang liquid to the yin-yang monster ginseng. After the yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed the yang liquid, its facial features showed a touch of enjoyment, and it became more and more reluctant to leave Yang Kai. After waiting for a while, Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er finished gathering the herbs. The two of them discussed and took out half of the herbs to share with Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. I took your things, you took mine. No one suffered a loss, so you don't have to share with me. Hu Jiao'er stared at him for a long time, then pursed her lips and smiled. Silly boy, don't take it, and these are not yours. We worked hard to gather them. Yang Kai also smiled. Ladies, why don't you tell me what's going on outside? He stayed here for more than 10 days and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he wanted to inquire. Don't call us ladies, it sounds weird. Hu Jiao'er frowned. Just call us Jiao'er and Mei-er. If you feel apologetic, you can also call me elder sister Jiao'er. Then I'll call you by your names. Yang Kai nodded. Let's walk and talk. Hu Jiao'er glared at him. As the two sisters chattered, Yang Kai gradually began to understand the events that had transpired in the past 10 days. Although the 3 sects' thousands of disciples had entered this place from different places, with the passage of time, everyone had slowly gathered at the central location. Many people had obtained benefits here, but many had also died. In the past 10 days, the 3 sects' disciples had gathered into 3 forces. Under the leadership of their respective sects' experts, they had encircled and annihilated a few powerful monster beasts. There were a total of 9 monster beasts, each one of which had reached the 6th stage. However, because they had been sealed for too long and had just awakened, these monster beasts' true strength was not very high. The disciples of the 3 sects could kill them and obtain the treasures guarded by the monster beast. The yin-yang monster ginseng that Yang Kai had obtained was one of the treasures guarded by a monster beast. However, it was intelligent and felt that something was wrong, so it fled in advance. The 2 sisters chased it all the way here, where they met Yang Kai and obtained their own opportunity. When we left, 8 of the 9 monster beasts had already been killed. leaving only one in the central location. That one is stronger, probably at the peak of the 6th stage. For the time being, no one dares to have any ideas about it. Hu Jiao laughed. For the treasures guarded by these monster beasts, the disciples of the 3 sects have all gone crazy. Hu Mei nodded fiercely. Yes, you don't know how powerful those people were when they stole the treasures. The two of them were now speaking very interestingly. One sentence after another, the connection between them was flawless. It sounded as if they were speaking at the same time, as if they were waiting for the right moment. Not long after, the 3 of them walked out of the cave together. Just as they walked out, an angry roar came from afar. It was the roar of a beast. The dull sound was like the sound of a war drum, shaking the earth. The 3 people's expressions changed. Hu Jiao said, "Which side has the guts to provoke it?" According to what she said, the only remaining monster beast was at the peak of the 6th stage. The peak of the 6th stage was equivalent to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if it had been sealed for countless years and was in a weakened state, it was not something that the disciples of the 3 sects could resist. During this time, the disciples of the 3 sects had killed the other 8 monster beasts and suffered heavy losses. If they really faced this monster beast, no one could stop it. They could only be slaughtered. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he dashed over. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei also used their movement skills and followed closely behind. Not long after, the 2 sisters were abreast of Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at them, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He found that the 2 people's breathing rate was exactly the same while running. He didn't know what kind of mysterious footwork contained, but it actually allowed the weakest of them, Hu Jiao, to keep up with her sister's speed without the slightest sign of breathlessness. What kind of opportunity did they obtain in the cave? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time. The beauty on the left couldn't help but blush. Why do you keep looking at us? Are you Jiao or Mei? Yang Kai really couldn't tell. The beauty giggled, her eyes fluttering. I'm Mei. The other beauty quickly said, I'm Mei. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Why are you calling me sister? You're the sister. The one on the left suddenly became anxious. Don't mess around. He really can't recognize us. I'm not messing around. Sister, don't confuse him. Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fell down. The 2 sisters suddenly laughed together. This laugh immediately made Yang Kai realize that he was played by them. He couldn't help but feel helpless and could only keep silent. I was just joking. You won't be angry, right? It was unknown whether it was Hu Jiao or Hu Mei who asked. No. Yang Kai shook his head. Then why are you so serious? Smile. Yang Kai dryly coughed, his expression cold as he ignored them. After running for dozens of miles, the 3 of them finally arrived at the location of the beast's roar. Looking closely, not only was Yang Kai stunned on the spot, but even Hu Jiao and Hu Mei were also stunned. Not far in front of them, there was a huge turtle-shaped monster beast. It was more than 100 feet tall and 300 feet long. Its body was like a moving hill running and trampling on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled incessantly. On its back was a thick carapace with deep grooves and crisscrossing patterns that seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time. On its back was a long tail like a meteor hammer. Its speed was not very fast, but every step it took covered a distance of more than 100 feet. Its mountain-like body rampaged in the vicinity, and its tail swung back and forth like a meteor hammer, bringing with it an unparalleled force, bringing with it gusts of fierce wind. Roars constantly came out from its mouth. In midair, hundreds of people were fiercely attacking, but no one was able to stop its pace. With an invincible momentum, every attack and roar made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 142. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the sky. Su Yan, Xie Hongchun, and Lan Chudai were among them. Most of the others looked familiar. These people were all High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The Blood Group Storm House's people were hiding in the distance. They were pointing at the battlefield, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Among the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples, Su Yan was the strongest. Wherever the holy white figure passed, snow would fall. However, Even Su Yan couldn't cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast. She tried her best, but could only use her cold yuan qi to slightly slow down the monster beast's speed, reducing the casualties of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The monster beast's defense was too strong. Although its speed was relatively slow, its turtle shell and thick skin were the best defensive artifacts. These yuan qi cultivators couldn't even break its defense. In the field, there were many corpses, all of which belonged to High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. It was actually High Heaven Pavilion's disciples who provoked it? Hu Jiao'er frowned. Su Yan is not that kind of reckless person. While she was puzzled, a young man rushed over with a trace of surprise and undisguised love in his eyes. However, when he saw the two women standing together intimately with Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown. Jiao'er. The young man stopped in front of the two women and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao'er, so he could only rely on his intuition. Longjun, what's the matter? The other person suddenly asked. It turned out that this was Hu Jiao'er. Longjun didn't feel embarrassed and just gloated. High Heaven Pavilion actually took the initiative to provoke it. I don't know why, but it actually chased after these people, which led to the current scene. Su Yan provoked it? Hu Jiao'er was extremely surprised. Not Su Yan, it was Xie Hongchan. Longjun laughed and said, "This idiot led a group of people to take advantage of the time when the monster beast was resting. They wanted to go in and steal the treasure it was guarding. They didn't expect to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Several people died before they could escape in distress." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He asked, what did Xie Hongchen get? If he hadn't obtained something, how could he have provoked this monster beast to chase after him? Longjun looked at Yang Kai arrogantly and said impatiently, "Who are you? Answer his question. I also want to know." Hu Jiao'er faintly glanced at him. Longjun quickly reined in his attitude and said, "I'm not too sure, but according to Xie Hongchen himself, there was nothing there at all. After the monster beast ran out, I also went to check, but there was nothing." Hu Jiao'er sneered. "It's impossible for there to be nothing. It must have been taken away by Xie Hongchan and is unwilling to take it out." Longjun nodded slightly. "I think so too. But now that Xie Hongchan had not been handed over, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples could only face the monster beast's wrath. Su Yan also didn't want the High Heaven Pavilion disciples to suffer too many casualties, so she had no choice but to be dragged into the battle. This woman's ability was much higher than Xie Hongchen's. If not for her taking action, those people would have died long ago. Relying on a woman to turn danger into safety, Xie Hongchan only has this much ability. Hu Mei didn't hide her disdain. "Yes." Longjun nodded again and again. "Stormhouse is Feng Ziki and I also thought so. Originally we wanted to help High Heaven Pavilion, but Xie Hongchan was unwilling to admit that he took something. It's really too infuriating. How could they not understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone? This turtle-shaped monster beast was so tyrannical that even Su Yan couldn't do anything to it. Unless the experts of the three sects joined forces, there was no way to eat it. But Xie Hongchan, what benefits did you obtain from the place it was guarding? Why should we help you? Fighting this monster beast without knowing anything? Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse weren't stupid to this extent. We can help, but you have to at least tell us what you obtained. What can you give us?" The reason why the Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse's people were watching from the sidelines was also because of this idea. They were waiting for High Heaven Pavilion to be unable to hold on. Then they could discuss the price. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the white figure in the air. Su Yan's complexion wasn't good, probably because of the huge consumption. But the lives of hundreds of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were tied to her. How could she retreat? If she retreated, at least dozens of High Heaven Pavilion disciples would die. The reason why the turtle-shaped monster beast was so slow was all because of her. Standing in midair, Su Yan danced in the air, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly. With a snap of her fingers, several small ice flowers flew out and sprinkled onto the turtle-shaped monster beast. Ka-cha-cha! Those ice flowers grew in size in an instant. Each of them had a radius of several zhang. Cold air spread out, and the huge body of the turtle-shaped monster beast was suddenly covered by a layer of ice. With such a restriction, The speed of the turtle-shaped monster beast dropped another level. Countless attacks landed on its body, but they only caused some sparks to fly out from its thick and heavy shell. There was no effect at all. However, Su Yan's complexion was somewhat pale. "Xie Hongqian, I'm going to ask you one last time. What did you take from it?" Su Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the tortoise monster beast below as she asked Xie Hongqian without turning her head. Hearing those cold and emotionless words, Xie Hongqian couldn't help but shudder. He could hear the anger hidden in Su Yan's voice. Su Yan had never been angry before, but this time was different. Seeing so many innocent High Heaven Pavilion disciples die because of this matter, as the great senior sister, how could she remain indifferent? Xie Hongqian hesitated, struggled, fear, panic, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face, but soon he became firm and said, "Su Yan, do you still doubt me? If I really took something from it, why wouldn't I tell you?" Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred and disgust. Her cold voice rang in the ears of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, quickly retreat." Since they couldn't beat the turtle-shaped monster beast, their only choice was to escape. Although they didn't know if it would chase them, it was still the only way to survive. After Su Yan's voice rang out, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples didn't hesitate to use their movement skills and quickly fled from the turtle-shaped monster beast. The number of people attacking in the sky also rapidly decreased. One by one, they quietly retreated, but there were still many people who continued to attack. Su Yan's face became extremely dignified, coldly shouting, "Why haven't you left yet?" As soon as her voice fell, the layer of ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast exploded. At this moment, the sluggish tortoise monster beast also broke free from its shackles. Its speed suddenly increased. Its huge meteor hammer tail swept through the air, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were still fighting suddenly fell like dumplings. A few unlucky people were directly swept by this tail and directly turned into a pool of dark red meat paste. Most of them were swept up by the wind created by the tail. They all fell down in a sorry state. The turtle-shaped monster beast roared towards the sky, and as if it had the help of a god, it began to move. With red eyes, it rushed towards Su Yan. The woman in front of it had sealed it in ice again and again. It hated her to the bone, so naturally it wanted to kill her first. Su Yan's hands quickly moved, and as her hand gestures changed, a shocking chill descended from the sky, turning the entire world white as a layer of frost began to form on the ground. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Su Yan. At this moment, her pale face had an intoxicating blush to it, making her look like a real fairy. Distancing herself from the mortal world, standing above the ninth heaven, the people of the world could only look at her with admiration, and would never be able to touch her. The turtle-shaped monster beast dashed forward, roaring. It quickly closed the distance between it and Su Yan. The two were like a watermelon and a sesame seed, but the latter's eyes didn't show the slightest panic or hesitation, only indifference. A cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth suddenly condensed and fiercely rushed towards Su Yan. In the next moment, a huge white figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. It was Su Yan, who had been enlarged countless times. A pure white dress, an exquisite and graceful body, a devastatingly beautiful face. Every part of her body had been enlarged countless times, but it was still flawless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This huge figure's eyes were closed, but in the next moment her eyes opened. In her eyes there was a majestic snow mountain, and the sky was filled with snow. The sensational chill descended once again, and it was several times stronger than before. Everyone who stared at this figure couldn't help but have the illusion that they were sealed in ice, and their whole body shivered. Following Su Yan's last move, the huge figure rushed towards the turtle-shaped monster beast without hesitation. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet, and in the blink of an eye, the white figure drilled into the turtle-shaped monster beast's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of ice appeared on the monster beast's body once again. This time it was thicker than before, completely sealing the monster beast in ice. Its moving limbs were also frozen in the ice. Su Yan's mouth overflowed with blood. That move just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Her slender body swayed in midair, and in the end she couldn't hold on and fell down. At the same time, the frozen turtle-shaped monster beast continued to rush towards Su Yan. Its body was too big, and even if it was frozen while running, it couldn't stop immediately. Su Yan's expression was calm as she fell. Her eyes reflected the turtle-shaped monster beast's body that was quickly approaching her. Her eyes were filled with regret and longing, but there was no hatred. Cries of alarm sounded. Only at this moment did everyone recover from the shock just now. But now the person who was regarded as a goddess by everyone was about to die. Amidst the cries of alarm, a figure that couldn't be considered strong was quickly approaching Su Yan. A faint flame appeared under his feet, dragging a faint red light as he ran. Immediately, this figure was wrapped in red light, as if he had turned into a burning fireball. His speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, increased by another level. He flew to the place where Su Yan was about to fall. His feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. He stretched out his hands to catch Su Yan, and then arched his body, protecting Su Yan in front of his chest, using his back to face the turtle-shaped monster beast's charge. Chapter 143. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The hundreds of people had yet to recover from the shock and confusion in their eyes when cries of surprise came out of their mouths. The red light left behind by the figure did not dissipate. Following the trajectory of the red light, they could clearly see where the figure had rushed out from and where he had jumped to catch Su Yan's falling body. The huge turtle-shaped monster beast was rushing over at lightning speed. Less than a foot in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast, a man and a woman were tightly huddled together. Looking at these two figures, it was as if one could see a kind of determination to live and die together without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan's eyes met. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, while the former's eyes only had a trace of pity and sadness. This kind of gaze made Su Yan's heart tremble. No one had ever looked at her with such eyes. When the elders looked at her, they only felt gratified and approved. When the peers looked at her, they only felt love and respect. When the younger generation looked at her, they only felt admiration and worship. Perhaps some people had looked at her with jealousy and envy, but this kind of pity and sadness was the first time Su Yan had seen in her life. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. No one was qualified to look at her like this. Was he feeling pity for her? What was he sad about? This faint pain was like a sharp needle, piercing Su Yan's frozen body and mind, causing her heart to ache. At this moment she seemed to be able to understand why he was sad. But so warm. This person's body was very warm. Ever since she was born, Su Yan had never experienced such a warm feeling. As if her whole body was about to melt. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, her body, mind, and emotions were all frozen. In her world there was only cold, nothing else. Cold and warmth were originally opposites. She should be disgusted by the warmth of his body, so why did she have a kind of lingering feeling? Being held like this by him, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, she did not want to move a finger. Su Yan involuntarily squeezed Yang Kai's clothes. Time passed again. It's Yang Kai. Hu Jiaoer cried out in alarm. She hadn't even noticed when Kai Yang had rushed out. Just a moment ago, she had also been shocked by Su Yan's shocking display of strength. By the time she reacted, there was no trace of Kai Yang beside her. Hu Mei covered her mouth with one hand, suppressing that cry of surprise. Her eyes trembled violently as she looked in front of the tortoise monster beast, afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't want to see. Courting death. Long Jun coldly. In the next moment, the frozen tortoise monster beast slammed into Kai Yang's arched back. Although Kai Yang had done his best to turn his body and make some evasive movements when he jumped up, his current strength was too low, so he was unable to fly. Furthermore, he had used his own momentum to counteract Su Yan's falling momentum, causing the two people's bodies to be practically frozen in the air for a moment. So this collision was unavoidable. Just as the turtle-shaped monster beast made contact with Yang Kai, his arched back moved forward. Taking advantage of this little buffer time, he minimized the damage he suffered. Pung! Yang Kai and Su Yan were sent flying like cannonballs. They flew for several tens of meters before slowly falling to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled like a gourd. They rolled for several tens of meters before the impact on their bodies gradually disappeared. Finally coming to a stop, Yang Kai's body was battered and exhausted. His face as pale as a sheet of paper, while Su Yan, who was under his body, was completely unscathed. Only her pure white clothes were a little dirty, and her hair was a mess. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai seemed to have lost all his strength. His head fell on Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart, which was rarely filled with waves, could no longer remain calm at this moment. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Kai Yang's head, as if she was caressing him, as if she was comforting him. Just now, Yang Kai had protected her with his own body. Almost all of the residual force from the collision had been neutralized by his body alone. Su Yan's body hadn't even hit the ground. Chi. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast let out a teeth-numbing screech as it plowed a deep gully in the ground. It slid for several tens of meters before gradually coming to a stop, not far from Yang Kai and Su Yan. The world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the man and woman who had fallen to the ground and were tightly hugging each other. If it were any other time, this kind of thing would have aroused the anger of countless people. No man could take advantage of Su Yan like this. Every inch of her skin was sacred and noble. The world could only look up to it, only see it from afar and not profane it. But at this moment, not only was there a man lying on top of her, he even buried his head in Su Yan's chest, smelling her fragrance and feeling her softness. Even so, no one felt there was anything wrong with it. Towards a dead person, could you be angry? Towards a dead person, what was there to be angry about? He had risked his life to save Su Yan. This was a moment of grace that he should enjoy before his death. Everyone felt that under that kind of brute force, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die. Only Xia Hongqin's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The last time he had seen Yang Kai play with Su Yan's jade white hand, it had already caused him to go crazy with jealousy. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of, and every time he thought about it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. But this time this person was even more excessive, actually doing such a thing in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? Xia Hongqin's resentment and anger burst out like a flood, almost causing him to lose all reason. Staring at Yang Kai, a thick murderous intent spread out unscrupulously. Su Yan, who was lying underneath Yang Kai, slowly raised her eyes and glared at him coldly. Xia Hongqian shuddered and suddenly sobered up. Looking down again, he was filled with annoyance and regret. If he had risked his life to save Su Yan just now, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this situation now? With his strength, even if he had been hit by that turtle-shaped monster beast, he would never have died. At most he would have been seriously injured. Exchanging his seriously injured body for Su Yan's favor. How could this be a good deal? Why hadn't he reacted at that time? Why had he been so immersed in the huge illusory shadow of Su Yan that he had ignored the crisis she was in? Why hadn't this person been affected by that illusory shadow? Such a good opportunity had been missed in vain. The wind blew and the world was bleak. Su Yan's hair and Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind, causing them to flutter. No one dared to step forward, everyone standing in place. Su Yan's pair of eyes looked up at the chaotic sky, whispering a song from her mouth. This song couldn't be heard by others, only by Yang Kai's ears. Her voice was ethereal, cold and filled with a trace of yearning. Accompanied by the song, her hand gently patted Yang Kai's head over and over again, like a responsible mother coaxing her child to sleep. On the side, the huge turtle-shaped monster beast raised its forelimbs, its ferocious face frozen in ice, as if it would trample Su Yan and Yang Kai into meat paste at any time. This was a poetic and picturesque scene, but with a desolate beauty. After singing the song, Su Yan stopped and exhaled, a fragrant wind blowing Yang Kai's hair as she whispered, "You've recovered, get up." "What song is this?" Yang Kai didn't move, only a faint voice came out. His voice was weak, but it wasn't fake. Su Yan was silent for a long time before replying, "I don't know, it's a song from my memory." "It's very good." Yang Kai slowly raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his body trembling, but he slowly propped himself up. Su Yan faintly glanced at him. The various emotions that originally existed in her eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that his senior sister had forcibly smoothed out the ripples in her heart, allowing the lake of her heart to once again return to tranquility. Reaching out his hand, he gestured to her. Su Yan reached out her small hand, and with the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, she slowly got up. Brushing her messy black hair, she tucked it behind her ear. At this moment, even though Su Yan was covered in dust and her hair was slightly disheveled, her sacred and inviolable temperament remained unchanged. How is this possible? Cries of shock finally sounded, followed by a series of cries. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This man, who they had thought was bound to die, at this moment unexpectedly stood up, and although he looked bleak and desolate, there was no danger to his life. Was his body made of iron? After withstanding such a blow, he actually didn't die? Over at the blood group's side, Long Jun couldn't help but be moved. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air also couldn't hold back their breaths, heavily gasping for breath. Hu Mei Air's face hung a trace of a relieved smile, the corner of her eyes faintly showing traces of tears. She lost her voice and murmured, "That's great, that's great." As she spoke, she unexpectedly covered her mouth and choked with sobs. Hu Jiao Air was stunned, her hand reaching out to wipe the corner of her eye. There was also a drop of tear there. What's going on? Hu Jiao Air was stunned on the spot. Although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she was also worried about the soul-stirring scene a moment ago. But Hu Jiao Air knew that most people's feelings were the same as hers. No one would be indifferent. But she wouldn't cry tears of joy for an unfamiliar man escaping death, right? What's more, although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she also didn't have a good impression of him. Glancing at her sister, Hu Jiao Air could almost clearly feel that her heart was relieved of a great burden and relaxed after a great deal of tension. This kind of feeling was deeply felt as if it was her own. So it was like this. Hu Jiao Air's eyes flashed a trace of relief, but also a trace of confusion. In the Stormhouse's area, Fong Ziqi's eyes were shining, and he said, "Junior Du, he didn't die." Du Yishuang's face was flushed with excitement, and she patted her chest and said, "Just now he scared me. If he died it would be a pity. This person is not bad." In the High Heaven Pavilion's area, Xie Hongchen's face was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He lamented that he didn't seize the opportunity just now, and even more so because of Yang Kai's luck with women. He was like a general who had lost a great battle, and had lost the ability to think. Chapter 144. Lan Chudi's eyes glowed as she looked towards Yang Kai. She had suffered some injuries in the battle with the turtle-shaped monster beast, and her clean clothes were stained red with her own blood. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she looked at the man and woman standing under the turtle-shaped monster beast's raised forelegs, her heart surging with emotion. Just now, the figure who had faced death without hesitation to rescue Su Yan had left a heavy mark in the hearts of almost every woman who saw this scene. Lan Chudai was naturally no exception. If there was a man who was willing to give up his life for her, so what if his strength was lower? A woman's request was sometimes very big, and sometimes very small. It was so small that just a casual sentence or a gesture could open her heart, and let her keep his figure and appearance in her heart. If the woman standing under the monster beast at this moment was herself, how happy would that be? But when she remembered her previous attitude towards him, Lan Chudi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she smiled bitterly. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Yang Kai asked Su Yan from the monster beast's side. "No." Su Yan slowly shook her head. "We have to leave quickly. This monster beast's vitality is very tenacious. I can only freeze it for half a cup of tea's time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Before it was chasing Xie Hongchan, but now I'm afraid it will chase you. Unless you leave this place, you won't be able to escape." "Then I will leave. I can't let all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples suffer because of me. It's not your fault. Why do you want to take responsibility?" Yang Kai frowned and said in a slightly fierce tone, "You are a senior sister. It's too tiring." Su Yan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Is he reprimanding me? He dares to reprimand me? Even the elders in the sect have never reprimanded me. However, Su Yan was not the slightest bit annoyed, nor did she have any thoughts of refuting. Look at the current state of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Yang Kai looked back and saw many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples gasping for breath. Most of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover. Even if you leave, can you guarantee that the monster beast will let them go? Without you, they will only die faster. Then what do you suggest? Su Yan asked. Kill it. Yang Kai grinned, but this grin only served to aggravate his internal injuries, causing cold sweat to drip from his forehead. Kill it? Su Yan was stunned. She hadn't expected Kai Yang's appetite to be so big. In front of such a demonic beast, being able to escape with one's life was already not bad. How could one kill it? While the two of them were talking, the ice surrounding the demonic beast suddenly made a noise. Su Yan's expression changed. Why is it so fast? Su Yan's eyes, Su. No matter what, we have to try. If we can't kill it, it won't be too late for us to run. Hacha. The sound of the ice shattering was getting louder and louder. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast slowly turned its scarlet eyes and looked down. In its eyes, Yang Kai and Su Yan were as small as ants. Stand back. Yang Kai saw that Su Yan didn't move and couldn't help but turn around and shout. Su Yan's body trembled, and without any reason, she obediently stepped back and quickly retreated. At the same time, the injured High Heaven Pavilion disciples also retreated. Yang Kai stood in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast. His slightly thin body was imprinted in everyone's eyes, but he was like a giant with his head on the sky and his feet on the ground. He stood there, blocking the majesty of the monster beast, blocking its huge body, and blocking the wind and rain. His right hand slowly moved. It was an extremely slow movement, breaking the visual perception of everyone. His hand clearly had nothing, but at this moment, it was as if his right hand was holding a 10,000 gene sledgehammer, and he was using all of his strength to swing it. Kacha! The sound of bones dislocating came from that side. At the same time, a little bit of starlight flashed, and a kind of aura that made people tremble in fear erupted from Yang Kai's position. The wind whistled and his robes fluttered. His black hair also swayed and danced. Kai Ying's roar could also be heard. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted out one word at a time, 3 sect disciple. His right hand was finally raised, and accompanied by a roar, it clenched into a fist. With a brilliant brilliance, the place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have transformed into a beautiful starry sky. As the starlight flowed, his right fist also moved backwards inch by inch. Every time it moved, the power it gave off became stronger, as if he was accumulating strength. If you have the heart, Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He tried to control the energy erupting from his fist, not letting it rush out, and still shouted each word clearly. What kind of martial skill is this? Feng Ziqi's face changed greatly. Even from a few hundred feet away, with his Yuan-Qi realm strength, he could feel the enormous killing power contained in that fist. Moreover, this fist was only accumulating power, and had not truly been thrown. If it was already so powerful after accumulating power, how terrifying would it be when it was actually thrown? So beautiful. Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er both said this sentence almost in unison. On the other side, the sky was filled with stars like a clear night sky, and in the midst of the madness it made people forget to return. With a crashing sound, the ground under Yang Kai's feet could not withstand such a violent force, and a crack appeared. His body sank down and immediately his legs bent. The turtle-shaped monster beast, which was rapidly unsealing, no longer had resentment and murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. What was left was only panic and fear that was slowly becoming stronger. It wanted to run. It could feel the terrifying power in Yang Kai's fist. It had been sealed for countless years, and was in a weak state. It had not been easy for it to wake up from the seal, and it did not have time to taste the joy of freedom. It did not want to be injured, and did not want to fall into that endless sleep again. However, the huge block of ice restricted its movements. Can you help me? Yang Kai opened his mouth for the 3rd time, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Just controlling the energy in his right fist took all of his concentration, so he could only use this intermittent roar to let everyone know what he wanted to express. After shouting out this half of the sentence, Yang Kai's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body quickly shot up into the sky, bringing with it the dense star field. The starlight shone, boundless and majestic. After jumping up 10 feet, Yang Kai's rising momentum stopped, and then he turned around and fell towards the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. Just at this time, the ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast finally exploded. Roar! As soon as it was free, the turtle-shaped monster beast looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Lend me a hand. Yang Kai's roar was also mixed in, but it clearly passed into everyone's ears. In the next moment, that fistful of starlight quickly swung out. This was a kind of change from extremely slow to extremely fast, and it brought about an extremely strong visual conflict. The fist exploded above the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. It was as if there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and also as if there was a violent tremor deep in the earth. When that extremely small fist smashed into the monster beast's head, everyone's heart throbbed, as if this fist could also destroy their minds. A huge halo visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the fist and the monster beast's head, and quickly spread in all directions. An unbelievable scene appeared. The boundless turtle-shaped monster beast was unexpectedly hit by this fist, and it staggered. Its 2 legs at the back flew into the air, and its 2 legs at the front bent down. Its head was like a falling meteor, and it crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and dust and smoke everywhere. Yang Kai was also hit by the rebound of this attack, and flew up into the air. He somersaulted many times in the air before he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, his right fist was badly mutilated, and his entire arm was dripping with blood, and it was trembling uncontrollably. However, he stood there firmly, and looked disdainfully at the turtle-shaped monster beast that was countless times bigger than him. His thin body exuded a wild and violent bloody aura. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes trembled violently. No one thought that Yang Kai would be able to beat the turtle-shaped monster beast into such a state. After all, it was an opponent that even Su Yan couldn't do anything about. But now that earth-shattering fist really did something that they didn't dare to imagine. What kind of fist was that? Thinking back, everyone could only think of the magnificent star field, and the boundless murderous intent hidden within the beauty, but they couldn't figure out the trajectory of that fist. Looking at the thin back in front of the huge monster beast, Su Yan's heart fiercely beat. She knew that from today onwards, she would never forget this back, because the owner of this back had done something that she couldn't do. Hu Mei-er's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked at Yang Kai with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Driven by her sister's emotions, even Hu Jiaoer's heartbeat sped up. What should I do? Hu Jiaoer's heart was full of hesitation. Her current emotions were not her own, but her reaction to her sister's feelings, which made her a little scared. Lan Chudai also felt a rush of excitement, but immediately her heart was filled with bitterness, and only a touch of sadness could be seen on her beautiful face. It could be said that such a back had already become a brand in the hearts of many women. He represented safety and reliability. This was the kind of back that any woman yearned for. Amazing! Fang Ziqi's heart was shaken, and at the same time he felt a little frustrated. There is actually such a martial skill in this world. There is even someone who can use it. Today I have learned something new. Why? Xia Hongchan muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Why isn't this martial skill mine? Why didn't I get this kind of adventure? If I had obtained it, then I would be the one who attracted the attention of everyone and moved the hearts of all the girls. Why is it him? He's just lucky. Is no one going to help? It's not dead yet. If you don't help, then everyone should prepare to run. Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Hearing this sentence, everyone recovered from their shock. Su Yan quickly shouted, "Those who can still fight, go help." Chapter 145. Under her command, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who could still move rushed forward. Elder sister. Hu Mei-er turned her head and looked at Hu Jiaoer. Jiaoer, let's not get involved in this mess. Who knows that the monster beast won't be able to fight back? It's better for us to wait and see how the High Heaven Pavilion disciples react. Shut up, coward. Hu Mei-er glared fiercely at Long Jun. Long Jun was stunned. Hu Jiaoer smiled bitterly. She looked at her sister and then looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes flashed a trace of tenderness and she shouted, "Blood group, go and help." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward. On the Stormhouse side, Du Yishuang looked at Feng Ziki nervously and whispered, "He saved my life." Feng Ziki pinched his nose and said, "If I say we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I will despise you and look down on you for the rest of my life." Du Yishuang looked at her big brother without fear. Sigh. Feng Ziki said helplessly, "If you say so, what can I do?" Then he laughed and said, "Today I have seen such a brave hero. How can I, Feng Ziki, fall behind? Stormhouse disciples, listen to my command and follow me to kill. Let them know that the men of Stormhouse are real men." Roar. The male disciples of Stormhouse roared in unison. "Brother Feng, what about us? What about us female disciples?" Du Yishuang asked unrelentingly. "Stand aside and watch obediently. You women only need to know how to take care of your husband and children. Why do you care so much?" After he finished speaking, he led a group of people and rushed towards the monster beast. "Humph." Du Yishuang wrinkled her nose and said, "I knew you would prefer men over women. I am not worse than you." Then she also rushed forward. After so many days, there were only 700 to 800 disciples left from the 3 sections. Some of them had already lost their lives in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, out of these 780 disciples, about 80% of them had charged forward. The remaining 20% were either injured or too weak to fight. Even if they went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Shouts shook the heavens. The disciples of the 3 sects, 3 forces, 3 directions, but only one target. That was the turtle-shaped monster beast that was lying on the ground. Yang Kai's punch seemed to have injured it quite badly. Even if it didn't take its life, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move for a while. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were the first to rush up, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, displaying their best martial skills, attacking the turtle-shaped monster beast fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The blood group followed closely behind, followed by the Stormhouse. Among these people, there were only a few who had reached the Yuanqi realm. Among them, Su Yan had no more strength to fight, and Xia Hongchan was still in a daze in midair. Only Feng Ziki, Long Jun, and Hu Jiao were left. Moreover, all of them were cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the Yuanqi realm. With such strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast, which was famous for its defense. After using their martial skills, the Yuanqi was exhausted, but it didn't have any effect. Even so, the disciples of the 3 sects didn't shrink back and continued to release their killing moves. The area where the turtle-shaped monster beast was located was filled with endless clanking sounds. Yang Kai stood in place and laughed. He felt that he didn't waste the star mark that he had accumulated for a long time. It was enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Su Yan stared blankly at the scene that could almost be called a miracle. The disciples of the 3 sects had always been fighting, especially after entering the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The open and covert fighting had become more and more obvious. She didn't like fighting, so these days she had been acting alone. Otherwise, with her status and prestige, as long as she waved her hand, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would gather around her. This time, Xia Hongchan had provoked a big trouble, so she had no choice but to act. She thought that this time High Heaven Pavilion would be doomed, but she didn't expect things to turn around. And this turning point was brought by the man in front of her. No one had ever been able to make the disciples of the 3 sects cooperate to this extent. In everyone's eyes, there was no fighting, no scheming, and only one thought: to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast. This in itself was a miracle. Looking at his trembling right arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She wanted to go forward and help him heal, but she restrained herself, because at this moment this man represented iron blood. If she went forward, she would feel tenderness. At this time, he didn't need to be touched by tenderness. Just as her heart was moved, Su Yan saw the little girl from blood group called Hu Mei rush to Yang Kai's side. Then with a worried face, she asked a few questions about his injury. Immediately, she took out a healing medicine from her bosom, tore off a piece of her dress and bandaged his wound. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she slowly turned her gaze away. On the battlefield, perhaps the attacks of the 3 sects disciples had awakened the turtle-shaped monster beast. Its originally muddled mind slowly became clear, and its huge body showed signs of moving. Its thick and heavy limbs had already begun to move. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was raised, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Hit its head, it's injured. Suddenly a woman shouted. It was Stormhouse's Du Yishuang. Hearing her shout, Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao'er hurriedly rushed over. When they looked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They found that on the turtle-shaped monster beast's forehead, there was indeed a crack-like wound. At this moment dark red blood was gurgling out. Because its head was buried in the deep pit, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Fuck. Feng Ziji couldn't help but curse. He had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the tortoise monster beast. However, there was a 1-foot-long wound here. This was the mark left by Yang Kai's punch. How powerful was his punch? How could it cause such an effect? Although his mind was shocked, Feng Ziki's hands were not careless. He fought with Hu Jiao'er to hit the wound first. When the two's moves collided, the turtle-shaped monster beast's body spasmed, and its movements became bigger. Woman, get out of my way. Feng Ziki felt that Hu Jiao'er was in his way and couldn't help but shout. This girl doesn't want to lower herself to your level, you idiot. Hu Jiao'er rolled her eyes. Feng Ziki's personality was well understood by the disciples of the 3 sections. He seriously valued men over women, and believed that only men could achieve great things. He didn't put women in his eyes, and only Su Yan could make him slightly look at her. According to rumors, there was a time when he continuously advised the Stormhouse's housemaster, Xiao Ruohan, to not recruit female disciples in the future. At first, Xiao Ruohan ignored him, but in the end he couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the master and disciple went to Black Plum Town's Spring Breeze Drizzle building together. Since then, Feng Ziki never mentioned this matter again. But his deep-rooted thinking had never changed. Of course, it wasn't that he hated women, but in his mind, men and women were 2 different species. The former was much more noble than the latter. I am a man, I am proud, I am a man, I am proud. It was reasonable to say that Feng Ziki, with this kind of thinking, should not speak to women. However, he was an extremely flirtatious and unrestrained person. In addition, he was young and promising, his strength was tyrannical, and he himself had a dignified appearance, so he never lacked women by his side. He was often surrounded by beautiful girls. This was an extremely contradictory combination of men. Hearing Hu Jiao'er's words, Feng Ziki's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He fiercely attacked the wound on the monster beast's head and shouted, "Little girl, who are you calling an idiot?" Hu Jiao'er's hands flew, and a powerful killing move followed by attacking the wound. She didn't show any weakness, stinky man. If you really hate women so much, why don't you have sex with your junior brothers and have fun every night? When these words came out, Feng Ziki's face suddenly paled. His stomach turned, and he almost vomited on the spot. With those junior brothers, when he thought of this kind of scene, Feng Ziki felt dizzy and was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his face change, Hu Jiao'er giggled. Her laughter was filled with pride and schadenfreude. You shameless woman, you really dare to say anything. Feng Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. None of your business. Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Feng Ziki said, I won't bicker with you. Let's see who gives the monster beast a fatal blow first. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Hu Jiao'er sneered. But before the 2 of them could make a move, a pure white figure suddenly rushed over, carrying with it an icy chill. Her slender jade finger pointed downwards, and a pure white ice flower suddenly appeared in the monster beast's open wound. The ice flower absorbed the monster beast's blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red flower, revealing a beautiful and enchanting beauty. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, turning into countless sharp icicles, and pierced straight into the monster beast's head. Roar! The turtle-shaped monster beast suddenly pulled its head out of the big hole in the ground and roared towards the sky. Its huge body swayed and it couldn't stand steadily. Its scarlet eyes dimmed, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao'er turned their heads at the same time, and saw Su Yan, whose face was as white as snow, using the little bit of strength she had just recovered to attack with a killing move. After the attack, Su Yan turned her head and fell down. She couldn't fight anymore. Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao'er could clearly feel the chill that Su Yan was emitting this time, and it was slightly different from before. In the past, the cold was pure and it was completely cold. It was a kind of extremely pure cold, without any other attribute mixed in. But now this cold seemed to have something more, and it was even more unbearable than before. Who provoked her? Feng Ziki asked doubtfully. How would I know? Hu Jiaoer said impatiently. Coming from the blood group, she felt that the disciples of the other two sects were not good people. Needless to say, this Feng Ziki in front of her was the epitome of male chauvinism. In the High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yan was a character, but unfortunately she was like an emotionless ice doll, always keeping people thousands of miles away, making it difficult for people to get close to her. As for Xie Hongchan, there was no need to talk about him, he was a complete coward. He was just a person who worshipped fame and fortune, and chased after power. Her own blood group was stronger, at least she was still normal. Once her little sister grew up, she and her sister would be able to support half the sky for their father. If no one provoked her, why did she use the little bit of yuan qi that she had just recovered? Feng Ziki couldn't understand, so he shook his head. Seeing Hu Jiaoer taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. You woman, even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Chapter 146. Hu Jiaoer sneered. You said that I am a woman. So what if I have an unfair advantage? As for you, since you think that men are superior, then you want to compete with me. That itself is very problematic. Feng Ziki was speechless. He sighed again and again. Sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. The fate of the turtle-shaped monster beast was already half decided when the disciples of the three sects attacked. Su Yan's attack had completely ruined its only chance of survival. At this moment, facing the attacks of the three sects' disciples, it had no power to fight back. Death was only a matter of time. The root of all this was Yang Kai's majestic punch. It was that punch that aroused the fighting spirit of the three sects' disciples, giving them the courage to fight against such a behemoth. Hu Mei-er was helping him bandage his right arm. The blood vessels on his right arm had burst, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yang Kai never thought that the power of the star mark would be so strong. It was so strong that he could not control it. After that punch, his body was directly paralyzed and he could not move. If not, why would he be standing there like a javelin? Until now, the numbness in his body had lessened a lot, and the intense pain all over his body followed. Looking at the hundreds of disciples fighting, Yang Kai did not notice the ferocious expression on Xie Hongchen's face. Since Yang Kai's punch burst out, Xie Hongchen had been standing in the air, as if he had lost his mind. It was not until recently that he finally woke up. He knew that Kai Yang must have obtained some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter in this Heaven's Cave inheritance, otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive. If not, he would not have been able to burst out with such a punch. That was a punch that caused the peak 6th order monster beast to suffer heavy injuries. He could not let him continue to grow. If he continued to grow, not only would he not be able to obtain Su Yan, but he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Xie Hongchen's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He glanced at the person below. This person was Nie Yong. Like Lan Chudai, he was injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he was recovering not far behind Yang Kai. Nie Yong had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel. He had been with Yang Kai for a few days, and had always been unkind to him. He had made things difficult for him everywhere, and had even led people to hunt him down, but at that time they couldn't find Yang Kai's hiding place, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the existence of Yang Kai still made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a thorn in his back. He still remembered what Yang Kai had said when he was escaping 10 days ago. In just a dozen days, Yang Kai had become so powerful. Nie Yong was scared out of his wits. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been smashed to pieces. What to do? What to do? Now that everyone's eyes were on the monster beast, they had no time to care about anything else. After the monster beast died, how would they face Yang Kai's anger? Nie Yong noticed that Xie Hongchen was winking at him from the sky. He understood what his brother meant and couldn't help but shiver. But shortly after, Nie Yong's eyes turned cold. Yes, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Moreover, Brother Xia also wanted him to do so. Even if he killed Yang Kai, with Brother Xia's protection, he would be safe. He was sure that he would be safe. Yang Kai's punch had caused Nie Yong to be unable to think calmly. He could only pin his hopes on Xia Hongchen. Slowly standing up, Nie Yong walked step by step towards Yang Kai. In the face of such a crisis, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of it and still stood in place. Nie Yong quickened his pace. Now that Yang Kai only had Hu Mei Er by his side, as long as he was fast enough, he would definitely be able to kill him. As for what would happen after killing him, Nie Yong didn't think about it. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the turtle-shaped monster beast. No one noticed Nie Yong's movements except for one person. That person was Lan Chudai. Since Yang Kai had saved Su Yan and severely injured the turtle-shaped monster beast, Lan Chudai's heart was filled with bitterness and annoyance. She didn't expect that her junior brother, who had followed her obediently 10 days ago, would be able to display such a majestic aura. If only she had known earlier. If only she had known earlier. This kind of feeling was like she could have had a piece of jade, but had discarded it as a stone. This kind of difference between gain and loss made Lan Chudai extremely regretful. While the others were watching the battle between the three sects and the monster beast, she was looking at Yang Kai's back. That back was dazzling. Compared to Xia Hongchen, the difference was like heaven and earth. This disaster could be said to have been caused by Xia Hongchen, but in the end it was this person who resolved it. With this comparison, the difference between the two was obvious. Nie Yong's actions quickly attracted Lan Chudai's attention. First, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Nie Yong had recovered enough to participate in the battle. But after watching for a while, she found that Nie Yong's target was actually Yang Kai. While walking, Nie Yong's body emitted a faint fluctuation of yuan qi. Lan Chudai was a smart woman. She immediately understood what Nie Yong wanted to do. Just as she was about to warn Yang Kai, she suddenly saw Yang Kai turn his head and look at Nie Yong with a playful expression. He was smiling. His smile was very evil, revealing a few white teeth. Nie Yong stopped abruptly and stared at Kai Yang in fear. He didn't know how Yang Kai noticed his movements, but when he looked at him with that expression, Nie Yong felt his blood run cold. He looked at Nie Yong as if he was looking at a dead person. Brother Nie. Yang Kai slowly turned around and looked at him with a smile. Junior brother Yang. Nie Yong swallowed his saliva and slightly moved back. Are you here to kill me? This sentence directly exposed Nie Yong's thoughts. He was frightened and quickly waved his hands. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yang, what are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing? You and I are brother from the same sect. Why would I? Haha. Nie Yong could feel his face twitching. It wasn't because he was ashamed of lying, but because he was frightened. How could he not be frightened when facing someone who could injure a 6th-order peak monster beast with a single punch? Not to mention this person had a death grudge with him. While speaking, Nie Yong stepped back step by step. He raised his hands and laughed, indicating that he didn't have any malicious intentions. His legs and stomach trembled. Nie Yong. Yang Kai's face was full of anger. He suddenly shouted. Nie Yong was feeling guilty and didn't dare to answer. He quickly turned around and ran. Before he could run more than a few steps, a whimpering sound came from behind him. Nie Yong hastily turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He saw a black awl about a foot long flying towards him from Yang Kai's side. From that awl came a creepy cackle that made one's hair stand on end. The laughter was strange and full of evil. It entered Nie Yong's mind and made him panic. The awl closed the distance of more than 10 feet in an instant. Nie Yong didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He quickly turned around and blocked the awl. Nie Yong was pleasantly surprised to find that the awl's power wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Although it was difficult for him to block it with his strength, he wouldn't be killed so quickly. Nie Yong was overjoyed. He knew that Yang Kai wasn't as calm as he looked. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Nie Yong was pleasantly surprised. He fought and retreated. He wanted to get rid of the owl's attack, but the strange black owl kept chasing him. The weird laughter never stopped. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a secret treasure, it still needs a person to control it. Yang Kai is clearly standing there motionless. Why is it attacking me? While he was panicking, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Nye Yong looked back and saw Lan Chudai supporting her injured body as she rushed towards him. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Nye Yong was overjoyed. Senior sister Lan, save me. Lan Chudai looked at him indifferently. Her expression made Nye Yong's heart skip a beat. While he was trying to figure out what she meant, Lan Chudai suddenly hit him on the back. Ah! Nye Yong screamed in agony as he staggered forward. The Black Owl's laughter grew more and more arrogant. There was a trace of surprise, but it passed through Nye Yong's chest by a hair's breadth. Senior sister Lan, why did you? Nye Yong's body trembled violently. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his body softened. Lan Chudai gasped for breath as she stared at Nye Yong. She found that there was no injury on his chest. The awl that pierced through his chest was also gone. But immediately the awl rushed out again. Lan Chudai could vaguely hear Nye Yong's screams. This made her scalp tingle and her face instantly lose its color. She looked up at Yang Kai and saw that he was looking at her with a cold gaze. Lan Chudai's heart jumped. She bit her lips and said, "He wants to kill you." Yang Kai did not speak. He just opened his hand and the awl turned into a ray of black light. It wrapped around his fingertips and disappeared. The two looked at each other for a long time. Yang Kai slowly turned his eyes away. From beginning to end, he did not say anything. Lan Chudai smiled sadly and fell to the ground. Her whole body was dripping with sweat. Ha 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 ha. Within Yang Kai's body, the old demon's wild laughter sounded. It was crazy and bloody. Accompanied by the laughter, he seemed to be chewing something. Yang Kai knew what he was chewing. It was Nye Yong's divine soul. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the soul-breaker awl would have such a strange effect. Do you still want to kill? Do you still want to kill? The old demon shouted excitedly as he chewed on Nye Yong's divine soul. I haven't heard such a moving sound for a long time. I haven't tasted such a fresh and tender taste for a long time. Young master, do you still want to kill? This old servant can move at any time. Yang Kai's heart moved. The old demon's laughter instantly turned into a miserable cry as he begged for mercy. After a while, the old demon slightly recovered. However, he was not as presumptuous as before. He gasped for breath and carefully asked, Young master, why? Why didn't you tell me the true function of the soul-breaker awl? Young master, you didn't ask. The old demon felt wronged. He cautiously replied, moreover, this thing is too evil. I was afraid that young master would not be happy if he knew about it. I am not happy about it. Yang Kai added, very unhappy. The old demon suddenly trembled. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai said, but this time you did a good job. Remember, this is the only time. Next time, if you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences. Chapter 147. This old servant does not dare. The old demon immediately surrendered and said, Young master, the little girl who helped you was decisive and ruthless. What do you want to say? I want to say that this old servant likes this little girl very much. Young master, can you talk to her and let this old servant teach her for a few years? In the future, she will definitely be a great help to you. I don't like her. Yang Kai coldly replied. Yes, everything will be decided by the young master. The old demon did not dare to refute and could only sigh in his heart. Nye Yong's death shocked who may err on the spot. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were healing were also very surprised. They only heard Yang Kai's roar and saw Nye Yong running away. Just as Nye Yong was fighting with the black spear, Lan Chudai launched a sneak attack and Nye Yong fell to the ground, unable to get up. What happened? No one was able to react in time. At this moment, the mountain-like turtle-shaped monster beast collapsed. The disciples of the three sects saw this scene and could not help but cheer. Hu Jiaoer giggled and said, Fang Ziki, this last attack was taken by me. Fang Ziki said sullenly, you are shameless. How does that count? Hu Jiaoer sneered, you can't afford to lose? Fang Ziki was furious, what do you mean by can't afford to lose? If you didn't take advantage of my distraction to attack a few more times, how could you win this battle? You little girl, I will not lower myself to your level. I'm afraid you don't have the face to argue with me anymore. Hu Jiao'er did not spare him. Feng Ziji's face flushed red when his thoughts were exposed. He said impatiently, I won't argue with you about this. First, take the monster core. While speaking, Feng Ziji reached his hand into the tortoise-shaped monster beast's head and fumbled around. After a short while, he took out a round, earthy yellow monster core that was still mixed with blood. Staring at the monster core in his hand, Feng Ziji's eyes burned. The monster core of a peak 6th order monster beast. TSK, how much is this worth? Long Jun looked at him faintly. Brother Feng, don't tell me you want to take it for yourself? The most valuable thing in this turtle-shaped monster beast's body was the monster core. Although the turtle shell on its back was certainly worth a lot of money, it could be used as a refining material, but who could take away such a large turtle shell? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Ziji's hand. He chuckled and said frankly, I would like to. Long Jun's expression changed, while Hu Jiao'er looked at him with a smile. But I don't dare. Feng Ziji smacked his lips. If I really took it, would you let me go? Long Jun sneered. Brother Feng is a sensible person. But there is only one monster core. How do we divide it? Feng Ziji turned his head and looked at everyone. This battle was different from the other 8 monster beast kills. The other monster beast kills were fought by the 3 sects alone. But this time the 3 sects joined forces. Naturally, everyone would have a share of the spoils. As soon as Feng Ziji's words came out, everyone fell silent. One monster core was really not easy to divide. They were afraid that they could only cache it and divide it into 3 parts, one for each of the 3 sections. Thinking of this, Long Jun was about to speak. Feng Ziji said, this time we were able to kill this monster beast thanks to Brother Yang from High Heaven Pavilion. How about we give it to him? Yang Kai, who was standing below, heard this and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Feng Ziji in surprise. Long Jun said discontentedly, although he contributed a lot, my blood group was not idle. Many of our disciples were injured. Is there no benefit at all? If you want that turtle shell, you can take it. My storm house has no objection. Feng Ziji pointed to the side. Long Jun was choked. The turtle shell was attacked by countless disciples of the 3 sects, but until now there was no trace left. Although the quality was good, who could cut it open and take it away? Wasn't this a joke? Just as the two were arguing, Feng Ziji's face suddenly changed. He quickly threw the monster core in his hand. After the yellow monster core flew out, it unexpectedly didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it spun in the air. Along with its rotation, an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. A bizarre scene appeared. 2 other monster beasts' monster cores suddenly flew out from Feng Ziji's arms. Hu Mei-er and Long Jun also did the same. The monster cores hidden in Xia Hongchen's chest also flew out. These monster cores were obtained by the disciples of the 3 sects when they killed the 8 monster beast. They were kept by the disciples of the 3 sections. Now all of them flew out. The 8 monster cores, in a mysterious arrangement, gathered around the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core. They all spun in a circle, as if they were drawing some kind of mysterious power. The entire Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly shook. A huge vortex appeared in the chaotic sky. The apocalyptic scene appeared in front of everyone, making them tremble in fear. No one knew what was happening. Only the old demon's excited voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. Beast Soul Cloud Opening Array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew that the old demon must know something. He quickly said, tell me in detail. The old demon said, young master, I understand. There were 9 monster beasts here to set up this array. The existence of these 9 monster beasts is only to test the strength of the people who enter this place. If you don't kill these monster beasts, this array will not be activated. Now that the monster beast is dead, the array will be activated. This formation will use the 9 monster cores as a catalyst to activate the grand formation and present some things to you. What is it? The thing hidden in the clouds. The old demon said in a deep voice, if this old servant's guess is correct, that is the real inheritance here. The real inheritance? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the sky and saw that the vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the three sects had already fled in panic. No one stayed below. Yes, the old demon replied, there was a great battle here. Countless experts died here. Naturally, many inheritances were left behind. But there is always a master here. The thing hidden in the clouds is the master's inheritance. Yang Kai's heart suddenly burned with passion. Young master, you have to leave quickly. This array will be very powerful after it is activated. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be affected. The old demon's voice was a little anxious. Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He quickly said to Hu Mei Er, tell your sister to take the people further away. Oh. Hu Mei Er nodded and ran towards Hu Jiao Er. Yang Kai then shouted to the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, if you don't want to die, then stay 10 miles away. Many people heard his words, but they didn't care too much. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them. He had already warned them. It was their choice to listen. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the back. Su Yan glanced at him. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, all High Heaven Pavilion disciples, retreat 10 miles. The words of the senior sister were different. Everyone hurriedly moved. They retreated in the direction of Yang Kai. On the other side, Hu Jiao'er received her sister's message and did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Fang Ziki looked at this scene. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, he laughed and said, let's go. The disciples of the three sects were as fast as lightning. Soon they were 10 miles away. Looking back, the 9 monster cores were emitting a dazzling light. There seemed to be an invisible connection between the monster cores. As they rotated, the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. A huge suction force came from the vortex. The corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast on the ground was pulled and quickly flew into the sky. It entered the vortex without leaving a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but change. If they hadn't retreated 10 miles away, they would have been sucked into the vortex like the corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast. Rejoicing, many people turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. They secretly admired his foresight. The wind whistled and everyone's clothes fluttered. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Those who could enter here were the younger generation of disciples. They weren't very knowledgeable. Many of them hadn't even traveled far, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. Do you still want to retreat? Su Yan suddenly flashed to Yang Kai's side and asked lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yan's worry lessened. I will personally report Nie Yong's matter to the Elder Council. You don't have to worry. And Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Yang Kai had killed Nie Yong in a short time, it had attracted Su Yan's attention. She was very attentive. How could she not understand the key point? Therefore, there was no need to ask. There's something in the clouds. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Kai Yang hurriedly looked up and saw that within the huge vortex in the sky, a golden light slowly appeared. The golden light was dazzling and brilliant. That ray of light was like a hand parting the clouds, revealing what was hidden within the vortex in front of everyone's eyes. What is that? Someone shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sky. He saw a corner like the corner of a house. Then the corner gradually descended. Yang Kai discovered that it wasn't the corner of a house, but a flight of stairs. A flight of golden stairs. This flight of stairs was more than 10 kilometers long. As it descended, another flight of stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then another flight of stairs appeared. The speed of its descent was very slow. As it descended, the chaotic vortex in the sky also changed. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a dozen flights of stairs appeared from the vortex. After that, who knew how many more flights of stairs had yet to appear? Old demon, is this the inheritance you were talking about? Yang Kai asked in his mind. Young master may not know, but this should be the location of the inheritance. Only those who pass the final test can truly obtain the inheritance. Young master, please look at those stairs. If this old servant's guess is correct, there are at least 10,000 steps. Only by walking up to 10,000 steps can one be considered to have passed the final test. Of course, this 10,000 steps is just this old servant's estimation. It might not be so many, but it might be more than this. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the location of the inheritance had been revealed, he didn't know how long it would take for it to fall to the ground. There was no need to pay attention to it. However, his current strength was still too low. He couldn't even be ranked among the disciples of the three sects. Now that 700 to 800 people were gathered here, did he have a chance? Chapter 148. As if he knew what Yang Kai was thinking, the old demon said, "Young master doesn't need to worry too much. Inheritance is a matter of opportunity. Those who are fated can obtain it even if their strength is low. If not, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless." Did young master forget the opportunity of those two little girls a few days ago? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had seen the opportunity of the Hu sisters with his own eyes. He had stayed in the cave for more than 10 days and found nothing, but they had obtained benefits. This was fate. And I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and immediately turned away from the sky, found a secluded corner nearby, and sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to grab the inheritance, he naturally had to recover first. Yang Kai estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for the things in the clouds to completely fall. In other words, he only had 2 to 3 days left. Su Yan looked at him in surprise, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the crowd, finding a place not too far away from Yang Kai to sit down. Seeing Kai Yang and Su Yan so calm and collected, how could the masters of the younger generation weaken their own prestige? If they continued to watch like ordinary disciples, it would seem that they were not mature enough. One by one they coughed lightly. Then they each went to find a place to meditate. Only those ordinary disciples were left gathered together, making a big fuss without end, and the sounds of shock and exclamations of surprise never stopped. It was unknown what the Hu sisters were thinking, but they actually ran over to Yang Kai and sat down next to him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. The two sisters were smiling sweetly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? One of them suddenly became unhappy. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew it was Hu Jiao Er. It's your blessing that we can sit here. Why are you showing us such a bad face? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are a pair of peerless beauties. It's my honor to be able to accompany you. How would I dare to give you a dirty look? After interacting with them a few times, they gradually became familiar with each other. They weren't as unfamiliar with each other as before, so they could talk about some things. Hu Jiaoer smiled and glared at Yang Kai. You're such a sweet talker. Hu Mei-er also said, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not flattering you. The two sisters became even happier. They were laughing so hard that their chests were jiggling, making them look very lively. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, but the people in your gang are very against me. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Are you scared? Yang Kai laughed, It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that we're not destined to become enemies. Why bother? Hu Jiaoer said, Anyway, you've already offended the male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. What's the point of adding another blood group? Of course, she was referring to the matter of Yang Kai lying on Su Yan's body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became bitter. Hu Jiaoer giggled and winked at him. Do you want me to kiss you and make others envious of you? Yang Kai looked at her and then stretched out his face. I couldn't ask for more. Hu Jiaoer suddenly blushed and said, You're dreaming. Okay, sister, don't make trouble. Let him recover first. His injuries haven't healed yet. Hu Mei-er shook her sister's arm. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai being teased like this. Hu Jiaoer rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and obediently closed her eyes. Yang Kai and Hu Mei-er looked at each other and smiled. They also entered a meditative state. As time passed, the disciples of the three sects gradually lost their initial curiosity. All of them were recovering. Occasionally, they would open their eyes to look at the changes in the clouds. 2 days later, Yang Kai felt someone walk in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Du Yishuang of Stormhouse and a dignified-looking man standing in front of him. This man was the one who had proposed to give the turtle-shaped monster beast monster core to Yang Kai Fong Ziki. Yang Kai, how are your injuries? Du Yishuang asked with sincere concern. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai smiled at her and turned his gaze to Fong Ziki. He cupped his fist and said, "Are you Brother Fong?" Previously, Yang Kai didn't recognize Fong Ziki. However, 2 days ago he had shown goodwill to Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't feel much repulsion towards him. "That's me." Fong Ziki returned the greeting and laughed. "Junior Brother Yang, 2 days ago, your fist was so majestic that it made Brother admire you. I hate that I can't take your place and enjoy the glory of tens of thousands of people. I really envy you." "Brother Fong, you flatter me," Fong Ziki said. "Junior Brother Yang is a man of indomitable spirit. In my life I admire people like you the most. If it weren't for the difference between our sex, I would like to become brothers with you. From now on, we will share weal and woe together." Hu Jiao'er fiercely glared at him. "Disgusting." Fong Ziki's eyebrows jumped. Du Yishuang pulled Fong Ziki's arm and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you are too enthusiastic." Then she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Don't mind him. My brother has a problem with his brain." "Junior sister, what are you saying?" Fong Ziki immediately glared at Du Yishuang. "It doesn't matter. Brother Fong is a forthright man. That's why you don't care about trifles." Yang Kai smiled. He didn't expect that Fong Ziki of Stormhouse would be such a wonderful person. "Junior Brother Yang really understands me." Fong Ziki was greatly moved. Hu Jiao'er interrupted from the side. "Kai Yang, you have to be careful of him. In this person's eyes, women are like dirt. Only men can enter his eyes. Don't be too polite to him. Who knows, he might look at you differently." After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Jiao'er's words were easily misunderstood. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned green. Fong Ziki bitterly said, "Hey, how can you slander people like this? Junior Brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Fong Ziki, am not the kind of person you think I am." Yang Kai dryly coughed. His expression was a little unnatural. Fong Ziki was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked around and pulled Du Yishuang, who was standing next to him. Then he hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Jiao'er's mouths were also slightly open. Du Yishuang, struggling and whimpering, entered their ears. The two sisters couldn't help but blush. After a long time, Fong Ziki let go of Du Yishuang. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Junior Brother Yang, do you believe me now?" Yang Kai prostrated himself in admiration and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Fong is a real man with iron blood." This praise touched Fong Ziki's heart and he couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. Du Yishuang's face was red and her eyes were watery. She slapped Fong Ziki's face. "You bastard!" Du Yishuang stamped her feet, covered her cheek with both hands and ran away. "Run slowly, don't fall." Fong Ziji shouted at her while rubbing his cheek that was slapped. "Brother Fong, aren't you going to chase after her?" Yang Kai looked at Du Yishuang's back and was speechless for a while. "Don't worry about her. She's throwing a tantrum. She'll be back soon." Fong Ziki didn't care. Sure enough, after 10 breaths of time, Du Yishuang walked over to Fong Ziji with a red face. Her head was so low that it was almost touching her chest. Her 2 hands were constantly twisting the corners of her clothes. She walked over to Fong Ziji in a weak and gentle manner. "Hehe." Fong Ziji winked at Yang Kai, feeling quite proud of himself. "Brother." Du Yishuang plucked up her courage and pulled Fong Ziki's arm. "What are you doing?" Fong Ziki raised his sword-like eyebrows and shouted. Du Yishuang raised her hand and quickly slapped Fong Ziki's other cheek. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're a big bastard." After this slap, Du Yishuang seemed to have vented her anger. She turned around and arrogantly walked away. Fong Ziki touched his cheek in a daze. His eyes were full of disbelief. Haha. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er's shoulders trembled as they laughed. Obviously, they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, when Du Yishuang came back, the two sisters despised her. But now all that was left was admiration. This junior sister. Fong Ziki murmured. He didn't know what to feel. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He forced a smile and said, "I'll deal with her later." Hu Jiao'er clapped her hands and said, "This show is really good. Ai Fong Ziki, oh Fong Ziki, you also have a day like this." Fong Ziki's mouth twitched. He sighed and said, If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? Yang Kai coughed. He didn't want to continue with this nonsense. He said, Brother Fong, why are you looking for me? Hearing this, Fong Ziqi's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked 10 miles away. He said, seriously, this time I came to ask you one thing. Junior brother Yang, how much do you know about that place? Hearing this, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air's expressions also became serious. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, Fong Ziqi said, a straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Of course, if junior brother Yang said that you don't know anything about this place, I would believe you. Yang Kai looked at him. He knew that when he warned everyone to stay 10 miles away, he had some clues. If he didn't have some understanding of this place, why would he retreat in advance? However, this kind of thing didn't matter. Even if he didn't say anything, when the thing in the clouds completely descended, the disciples of the three sects would still go and investigate. He looked at Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. They were also looking at him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He said, I don't know much, but when the thing in the clouds descends, I will go and take a look. Fong Ziqi heard this and asked, is it dangerous? Yang Kai smiled, Brother Fong, you are asking the wrong person. Fong Ziqi nodded, cupped his fists and said seriously, many thanks for junior brother Yang's reminder. If you have free time in the future, please come to Stormhouse as a guest. This elder brother will definitely enjoy a drink with you. You are welcome. After Fong Ziqi left, Yang Kai looked at the sisters with a smile. You already know what you want to know. Yet you still want to sit here and let me be hated by the male disciples of Blood Group? You want to drive us away? Hu Jiao Air stared at him. Hu Mei Air hurriedly said, we didn't come here because of this. Hey! Chapter 149. Before she could finish her words, Hu Jiaoer interrupted her. So what if we approached you because of this? She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai think so badly of others. Were they sisters so scheming? They were really heartless. Aware of her anger, Yang Kai didn't speak again. Hu Jiaoer continued, when that thing lands, we will follow you. In any case, you know more than us. You provide us with information, and I will be responsible for protecting you. How about this deal? Protect me? Yang Kai looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Don't you need protection in your current state? Moreover, your strength is so low. What if you encounter danger inside? Hu Jiaoer chuckled. Don't tell me that High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan will protect you. She hasn't even looked at you these past few days. You saved her in vain. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath. In any case, when the time came, everyone would go in together. The more people there were, the more they could take care of each other. Humph. Hu Jiaoer coldly snorted and pulled her sister away from Yang Kai. After waiting for another day, the thing in the clouds finally revealed its full appearance and was about to fall to the ground. Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the thing that was 10 miles away. It could be said to be a huge and majestic building. But what was imprinted in everyone's eyes was an endless flight of stairs. At the very top of the clouds, there seemed to be a shadow of a palace. Where is the inheritance? Yang Kai gently exhaled. At the same time, many of the disciples of the three sects were excited and nervous. Although they didn't know as much as Yang Kai, they still had some eyesight. They knew that such a huge thing must have a treasure. Now, everyone was waiting for the moment when it landed. Under the gazes of countless people, the huge building finally made contact with the ground. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the earth trembled slightly. The huge whirlpool in the sky also changed strangely and disappeared. The muffled sound lasted for a long time before everything settled down. The building was now firmly on the ground. A shout came from the disciples of the three sections. Hundreds of people suddenly started to move and rush towards that direction. Yang Kai was also walking in that direction, but he was not as anxious as the others. Just as the old demon had said, inheritance depended on luck, not strength. In his eyes, a pure white shadow seemed to pass by. Raising his head, he saw Su Yan's robes fluttering in the wind. Her pace was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There was a trace of nobility in her otherworldly appearance. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, their gazes were blocked by the disciples of the three sections. From the side came two fragrances, the two beautiful sisters of the blood group, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Yang Kai, one with a charming smile, the other with a seductive look. The elder sister said, "I said I would protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, us sisters have already obtained a kind of inheritance. If there are any benefits this time, we won't fight with you." Yang Kai raised his head again, but Su Yan's figure was no longer there. "Smelly brat, I'm talking to you." Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but feel annoyed when Yang Kai didn't respond. "I heard you." Yang Kai helplessly responded. "Humph, I don't know what's so good about you." Hu Jiaoer whispered, but Yang Kai didn't hear her clearly. After traversing the distance of 5 kilometers, the three of them arrived in front of the dazzling golden stairs. Next to this incomparably large building, there was a layer of hazy light curtain. On the light curtain there was a faint door-like thing. The disciples of the three sects, either alone or in groups, each found a door and drilled into the light curtain. The number of people quickly decreased. It was strange to say that standing in front of the light curtain, one could clearly see the scene on the stairs, but the disciples of the three sects who drilled in all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were swallowed by an invisible big mouth. Seeing this scene, the two beautiful sisters couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. "Yang Kai, where did they go?" Hu Jiaoer nervously asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head and walked to a door that no one cared about. He flicked his hand into the door, and only a layer of ripples appeared. He couldn't see the situation on the other side. "Are we going in or not?" Hu Mei-er's courage was even smaller, and she was already trembling. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the clouds before walking straight through the door. Seeing him so decisive, Hu Jiaoer clenched her teeth and pulled her sister's hand. "Let's go in." Stepping into the light curtain, what they saw was the same as what they saw outside. Inside was the endless stairs that stretched upwards. Yang Kai, who had entered before, was also in front of them. He was standing at the bottom of the first step, lost in thought. Looking left and right, there was no trace of other people. It was as if each door led to an independent space. Only those who entered from the same door would stay together. Looking back, Yang Kai's hand touched the door. The ripples dispersed and the door on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. The way back was cut off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step on the first step. After stepping on, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown and stop. "What's wrong?" Hu Jiaoer asked. "You two come up and try." Yang Kai called the two sisters. The two didn't hesitate and stepped forward. When they stood next to Yang Kai, the two sisters' bodies moved slightly at the same time. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai asked. "There's energy rushing to the soles of our feet," Hu Jiaoer replied. "Hot energy," Hu Mei-er continued. "Well, this is probably the test." Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he felt was different from the two sisters. He found that the energy rushing to the soles of his feet was actually of the yang attribute. Circulating the true yang tactics, this energy not only didn't cause any harm to him, but also replenished his yuan qi. But the two sisters were different. They had to circulate their qi to dissolve the energy that rushed to the soles of their feet. He gained, but they lost. Comparing them, the difference was obvious. But this energy is too weak. If this is the test, it's not worth mentioning. Hu Mei-er was a little excited. Her strength was only at the second level of the initial element, but she could easily resist it. "Don't lower your guard." Hu Jiaoer glanced at her sister. "This staircase has many levels. If the energy is stronger the higher we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it at the end. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." Yang Kai stepped forward again and stepped onto the second step. His footsteps didn't stop. Third step, fourth step. The two sisters followed closely behind. After walking through 100 levels, the three of them found that Hu Jiaoer's previous deduction was correct. The higher they went, the stronger the yang attribute energy contained in the staircase, and the more yuan qi they needed to dissolve. Looking up, they saw that the stairs were endless. The two sisters couldn't help but secretly complain. Unlike them, Yang Kai was enjoying himself. After walking through the 100 levels, his dantian had one more drop of yang liquid. All of it was the yang attribute energy that rushed to the soles of his feet. Yang Kai and the two sisters casually walked through the first 300 levels. Every time they stepped on a level, there would be a burst of yang attribute energy rushing into their bodies. As the number of levels increased, the energy gradually became stronger, but it wasn't to the extent that the three of them stopped. Yang Kai didn't need to say anything. The true yang tactics itself required this kind of energy. What made him a little surprised was Hu Mei Er. This girl, with her strength at the second level of the initial element boundary, was actually able to easily walk through the 300th level. But after the 300th level, the energy contained in the stairs became stronger. Every time the three of them stepped on a level, they had to pause for a moment before continuing. After reaching the 400th level, this situation became more and more obvious. The two sisters had to pause for about 3 breaths each time. After being affected by this kind of hot yang attribute energy for a long time, their bodies were exuding a little sweat. But now it seemed that they were coping with it with ease. Along the way, Yang Kai silently counted the steps of the staircase. He believed that this test wasn't just like this. If it was really just like this, then it would be too simple. There must be some unforeseen events and unknown dangers. At the 490th level, Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er stopped. The elder sister glanced at the happy Yang Kai and was unconvinced. She said that she was here to protect him this time. Why did it seem that she was the one who was more tired when walking these stairs? Why was his face full of joy and enjoyment? Let's rest for a while before continuing. Yang Kai glanced at them. No need. Hu Jiao gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Yang Kai. After walking 10 steps in a row, when Hu Jiao stepped on the 500th step, her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai saw this and quickly pulled her down. The two of them looked at each other and Hu Jiao asked, "How did it change?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions. Stepping onto the 500th step, this time what rushed into his feet was no longer a hot yang attribute energy, but instead an icy cold ice attribute energy that sent chills down his spine. This change of hot and cold was also the reason why Hu Jiao was surprised. Is this the test? Kai Yang smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the stairs in front of him would contain the yang attribute energy he needed. If that was the case, then anyone who cultivated a yang attribute secret art, as long as they had enough time, would be able to reach the top. But now it was different. After the 500th step, there was an impact of cold attribute energy, which was the opposite of yang attribute energy. Facing the cold attribute energy rushing into his body, Yang Kai had two options. One was to use the true yang yuan qi in his body to neutralize it. The other was to use the true yang secret art to refine it and absorb it into his bones. But no matter which method he chose, the consumption of his yuan qi was inevitable. Moreover, the consumption of the second method was much higher, so it wasn't as easy as just neutralizing it. If Yang Kai didn't have a lot of yang liquid stored in dantian, he might have chosen the first method. But now that he had more than 100 drops of yang liquid stored in dantian, he could boldly choose the second method without any worries. Using the true yang secret art, the cold energy rushing into his body was instantly refined, and then absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at the sisters and continued to lead the way. Hu Jiao looked at Yang Kai angrily and whispered to her sister, "What is he so proud of?" Hu Mei smiled bitterly. "He's not proud." Chapter 150. He's so proud of himself. That stinky brat dares to look down on me. Gritting her teeth, she and her sister activated their secret art. While dispelling the cold energy in their bodies, they chased after Yang Kai. On the first day, the three of them climbed the 1000th step. When they reached the 1000th step, Yang Kai took a step forward and found that it was as he had guessed. The energy in the 1000th step had turned into the yang attribute. The change in the 500th step was a mixture of heat and cold. This kind of increasing impact was enough to stop 90% of the disciples from the 3 sections. Only those with profound strength could rely on their own cultivation to reach the 1000th step. Logically speaking, Hu Mei should not have been able to reach this point, but she did. Moreover, she did not feel too tired. On the other hand, Hu Jiao, who was in the Yuan Qi realm, looked tired. The three of them chose to rest here for half a day. At the same time, at the top of the 3000th step, a pure white figure was walking step by step towards the top. Her steps revealed a calm and tranquil aura, as if the impact of the stairs did not hinder her in the slightest. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear. Her aura was calm, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. When the impact from the bottom of her feet entered her body, it disappeared like snow melting in the early spring. Her delicate face made the sky pale in comparison, but she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was like a flawless ice doll. She was Su Yan. She cultivated the ice heart secret art, and like Yang Kai, she had a unique advantage in this test of alternating heat and cold. There were 700 to 800 disciples from the three sects who cultivated yang and cold attribute secret arts and martial skills. It was not just Yang Kai and Su Yan. At this moment, these people all experienced their own advantages. However, there was a difference in strength. There was a difference in secret arts, and no one could reach the 3000 step like Su Yan. Less than the 2000 step, there were also a few figures. Xie Hongchen's face was gloomy as he gasped for breath. He sat cross-legged on the stairs and used pills to recover his energy. The inheritance is mine. Everything here is mine. As long as I obtain this inheritance, I, Xie Hongchen, will become the strongest disciple of the three sects. I can make High Heaven Pavilion stand above the other two sects, and even subdue them. I want all those who question me to die without a burial place. Yang Kai, you are the first. Ha ha ha, I am Xie Hongchen. You are the true overlord of this world. Xie Hongchen was on the verge of going insane. The yuan qi in his body was in chaos. Normally, when one's strength reached his level, such a situation would not occur. This was clearly a state that only a cultivator in the qi transformation stage would have. The scene of the disciples of the three sects fighting against the turtle-shaped monster beast was still lingering in his mind. What he saw was not the disciples of the three sects working together without hesitation. All he saw was the disdain those people had for him. This was because the turtle-shaped monster beast was provoked by Xie Hongchen, but in the end it was heavily injured by Yang Kai, giving the disciples of the three sects the opportunity to kill it. Although from the beginning to the end, no one said anything about him. But this silent criticism made Xie Hongchen angry. Many of his junior brothers and junior sisters who used to worship and respect him looked at him with strange eyes. This made Xie Hongchen unable to bear. No one can look at him with that kind of eyes. No one. A few hundred steps in front of Xie Hongchen, Feng Ziki was gasping for breath as he stepped down. His whole body could not help but shiver. It took him a lot of effort to dissolve the cold qi that rushed into his body. Even his eyebrows showed signs of turning white. Hey, let's take a rest. Feng Ziki's expression was calm. He also knew that the inheritance depended on luck. Although the level of one's strength was related, but it was not a decisive factor. So even though he coveted the inheritance, he was not as crazy as Xie Hongchen. It looks like this place is specially prepared for those who cultivate yang and cold attribute cultivation methods. Feng Ziki muttered to himself as he took out a pill from his chest and put it in his mouth. Then why am I here? Isn't this a waste of time? It's better to take a few junior sisters and see if there are any other benefits in Heaven's Cave inheritance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. After a moment, Feng Ziki suddenly stood up and flew down. Not long after, he left the endless stairs. When he returned to the ground, he saw Du Yishuang sitting cross-legged with a sad face. Hey junior sister Du, why are you here? Feng Ziki was surprised. Du Yishuang coldly glanced at him. Thinking of this brother's frivolity, her face became red. She turned her head and coldly snorted, ignoring him. Come. Brother was looking for someone to accompany me. You just happened to be here. Feng Ziki walked forward and pulled Du Yishuang up. Then, he hugged her without any scruples. What are you doing? Du Yishuang struggled, but how could she get rid of Feng Ziki? His hand was like an iron hoop around her waist. Du Yishuang's heartbeat became numb. Let go of me or I'll bite you, Du Yishuang fiercely said. She was like a little tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When a man does something, a woman should just shut up and follow him, Feng Ziki said domineeringly. Du Dui Shuang was absent-minded, but she didn't struggle as hard as before. On the 2000th step of the stairs, Long Jun of the blood group was also recovering. These people were the young talents of the three sections. Their strength was almost the same, so there was not much difference in the number of steps they were on. Xia Hongchen's madness was different from Fang Ziqi's indifference. Long Jun was nervous but also had a trace of expectation. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain the inheritance. It would be great if he could obtain it. Long Jun obviously didn't have much confidence. After all, although his strength was the best among the three sects, he was older than the others. He wasn't that outstanding. Apart from the few people at the front, the rest of the three sects' disciples were mostly around the 1000-step mark. Yang Kai and the Hu sisters could only be considered to be in the middle. There were still many people who were struggling to move up the 1000-step mark. Each step required a lot of yuan qi, and they had to rest for a long time before they could move forward again. However, this kind of hardship was also a great benefit for these people. The test on the stairs was not only to select the candidates for the inheritance, but also to persevere and not retreat. Naturally, they would also obtain benefits as they moved forward. This was a kind of tempering of the mind. Lan Chudai was also struggling on the 100th step of the staircase. She was a beautiful woman with a proud figure. However, at this moment her hair was covered with frost. Her whole body was trembling, but she clenched her teeth and refused to give up. Every time she thought of Yang Kai's cold and emotionless eyes, she felt a pang in her heart. She clenched her fists and breathed heavily as she stepped on a new step. She was ambitious and was willing to rely on the strong, but was this wrong? She was just a woman. Her aptitude was not very good. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, she had worked hard to cultivate until now, but she only had the strength of Qi Transformation 7th level. What was this kind of strength in the eyes of the strong? She wanted to rely on the strong just to find a support for herself. This was just a way for a woman to live a good life. She wasn't Su Yan, she wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Besides her own mind, she had nothing else to rely on. Perhaps this body that made men drool and women envied was a strength in the eyes of outsiders, but Lan Chudai never regarded it as her own capital. If possible, she didn't want to have such a body and appearance. Let men think about it, let women be jealous. 10 days ago, when that person was in a crisis, she chose to remain silent and did not help him. Perhaps at that time, if she had said a few good words for him, he would not have looked at her like that. Haha, stingy junior brother. Why can't you be magnanimous? No one can be relied on. Only by becoming strong yourself can you be considered strong. A stream of qi suddenly rushed out of Lan Chudai's body and circulated around her body. Lan Chudai was stunned for a moment before she smiled like a flower. While she was lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly broke through her cultivation and reached the qi transforming stage 8th level. Closing her eyes and feeling the changes of her breakthrough, Lan Chudai looked excited. Let me quickly become stronger here. She once again stepped forward faster and lighter than before. Lan Chudai's heart was filled with joy and joy. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters once again moved forward. After reaching the 1000th step, the pressure they felt was obviously different from before. The energy contained in each step was much greater. At the beginning, the two sisters did not need to rest, but the further they went, the longer they needed to rest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Although he practiced the true Yang secret art, his strength was still too low. It was impossible for him to walk through these steps like Su Yan. Therefore, the speed of the three was not very fast and no one was dragging each other down. They gritted their teeth and persevered until they reached the 2000th step. Only then did they stop to rest again. Along the way, the energy contained in every 500 steps was different. Cold and hot alternated, causing people to have to face a completely opposite energy impact just as they got used to it. Not only did this consume a lot of energy, but it was also a test of the mind. The Hu sisters were somewhat out of breath, their breasts rising and falling. On the contrary, Yang Kai's face was calm. Although he also consumed some energy, the yang liquid stored in the dantian was enough to cope with the current situation. Aren't you tired? Hu Jiaoer could not help but look at Yang Kai. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai did not show any signs of fatigue, which puzzled Hu Jiaoer. If not for the previous opportunity, Hu Jiao'er believed that it would be impossible for her sister to reach here. She would have been stopped at the 1000th step. However, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage. Along the way, she did not see him take any pills. How could his body have so much yuan qi to squander? It's okay. Yang Kai also sat on the steps to recover his physical strength and spirit. Monster. Hu Jiao'er smiled bitterly. Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the third day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the fourth day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this, but how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance, and if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the fifth day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yan's voice was the most popular. Because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated, Su Yan's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yan's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples. Because Su Yan's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy, all that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot. As Hu Jiao'er walked up, she used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Hu Mei'er was also sweating profusely. Her ruby-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. Why don't we rest a little more? Hu Jiao'er said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao'er's chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao'er obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao'er vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. Haha! Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it." "I really misjudged you," Hu Jiao'er bitterly lamented. "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes. Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao'er, are you confused?" Hu Jiao'er was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up? You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao'er's face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai. But now it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao'er was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Hu Mei-er stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao'er glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao'er whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Hu Mei-er was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao'er rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500 step changed and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the yang attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. "Yang Kai," Hu Jiao'er suddenly shouted. "What's wrong? We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you." Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao'er bitterly said, "With your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden." Hu Mei-er nodded slightly and said, "Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection." Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao'er smiled and said, "Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up." "Have you decided?" Yang Kai asked. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, "If you've decided, I won't persuade you." These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, "Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring." Hu Mei-er's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao'er's heart was shattered by this sentence. "I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top." Yang Kai turned around and stepped up. His speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. "Remember to tell us later," Hu Jiao'er said with a smile. "Okay." Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. "Where's Yang Kai?" Hu Mei looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. "He's still inside," Hu Jiao whispered, although she didn't know what had just happened. Since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 152. In the crowd, Lan Chudi's whole body was purple as she shivered from the cold. However, her pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unyielding will. This kind of look was very similar to Yang Kai's, except that her eyes were much colder and less ruthless. Did I fail? Lan Chudi's heart was bitter. She was only at the Qi transformation stage 8th level, yet she was able to climb more than 3,000 steps. This kind of result was unheard of among the disciples of the three sections. What she relied on was the unyielding will in her heart, and her desire to become stronger. But now she was sent down by an uncontrollable force. How could she be willing to accept this? Why was it like this? As long as I have enough time, I will definitely climb to the top. Why did I have to be sent down? Lan Chudai clenched her hands so tightly that her slender nails even penetrated the flesh of her palms. Pain was the only thing that could calm her down. "Junior sister, are you okay?" Hu Jiao noticed Lan Chudi's abnormality and asked with concern. Lan Chudai slowly shook her head. Her eyes drooped as a tear of unwillingness slid down her face. Yang Kai continued to move forward. In his eyes there was only the peak of the clouds. He did not notice what was happening to the Hu sisters behind him. Not needing to worry about others, Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased. This was the place where the cold attribute energy rushed. Step by step, there was almost no rest. The cold attribute energy entered his body and was refined by the true Yang secret art. After a cycle, it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. After reaching the 500th step, the energy changed and Yang Kai's footsteps became faster. When the cold attribute energy entered his body, it needed to be dissolved. However, when it came to the Yang attribute energy, the process was much simpler. Step by step, he climbed the steps closer and closer to the top of the clouds. However, the pressure on his body also became stronger and stronger. Every time he climbed a step, the energy rushing into his body would increase by a lot. If not for Yang Kai's secret art and the large amount of Yang liquid stored in the Dantian, Yang Kai would not be able to be so calm. As he climbed higher and higher, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. This kind of test was indeed getting more and more difficult, but it was not to the extent that it would stop people. If it was really a test of inheritance, it should not be so simple. After thinking about it, Yang Kai unsealed the old demon in his body. Previously, the old demon had been very noisy, wholeheartedly tempting Yang Kai to use the Hu sisters' virgin bodies to cultivate evil martial skills. In a fit of anger, Yang Kai had sealed his soul and only released it now. As expected, the old demon didn't dare to mention it again. Yang Kai told the old demon about his doubts, but the old demon didn't know what to say. Yang Kai didn't want him to be noisy and affect his state of mind, so he sealed him up after asking. No matter what kind of test there was, as long as he reached that step, he would naturally be able to face it. It was useless to think too much about it now. Understanding this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and even his body became much more relaxed. It seemed that with the change in his state of mind, the test here had become much simpler. Climbing day after day, Yang Kai finally reached the top after resting 3 times. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in a fairyland. Looking back, all the steps he had taken so far were imprinted in his eyes, making Yang Kai suddenly feel like he was in a dream. In front of him there were only 10 steps left. As long as he finished these 10 steps, he would reach the top. Lifting his foot, Yang Kai stepped forward. 9th step, 8th step, 7th step. In Yang Kai's mind, he recalled the joy of the first few days, and the determination of the next few days. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step. Tracing back his memories, Yang Kai remembered the changes he had undergone after obtaining the wordless black book. 3rd step, 2nd step. The scene from 3 years ago also emerged, making Yang Kai's calm state of mind involuntarily stir up some waves. Kai Yang lifted his foot and stopped on the last step of the flight of stairs, pausing there. Only 1 step left and he would reach the clouds. However, Yang Kai did not dare to fall. He did not know why, but he always felt that if he maintained this state of mind after this step, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was a kind of intuition. Taking a deep breath, silently circulating the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai maintained this posture, not moving at all. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the waves in his heart slowly calm down, the bits and pieces of memory once again calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, there was no longer the slightest hesitation or fear in them, only determination. His foot stepped down. The world buzzed, and an invisible pressure suddenly fell on Yang Kai's body. This was a kind of pressure, the pressure of a monarch descending to the world. Yang Kai's body suddenly bent, his legs bent, almost kneeling on the ground. But when his knees were half a foot away from the ground, he stopped. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his flesh was fiercely spasming, trembling and squirming. This pressure was not much worse than the pressure of the world he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique. However, it lacked a certain charm. If he really wanted to compare, the feeling he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique was stronger than this. That was the resistance of the world's shackles, but what he was facing now was a kind of pressure from a strong master. In the dark, Yang Kai felt as if there was an eye slowly opening in the sky, watching him. Slowly straightening his bent body, Yang Kai's forehead bulged with blue veins, and his face flushed red. As he resisted, the pressure he felt became stronger and stronger. A muffled groan came out, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Yang Kai's body had already suffered some injuries. I can withstand the pressure of the world, let alone you, who is not the world. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and his bones made a zheng-zheng sound. He slowly lifted his other foot, moved it little by little, and stepped toward the last step of the stairs. It seemed like only a moment, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When Yang Kai painstakingly put his feet on the last step of the stairs, his body finally straightened up. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened. At this moment, Yang Kai broke the invisible shackles. The huge amount of energy in the air fiercely poured into Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi in his body surged. After a moment, Yang Kai smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Initial element realm level 8. Walking through these endless stairs allowed his strength to break through to the next level. It was not a wasted effort. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw the palace hidden in the clouds. But below the palace there were still layers of stairs. However, the number of stairs was not as many as before. Yang Kai glanced at them and knew that there were only 100 of them. The second test? Yang Kai muttered to himself. Without hesitation he strode forward. When he stepped on the first step of the stairs, a hot yang attribute energy appeared out of thin air beside Yang Kai. This energy was like a red silk thread, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai looked surprised and reached out to grab it. Circulating the true Yang secret art, it was directly absorbed. Strange. Yang Kai did not understand. If the second test was like this, wouldn't it be superfluous? This kind of thing had been experienced countless times in the past few days. But a few days ago, the energy rushed to the bottom of his feet, but this time it was floating in front of his eyes. There was not much difference. Yang Kai did not investigate further because Yang Kai could not see any clues for the time being. Step by step, Yang Kai continued to walk up. Every time he passed a step, a Yang attribute energy would appear beside him. As Yang Kai walked up, he collected all of it, turning it into his own. The 100th step of the stairs allowed Dantian to gain 2 drops of Yang liquid. Only when he reached the 99th step did Yang Kai discover that something was wrong. On the stairs of the 100th step, there was an ice barrier blocking his path. Reaching out to touch it, it was extremely cold, and there was a strange coldness to it. Even his true Yang's secret art could not easily dissolve it. What was even stranger was that when Yang Kai's hand came into contact with this layer of ice barrier, the yang qi that he had absorbed when he walked up the 100th step uncontrollably gushed out of his dantian and dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and when he recovered, he had already arrived at the bottom of the first step. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up and saw that it was indeed the 100th step he had just passed. But why did he come down again? Was the ice barrier on the 100th step the difficulty of this test? If that was the case, then it meant that he had to break this ice barrier in order to pass this test. How could he break it? Yang Qi should be the nemesis of this ice barrier. Perhaps he could give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai once again stepped forward and walked up the 100th step like before. Once again, a Yang attribute energy appeared on the first step of the stairs, and Yang Kai absorbed it all. Not long after, he arrived in front of the ice barrier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist, circulated his yuan qi, and directly sent out a burning yang burst. With a loud bang, the fierce yuan qi poured into the ice barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Instead, Yang Kai was once again sent back down, and the energy he had just absorbed turned into 99 streaks, dissipating into nothingness. His burning yang burst didn't work, and even if he used the star mark, he probably wouldn't be able to break this ice barrier, so what was the key? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but understand. For the third test, Yang Kai would stop for a long time at every step, and hold the thread-like energy that appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't absorb it again and simply held it like that. As the number of steps increased, the red threads on his hand became more and more violent, and even faintly burned Yang Kai's hand. For a cultivator who practiced the true yang tactics, this was very inconceivable, but in fact this yang qi was so strange. If he didn't absorb it, it would become violent and restless, constantly attacking Yang Kai. Enduring the pain in his hand, Yang Kai didn't make a sound. What was strange was that as time passed, the yang qi in his hand gradually calmed down, as if it had found a home, no longer struggling, no longer resisting, and no longer attacking. Yang Kai smiled. He felt that he had found the right method. As the number of steps increased, the yang qi gathered in Yang Kai's hand formed a fireball, but even so Yang Kai wasn't injured anymore. Standing in front of the 99th step again, Yang Kai gently sent the fireball in his hand into the ice barrier in front of him. This time Yang Kai wasn't sent down again. After absorbing the yang qi, the ice barrier made a cracking sound, and immediately, like a mirror, countless cracks appeared on it. With a crash, the towering and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The path is clear. Chapter 153. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Xia Hongchen's angry and unwilling roar came from the endless stairs. He had expended a great deal of effort, and now that he was about to climb to the top with great difficulty, he was only 100 feet away from the end. He thought that victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that a gentle breeze would blow in his face. Under the influence of this gentle breeze, he was wrapped up and sent down like the Hu sisters a few days ago. No! Xia Hongchan shouted and stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab the last step and keep himself here. But the end of the stairs was getting farther and farther away from him. No! Xia Hongchan roared to the sky. After so many days of perseverance and hard work, just as he was about to reach the end, he did not expect to fall short at the last moment. This wasn't his problem. Someone else had reached the end before him. Only one person could obtain the inheritance, so he was labeled as a failure and sent down by the gentle wind. Who was it? Xia Hongchen's red eyes flashed through one person after another, but in the end, he felt that it was most likely Su Yan. Was it her? The unwillingness in Xia Hongchen's heart lessened a lot, but it was still strong. When he regained his composure, Xia Hongchan found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up at the sky, this should still be the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but there was no one around. Standing in place and thinking for a long time, Xia Hongchen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, if you really obtain the inheritance of this place, then I can't let you go. Like Xia Hongchan, The other disciples of the three sects were sent down by the gentle wind. However, without exception, these people were all men, just like the female disciples of the three sects a few days ago. Unlike the female disciples, these men were scattered in different corners of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many of them were sad for a moment, but then they got up and began to search again. Since they could not obtain the inheritance, they would see if there were any benefits here. Above the clouds, the magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The gate was more than 100 feet high, as if welcoming Yang Kai's arrival. Instead of moving forward, Yang Kai stood in place and closed his eyes, feeling the gains and losses along the way. If the first layer's endless stairs tested a person's temperament and willpower, in that case, the second floor's 100 steps would test one's control over yang energy. Only by completely controlling the red line energy of the 99 steps could he break through the last layer of ice barrier. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled and stepped forward. At this moment, he clearly felt that the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had undergone some changes. Passing through the wide-open door and walking into the palace, the origin of Yang seal on his chest suddenly reacted violently. In the past, when the origin of Yang seal sensed Yang energy, it would react differently depending on the strength of the energy. However, it had never reacted as strongly as today. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his chest. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian walked in the direction indicated by the origin of Yang seal. Not long after, Yang Kai saw a huge red and white energy ball suspended in the air about 100 feet above the ground. It was this energy ball that caused the origin of Yang seal to react. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that this energy ball not only contained hot Yang energy, but also a bone-chilling cold ice attribute energy. These two completely different types of energy were mixed together, but they blended with each other without any conflict. Inside the energy ball, a hazy pattern flashed from time to time. Looking carefully, Yang Kai was shocked. It was the pattern of a dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, and a phoenix crying to the 9th heaven. The dragon and phoenix patterns flashed and disappeared, similar to the scene when the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared. This is the inheritance. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. As he was carefully examining the energy ball, he saw something white move from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment 2 pairs of eyes fell on him. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards the white light and couldn't help being stunned. As their eyes met, both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Su Yan. Yang Kai never thought that there would be another person here besides him, and this person was actually Su Yan. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged below the energy ball. Her body as white as snow, pure as ice and jade. It's you. Su Yan's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but at the same time there was also some relief. It was as if she had suddenly understood a question that had puzzled her for a long time after Yang Kai's arrival. Smiling slightly, meeting his big senior sister here made Yang Kai feel both surprised and familiar. Walking over, he stood in front of Su Yan and looked up at the energy ball in mid-air, then back at her, asking, "How long have you been here?" "About 4 or 5 days. Su Yan faintly nodded, her voice still cold, but it no longer contained the initial sense of rejection from before. 4 or 5 days. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, thinking to himself, worthy of High Heaven Pavilion's heaven's pride. 4 or 5 days ago, I had just separated from the Hu sisters. At that time, I had only climbed half of the endless stairs, but she had already arrived here. Her speed was much faster than my own. What Yang Kai didn't know was that it was precisely because Su Yan had passed the test and entered this hall that the other women were sent down by the gentle wind. When he arrived here, the man on the endless stairs was also sent down. It could be said that only the 2 of them were left here. Sit down and talk. Su Yan motioned. Yang Kai nodded and sat cross-legged across from her. Being so close to her, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Su Yan's face, but it quickly disappeared. The 2 of them stared at each other in silence for a while before Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "I climbed the 10,000 steps and then the 100 steps before arriving here. Of the 10,000 steps, the 500 steps changed, alternating between hot and cold, preventing people from moving forward. On the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of Yang attribute energy and broke through an ice barrier." Su Yan also smiled. "I also climbed the 10,000 steps. Like you, I also climbed the 100 steps. However, on the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and froze a sea of fire. Her smile was truly devastatingly beautiful. It was as if a spring breeze had blown through the frozen earth. The snow-white world was instantly filled with greenery, and the spring flowers bloomed. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly at her, his whole body feeling comfortable from the inside out. Su Yan's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned her gaze away. I didn't know that your smile was so beautiful. Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. I'm not familiar with you. Su Yan's icy face was slightly red, but her expression was indifferent. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Facing this goddess who was worshipped by the disciples of the three sects, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest pressure as he teased her. Su Yan obviously didn't want to continue with his nonsense and said, I'll tell you what I think. Listen carefully, and if there's anything you think is inappropriate, tell me. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. He knew that Su Yan was going to talk about the inheritance here. After all, she had been here for 4 or 5 days and knew more than him. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Yan lightly opened her mouth. We were all wrong. The disciples of the three sects all thought that the inheritance here could only be obtained by one person. But from the current situation, it seems that this inheritance is for 2 people. The fusion of cold and heat on the endless steppes is the best evidence. That place is not only a test of a person's temperament and will, but also a test to select a candidate for the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought of this point, but it was only a guess and he didn't dare to be too sure. As for the second test, although you and I have different experiences, it's mostly the same. This is a test of our ability to control our elemental energy. Only by passing these 2 tests can we reach this place. Su Yan ran her fingers through her hair and lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck as she softly said, Before you came here, I didn't dare to make such a conclusion, but after seeing you here, I finally understood some of the key points. Do you see what's above our heads? Yang Kai nodded. These past 4 or 5 days I've been trying to collect it, but I haven't had any results. It rejects me, so if I'm not wrong, we must both circulate our secret arts at the same time in order to draw it down and obtain the inheritance here. Su Yan's words were very simple, but they hit the nail on the head. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked after listening. The inheritance here was no longer a matter of one person, but involved both him and Su Yan, so no one had the right to decide. No one knew what their relationship would be like after obtaining the inheritance here. But since the inheritance was shared between 2 people, it would definitely not be as strange as before. For Yang Kai himself, he was naturally happy to share the inheritance with Su Yan. This cold senior sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a very good person, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reject her. Now, it all depended on her opinion. If Su Yan wasn't willing to obtain the inheritance here with him, Yang Kai wouldn't force her. Su Yan obviously also considered this, and her expression couldn't help but show some hesitation and struggle. She didn't know what would happen to her and Yang Kai after obtaining the inheritance, but when she thought of how he was unafraid of death and saved her from the turtle-shaped monster beast a few days ago, Su Yan's struggle and hesitation loosened a little. After a long while Yang Kai was waiting in silence, Su Yan slowly raised her head. She stared at Yang Kai closely, as if she didn't want to miss any expression on Yang Kai's face, and said in a firm tone, If I say that I don't want to be tied to someone I'm not familiar with because of some external force, even if it's an inheritance, I won't do it. Will you be disappointed? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded a little. Su Yan's expression darkened. But I will respect your choice. You have your own freedom and I have mine. If you don't want to, then don't. Yang Kai looked calm, then slowly got up and said to Su Yan, If you really don't want to, then let's go. Go where? Su Yan raised her head and asked. The way she tilted her head was very interesting, less cold and more curious. Go out. Yang Kai chuckled. If you don't want the inheritance, then why are we still here? Who said I don't want it? Since we've already come here, how can we go back empty-handed? Su Yan smiled faintly, and there was a hint of slyness in her smile. Are you playing with me? Yang Kai's face sank, and he said bitterly, I trusted you so much, but you actually lied to me? It was just a little test, you don't have to be so angry, right? Don't you men always brag about being magnanimous? How come you can't even take a woman's joke? Su Yan pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Chapter 154. Yang Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yan and sighed. Su Yan, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature? However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Yang Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, I was wrong. Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yan became serious and said, since you've decided to accept it, let's begin. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. What do I do? Yang Kai asked seriously. Circulate your Yang attribute secret art. Su Yan closed her eyes and began circulating her ice heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Yang Kai also quickly circulated his true Yang secret art, causing his burning true Yang Yuan Qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry, the ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous Yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true Yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into Yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true Yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into Yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His five senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yan's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yan staring at him. Unlike Yang Kai's hot body, Su Yan's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction. Just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yan's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their four eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yan, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yan with bloodshot eyes. I know. Su Yan clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the two of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. This was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yan's Ice Heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times, but even Ice Heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yan's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yan, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang. Plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art. Normally, Su Yan would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. Oh. Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yan and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yan until now, Su Yan had always been aloof, pure and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the three sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yan's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies. Hearing him say this, Su Yan looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The two closed their eyes again and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yan did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yan in front of him and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her. but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yan. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will. Not yielding to any kind of pressure was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment, he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yan's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yan's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yan's body fragrance. Su Yan, Su Yan. Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yan's body trembled, her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it. You also? Hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, the violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true Yang secret art could actually be burned to death by Yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yan's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yan's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yan's name. He was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him, half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zheng Zhong stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. Su Yan. Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty and guilty. Even so, Su Yan's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. I don't think I can hold on. For the first time, Su Yan was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su Yan's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su Yan, their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. Won't you regret it? Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su Yan's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su Yan's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su Yan lightly pushed with one hand Yang Kai held Yang's hands, with the other hand Yang's Yang. One body was as hot as fire while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. Su-Yan, Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su-Yan didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su-Yan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su-Yan's. As their lips met, Su-Yan's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su-Yan finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su-Yan's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su-Yan seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain. The jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su-Yan resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions. A beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su-Yan's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it, I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su-Yan nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su-Yan's footing became unstable and she directly sat down. This time, Su-Yan cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the two of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su-Yan's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su-Yan nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su-Yan both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The two of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yan's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yan must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the two of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. The two huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yan to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the two of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear. He just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yan's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yan's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. "Take your time, don't worry." Su Yan's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of yang liquid in the dantian. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of Yuan Qi. With his initial element boundary 8th stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy not inferior to the previous one poured into her body. Then another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came. He was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of his Yuan Qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the Yuan Qi was coexisting in his and Su Yan's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. "It tickles," Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. "I found that you have a secret." Su Yan smiled. "Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color?" Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yan's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, "From now on, I will only smile for one person." Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. "Cultivate first." Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yan nodded slightly. The 30 drops of yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yan's ice attribute Qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between Yuan Qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yan and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the two people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center. Invisible to the naked eye, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yan also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of yang liquid just to break through a minor realm. And this was the Yuan Qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yan. Compared to pure yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the Dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the Qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true yang yuan qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much yuan qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yan did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. Because this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yan would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough. But when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yan could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice qi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery, it diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yan blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position. Her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yan could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the Ice Heart secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yan's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yan. Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yan's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago. But Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yan pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. "Don't." Su Yan's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. "I'll help you break through first." As soon as her voice fell, a surge of yuan qi flowed from Su Yan directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art and received the energy from Su Yan. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Although doing so wasn't good for Su Yan and might cause her strength to drop slightly, Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The Yuan Qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yan's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yan did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The Yuan Qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yan did not dare to send in any more Yuan Qi. Continue. Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice. But, continue. Su Yan gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own Yuan Qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the Yuan Qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the Yuan Qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, but Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. Don't stop! Yang Kai roared. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger. Because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big, how could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yan, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yan had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yan continued to pour in Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yan stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's Yuan Qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the Qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of Yuan Qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the Yuan Qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the Yuan Qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil Qi. Su Yan was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil Qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yan's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound like a thunderbolt in a clear sky shook the entire heaven's cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it, but this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled. I have something for you. As he spoke, he immersed his mind, and divided half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent it into Su Yan's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yan's face lit up. What is this? The 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for Yuan Qi cultivators. Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yan's smooth back, And his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." Okay. Su Yan nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yuan condensing dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xiaoning Chang, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, and could more or less increase Su Yan's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yan's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of Yuan Qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yan was still refining the 9 yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met and Su Yan said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the Yuan Qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The Yuan Qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the Yuan Qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven. With this dual cultivation and the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow-white crystal clear, delicate like jade. "Between you and me, do you still need to thank me?" Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yan gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yan made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yan also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. "That's right, you just broke through to the Qi transforming stage. This stage is very special," Su Yan said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the Qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yan was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yan to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her 2 peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yan's skin. Su Yan's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yan suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, Wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her, his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yan could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now, did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head. a serious expression on his face. You really didn't? Su-Yan asked worriedly. Just now, her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. You really didn't. Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. You lied to me. Su-Yan saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su-Yan with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su-Yan to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su-Yan's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time up close, not a single piece of skin on Su-Yan's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment on Su-Yan's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su-Yan's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su-Yan's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other, inside the hall. The chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su-Yan's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su-Yan had condensed with her yuan qi. Su-Yan sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su-Yan's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su-Yan, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su-Yan's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. Beautiful. Yang Kai praised. Do you like it? Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su-Yan's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact, when facing Su-Yan, he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su-Yan gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su-Yan did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su-Yan's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. Su-Yan. Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su-Yan's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. Don't. Su-Yan dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again. So she hurriedly said, let's talk business first. Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su-Yan used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, how old are you this year? Yang Kai sniffed. 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this, he added, I'm not lying to you. Su-Yan looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while, he helplessly whispered, 15. Almost 16. I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things. Yang Kai grinned. Su-Yan sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. You're too young, it's not good for you to experience this so early. Age is not an issue. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, You've also experienced it. Su Yan blushed and glared at him. Don't tease me like this. No. Yang Kai helplessly said. You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future. Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, If you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month. How about 5 times? Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yan pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times. Okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes it won't be up to you. As long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you. I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak, wait until you grow a little bit. Then after a few years I will definitely not ask you to do this. Su Yan's voice was very soft and gentle, just endure for a few years. Okay? Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily. He also knew that Su Yan was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yan probably misunderstood. Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. I know this. Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yan looked at him and nodded. It's good that you know. This realm is very special. It is the same for every cultivator. You must treat it with caution. As she spoke, Su Yan fumbled around her neck. A moment later she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade. But it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years it has absorbed a lot of my Zhen Yuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your Zhen Yuan. Does this count as a token of love? Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soul Breaker All and the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soul Breaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yan would only harm her. The Yin Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, I'll give you one in the future. Su Yan smiled. The 9 Yin Yuan condensing you gave me is enough? You're the best. Yang Kai said sincerely. Don't praise me. When you praise me my heart starts beating so fast. Su Yan gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. Heh. Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yan flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this, what more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yan wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han Dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yan. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yan was too cold and noble. What do you plan to do after leaving here? Su Yan calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yan was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship? I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Su Yan smiled sweetly. Let's put it this way, I have thought of 2 paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yan. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yan was made public. He and Su Yan, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yan's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yan's choice. Yang Kai hadn't expected that Su Yan would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Yang Kai recovered and said seriously, this proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yan seemed to know he would say this and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Yang Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yan smiled. Although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Yang Kai smiled. Yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me. Su Yan said softly. It won't be long. Yang Kai picked up Su Yan's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yan, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Huh? Su Yan was puzzled. Yang Kai seriously analyzed. The disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9-monster beast, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yan was stunned. She was only thinking about Yang Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Yang Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yan smiled confidently. They can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yan became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Dark Han dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yan would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily. I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way Yang Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person, but they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by two people. She looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yan looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. I'll tell you next time. Yang Kai patted Su Yan's hand. Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me. Su Yan nodded. All right, let's go. There's nothing else here. Yang Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan and Xiahong Chan, blood groups Hu Jiao Er and Long Jun, storm houses Fang Ziki, these were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion Xia Ning Chang, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now, he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master! The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wuya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilion's and Storm House's robberies, while cursing Meng Wuya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group, but now the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it! These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wuya, so he cursed Long Zitian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wuya, how could there be so many troubles now? Dai, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, your father would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zitian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago he was seriously injured by Meng Wuya. During this time he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zitian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Hu Man suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Hu Man anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now, not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away there was a scream of pain. An elder of the storm house's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Storm House. Under the questioning of Xiao Ruohan and the other experts of Storm House, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Black Wind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Black Wind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Black Wind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before, because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the blood group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the blood group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the blood group, dedicating their lives to the blood group, willing to sacrifice their lives for the blood group. Man laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in, because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised man's hypocrisy, but at the same time, they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yan much better. Of course, Su Yan was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan, they were currently standing somewhere in Black Wind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yan wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Black Wind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yan, "Let's split up, we can't go back together." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. "You go back first, there must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance." "I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible," Su Yan exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Just as Su Yan's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yan softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. "Remember what you said. Come find me once a month," Yang Kai said. Su Yan nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. "I'm going." As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yan. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a High Heaven Pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave inheritance may have a promising future. So how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who would come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. "Brother Yang, you also returned safely." Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, "Junior brother, come in and sit." "No need, I just came to see if you were okay." Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. "I still have to go back and cultivate, haha." With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The Beast Soul Cloud opening array made such a big commotion. It was impossible for him not to see it. Unless he had something else to do at that time. Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yongkai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yongkai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again, but this time the footsteps were very light, and it sounded like a woman's. Yongkai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. Little senior sister? Yongkai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xianing Chong, and Yongkai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nining Valley, she hadn't looked for him. Junior brother. Xianing Chong saw Yongkai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony, and directly walked in. You're back? Yes, I just came back. Yongkai nodded. I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, but I couldn't find you. Xianing Chong was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences her ears turned red. I saw you enter that day. Treasurer Meng was so majestic. Yongkai recalled Meng Wuye's domineering and arrogant attitude that day, and felt a little strange. Yes, master, let me in. Oh right, I found some young inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you. Xianing Chong took out a bottle and handed it over. You need this for your cultivation technique, right? Yongkai smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you. Xianing Chong lightly shook her head. No need. Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? No, I just came to take a look. Xianing Chong hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. I'm leaving, you rest well. Okay. Yongkai didn't urge her to stay. You rest well too, don't tire yourself out. Xianing Chong pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Nining Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xianing Chong could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yongkai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xianing Chong leave, Yongkai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yongkai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance in the end disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the Black Wind Trade market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the three sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave Inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Suyin didn't stay in Black Wind Trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yongkai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind Trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yongkai went to the coiling dragon stream. The Three Suns fruit tree where he usually meditated was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yongkai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the chi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yongkai slowly descended to the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but it allowed Yongkai to absorb yang qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the yang qi would become. Yongkai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the coiling dragon stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th elder was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. The danger he felt was enough to consign Yang Kai to eternal damnation and shatter his bones. Chapter 160. Yang Kai just wanted to go down a bit more and absorb more yang qi for his cultivation. Moreover, beside the coiling dragon stream, the astral winds howled and the cultivation environment was really unbearable. If he could open up a hole in the cliff, he could avoid the pain of being exposed to the wind and sun. Putting together the rope he had bought, it was enough to support Kai Yang sliding down 1,000 feet. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai looked down, but the coiling dragon stream was still so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't clearly see the situation below. His heart shivered, thinking that if the rope broke at this time, but the yang qi here was indeed much richer than above. Yang Kai was very satisfied. Looking around for a moment, he carefully knocked on the nearby rock wall and found a good spot. There was an ancient pine tree growing diagonally on the cliff. The dense pine leaves were like a huge umbrella. If he opened up a space under the ancient pine tree, this tree could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a natural advantage. Making up his mind, Yang Kai forced out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and condensed it at his fingertip, turning it into a blade and cutting into the rock wall in front of him. There wasn't much resistance. The sharpness of the yang liquid blade didn't disappoint Yang Kai's expectations, directly cutting through a rock. When Yang Kai was at the initial element boundary 3rd stage, the blade formed from yang liquid could destroy a common grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased by a lot, cutting through the rock was naturally easy. There wasn't much yang liquid left in the dantian. Most of the yang liquid he obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had been used up when he dual cultivated with Su Yan, so now he only had 4 or 5 drops left. After consuming 3 full drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai cut a hole in the rock wall in front of him that could accommodate one person and entered the hole. Yang Kai continued to cut, throwing the cut stones into the coiling dragon stream. After a long time, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the coiling dragon stream. From this sound, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the depth of the coiling dragon stream. Calculating in his heart, he was secretly speechless. This coiling dragon stream was probably more than 10,000 meters deep. After half a day, the cave had expanded a lot, and the yang liquid in the dantian was also used up. Without yang liquid, Yang Kai couldn't continue to open the cave with his own strength. Taking out a bottle from her bosom, this was the bottle that Xia Ningchang had given to Kai Yang yesterday. Thinking of that little senior sister, Yang Kai felt a burst of guilt. Fortunately, he didn't do too much that night in the Nining Mountain Valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face. He ate a few pills. After condensing some yang liquid, he continued to open up his own cave. While doing this, Kai Yang was filled with energy and excitement, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Looking at the gradually expanding cave, Kai Yang had the feeling of a master opening up his own secret cave mansion. Few days later, Yang Kai worked hard in the cave. When he ran out of yang liquid, he would use the pills refined by Xia Ningchang to replenish it. When he was thirsty, he would drink the morning dew from the pine trees, so he wasn't hungry. When one's strength reached the qi transformation stage, it was fine to not eat for a month, but after a long time, one would still need to replenish. 7 days later, the cave could be considered to be completed. Yang Kai stood in the cave looking at his masterpiece. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed foolishly. Today's cave was twice as big as Yang Kai's wooden house. The closest place to the outside was the place where he cultivated. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, he couldn't feel the whistling wind under the coiling dragon stream. He could only hear the whimper of the wind. Compared to cultivating at the top, the environment was much better. Facing the entrance, there was a small stone room on the left. It wasn't very big, and was where Yang Kai prepared to store his things. The 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass he bought from Black Wind Trade were stored inside. The stone room on the right was slightly larger and was used as a resting area. Inside it was a stone bed that Yang Kai had carved out for himself. The bed was smooth and flat. Yang Kai had carefully polished it for a long time, so even if he slept on it, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. For some reason, Yang Kai cut this stone bed to be very big. It was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people tossing and turning on it. Cough cough. It's better to be prepared, Yang Kai thought. There was another stone room in the middle. It was empty, but he didn't know what to put it in. This was Yang Kai's cave. Although it was simple, it was very warm inside. Compared to the wooden house, it was even more enjoyable. Generally, no one would come to the coiling dragon stream. In the future, if he had something that was inconvenient to carry, he could store it here without worrying about being found. Thinking about it, Yang Kai climbed up the rope. Along the way, he cut out a place where he could borrow strength. This way, in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the rope to enter and exit the cave. It would also save him the worry of being found by someone following the rope. Untying the rope around the big stone, Yang Kai returned to the cave. After spending so many days, he had finally created a cultivation place that belonged to him. This kind of cultivation environment was much better than any of the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the tranquil warmth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his chest and took it out. Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. This was a spiritual world spirit treasure. Since it was taken by Yang Kai, it had always been in his bosom. It didn't try to escape, nor did it struggle. At this moment when he took it out, the human face on this world spirit treasure seemed to be smiling at Yang Kai. The old demon had said that this kind of thing could only grow in a strange place where yin and yang qi coexisted. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know why the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a yin-yang monster ginseng, but after obtaining the inheritance, he understood everything. That place was where the yin-yang joyous unification arts inheritance lay, so it naturally made sense for this world spirit treasure to grow. Reaching out, Yang Kai dripped a drop of yang liquid into the yin-yang monster ginseng's body. In an instant, it absorbed the yang liquid, and its expression became more and more pleasant. With a flash of light, the yin-yang monster ginseng flew out of Yang Kai's hand and curiously wandered around the simple cave mansion. Not long after, it found a place on its own, twisted its body, and took root, a look of enjoyment on its face. Along with the dense light, Yang Kai clearly felt that the yang qi below the coiling dragon stream was being continuously absorbed by it. Even the yang qi around him was becoming richer. It actually has such an effect. Yang Kai was shocked. With a thought, he undid the seal on the soul breaker all. The old demon's respectful voice immediately sounded. Old servant greets young master. Take a look at this yin-yang monster ginseng. What's the use? Yang Kai asked. The old demon said, this thing is born by absorbing yin and yang qi. This place is rich in yang qi, so it is a suitable environment for it to grow. However, if you're talking to me, don't beat around the bush. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The old demon trembled when he heard this. Although he had only known Yang Kai for a short time, he was really afraid of him. He had repeatedly sealed his soul inside the soul breaker all and punished him at every turn. The old demon had seen Yang Kai's decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he quickly said, after all, it needs to absorb yin and yang qi. There is only yang qi in this place, so there is no need to worry too much about it in the short term, but as time passes, not only will it not grow, it may even wilt. For it, a solitary yang cannot grow, and a solitary yin cannot grow. This is the yin-yang monster ginseng. It lacks yin qi, doesn't it? Yang Kai asked. Young master's words are correct. This was easy to deal with. He could just ask Su Yan to come and give it some yuan qi, then it should be able to solve this problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, previously, if it met a man and woman who were of the same mind, when they were in love with each other, it would automatically split into 2 kinds of energy and disperse into the man and woman's body, right? Yes, the old demon replied, then was surprised. Young master, you cough? Before being sealed, Yang Kai was still a child, but after seeing Yang Kai this time, the old demon discovered that he had actually lost the innate pure yang qi that he had been born with. This was clearly the result of having close contact with a woman. Who allowed you to spy on me? Yang Kai coldly said. Young master, please forgive old servant, I was only curious. I won't dare in the future. It's best if there is no next time, Yang Kai faintly reminded. Frowning, Yang Kai thought about a lot of things. Although he didn't know the origins of the old demon, He was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about the yin-yang monster ginseng, so what he said shouldn't be a lie. In that hall, when he and Su-Yen were in love with each other, the yin-yang monster ginseng was nearby. However, it didn't transform into energy and integrate into his and Su-Yan's bodies to bind them together. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was that the feelings between him and Su-Yen had not yet reached the point of being of the same mind. Young Kai could understand this. Although the two of them were already husband and wife, that was done under the guidance of the inheritance, not their own free will. If he really thought about it, if he didn't have the yin-yang joyous unification art, Su-Yen would probably hate him for taking her virginity. Even if she didn't hate him, she wouldn't have any good feelings towards him, so how could they possibly be of the same mind? Su-Yen hadn't completely opened her heart, and the same was true for Young Kai. Even if he felt close to her now, he was willing to give up everything for her, including his life, but all of this was the result of the yin-yang monster ginseng art's special effects. The love between a man and a woman was not something that could be cultivated overnight, nor could it be cultivated through a set of secret arts. One day, even without the yin-yang monster ginseng art, the two of them would still treat each other as the most important person in their lives, and only then would they truly be of the same mind. The old demon's somewhat frivolous voice sounded. Young master need not be discouraged. Old servant feels that women are generally very easy to coax. Since young master has already obtained their bodies sooner or later, you will also capture their hearts. This old servant can guarantee with his life. Didn't you die a long time ago? Young Kai chuckled. When old demon saw that Young Kai wasn't annoyed, his courage grew a lot and he smiled. Yes, young master is right. Old servant swears with his soul that women will always have a special feeling for their first man. Young master only needs to use a little bit of skill to make them completely devoted to you. When that time comes, this yin-yang monster ginseng will be able to play a huge role. Old demon nodded. Chapter 161. After he finished speaking, the old demon hesitated again. However, this yin-yang monster ginseng can only be used by one man and one woman. Those two girls are related to young master, so when the time comes, I'm afraid it will be somewhat troublesome to choose. 2. Young Kai felt strange. When he heard the old demon mention them, Young Kai thought it was a slip of the tongue, but after thinking about it for a moment he suddenly understood. The old demon probably thought he had a relationship with the Hu sisters. After all, when he was sealed, he was climbing the endless stairs with Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. After being sealed, the old demon couldn't sense the situation outside, so naturally he didn't know what happened inside the hall. Not wanting to explain too much to him, Young Kai simply said, "In the future, if I am alone with any woman, you seal your divine sense." He was afraid that when he was intimate with Su-Yen in the future, he would forget the existence of the old demon. Hearing this, the old demon hurriedly cried out, "Young master, rest assured, although this old servant is evil, he will not do such things. It's good that you remember. This old servant will remember." After a moment of silence, the old demon said, "Young master, if you don't mind, this old servant would like to take a look at the bottom of this mountain stream." "Oh, what's down there?" Young Kai couldn't help but become interested. He was also very curious about the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but his current strength was insufficient, so there was no way he could explore it. "This old servant doesn't know what is down there, but I can feel a strong yang aura, which is nemesis to this old servant's soul. In addition, there is also a strong demonic chi. These two auras are opposites, so I don't know why they would appear here at the same time. To tell young master the truth, this old servant wants to use the demonic chi down there to restore the strength of his soul, so that he can help young master in the future." Young Kai frowned. When the old demon said there was demonic chi down there, Young Kai could understand. The coiling dragon stream was created by a single strike from a peerless devil, and that devil had also died under the coiling dragon stream, so it was natural that there would be traces of demonic chi left behind. However, the old demon wanted to use the evil demon chi to restore his divine soul. Young Kai couldn't make up his mind. He did not know if he would be able to control the old demon after it grew stronger. If he couldn't control it, he would be shooting himself in the foot. However, after thinking about it, Young Kai felt that he didn't need to worry too much. His strand of divine sense had fused with the old demon, so his life and death were in his hands. While old demon was anxiously waiting, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go." He poured some yuan qi into the soulbreaker, all for the old demon to activate this secret treasure and release it. "Many thanks, young master." The old demon shed tears of gratitude. Wrapping himself around the soulbreaker all, he transformed into a streak of black smoke and flew down the coiling dragon stream. After the old demon left, Yang Kai took out a small pouch from his bosom. This pouch belonged to Lan Chudai, and inside it were 2 seeds of pure heart. Her face flashed in front of his eyes, and Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. If this beautiful senior sister wasn't so scheming, she would definitely be very likable. The first time he met her was when he spent some money to buy her seeds in Black Wind trade. Later, they met again in Heaven's Cave inheritance. Could be said that it was a kind of fate. They explored together, fought together, and were both from the same sect. It could be said that this was an unforgettable memory. If it weren't for her actions, Yang Kai would not have disliked her. In the end, she attacked Nie Yong. Although it was to show goodwill to Yang Kai, it also let Yang Kai see her ruthlessness in reality. When she was useful to him, she would cover for him. Nie Yong had repeatedly looked for trouble with Yang Kai, but Lan Chudai had never said a good word for him. This was because at that time Nie Yong was more useful than Yang Kai. At that time, if Lan Chudai had reprimanded him as a senior sister, Nie Yong would not have been so presumptuous. However, she didn't. Instead, it was Du Yishuang who stood on Yang Kai's side. When Nie Yong was no longer useful, she abandoned him like a worn-out shoe and even attacked him. Yang Kai didn't blame her for anything. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. Others had no right to interfere. Perhaps she was realistic, perhaps she was indifferent, perhaps she was trying to curry favor with those in power, but that was her choice, that was her personality. Knowing this, he didn't want to have a deep relationship with her. He poured out the 2 seeds from the pouch and casually threw the pouch into the coiling dragon stream. "Where should I plant these 2 seeds? Yang Kai looked around and found that this place was full of stone walls. It wasn't suitable for herbs to grow. After thinking about it, Yang Kai came up with an idea. At the base of the ancient pine above his cave, there was a soft place where ordinary pine trees could take root and grow. Since the pure heart was a spirit grass, its vitality was naturally more tenacious. Moreover, this spirit grass grew by absorbing the world's spiritual qi. There was no need to worry about it robbing the nutrients of the ancient pine tree. Making up his mind, Kai Yang dripped a drop of yang liquid onto one of the pure heart seeds. But what surprised him was that after the first drop of yang liquid, the seed didn't change as much as before. It wasn't until Kai Yang dripped a second drop that it became crystal clear and full. This was definitely an earth-grade high-grade spirit grass seed. Otherwise, it would not need to absorb 2 drops of yang liquid. Yang Kai didn't know where Lan Chudai had found this thing, but it was worth it to buy it for 1,000 gold taels. After planting the 2 seeds, Yang Kai returned to his cave and sat cross-legged at the entrance. He closed his eyes and slowly began to circulate his true yang secret art. He began to cultivate for the first time after entering the qi transformation stage. Without warning, the yuan qi suddenly began to riot. Yang Kai's clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. His expression suddenly became ferocious, looking somewhat frightening. Along with the yuan qi's riot, Yang Kai's heart also began to stir. It was a kind of crazy desire to find someone to fight, to make himself bleed, or to make others bleed. In the past, this kind of thought would only appear when he used the unyielding will. But now, just by circulating his true yang secret art, it appeared. This was not a problem with Yang Kai, nor was it a problem with the true yang secret art. It was a sign of the qi transformation stage. Just as Su Yan had wanted to tell Yang Kai before, the qi transformation stage was a very special stage for every cultivator. A cultivator started from body tempering until the yuan qi in the body began to open, reaching the initial element stage, and then breaking through to the qi transformation stage. At this time, the accumulation of yuan qi in the cultivator's body was quite large. It was so large that many cultivators were unable to completely control it. Because it was impossible to control it, the yuan qi would riot. Normally, when he didn't circulate his secret art and didn't use his yuan qi, he was no different from other people. But once he used his yuan qi, he would become like Yang Kai, giving people a very violent feeling. In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. Because of the existence of this phenomenon, there were only two purposes for a qi transformation stage cultivator to cultivate. The first was to continue to accumulate their yuan qi, improve their realm, and enhance their strength. This was a goal that would not change from the beginning to the end. The second was to control their strength in the process of accumulating yuan qi. Depending on the strength of each person, it would take a long time for a qi transformation stage cultivator to completely control their yuan qi. But generally speaking, when a cultivator reached qi transformation stage 7 or 8, they would be able to completely control their yuan qi. For example, Lan Chudai, whom Yang Kai had met before, was like this. When she was operating her yuan qi, there would not be any yuan qi riots. But Dui Shuang Zuan and Ye Yong were unable to do so. Although Dui Shuang was already at qi transformation stage 6, once she fought with others, her gentle temperament would be affected by the yuan qi riots. The uniqueness of the qi transformation stage made it very easy for a cultivator to have conflicts with others at this stage. Everyone's temper was not very good, and no one would admit defeat. Once there was a difference of opinion or displeasing to the eye, there would be a big fight leading to bloody casualties everywhere. This was the stage where the death rate of a cultivator was the highest. In response to this situation, many qi transforming stage martial artists would think of ways to calm their mind. They would either take pills or wear artifacts that could calm their mind. All of these could effectively suppress the impulsiveness and violence in their heart. At this time, the advantage of a cultivator who practiced cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods was highlighted. Because of the cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods, the yuan qi in their body was ice cold, making it easier for them to suppress the changes in their mind and safely pass through this stage. Yang Kai estimated that when Su Yan was in the qi transformation stage, she did not have to worry about this problem. Her body and mind were already frozen, so how could the yuan qi go berserk? Throughout the qi transformation stage, a cultivator would be improving their strength and fighting with the yuan qi in their body. If they succeeded, they would be able to control their own strength and not be affected by it. If they failed, they would be addicted to the pleasure of the sudden increase in strength and gradually lose their nature. Most of the evil spirits and demons came from this. They lost themselves in their own strength and enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, thus falling into the evil spirit path. Above the qi transformation stage, because of the polarization of the cultivator's nature, it was called the separation and reunion stage. However, this stage was still quite far away from the current Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai, after using the true Yang tactics, the yuan qi in his body showed signs of entering the qi transformation stage. However, the influence of the yuan qi on his mind only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. A cold feeling came from his chest. This was the effect of the frigid ice jade essence that Su Yan gave to Yang Kai. It was not the frigid ice jade essence's effect that calmed Yang Kai's mind, but he was not affected by the yuan qi at all. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong with it. With a thought, the yuan qi in his body was like an extension of his arm. It was abnormally flexible, and there was no situation where it could not be controlled. This was a strange phenomenon. He was currently in the qi transforming stage, and although he had the same signs as other martial artists on the surface, he was actually very different on the inside. Other people had to work hard to control their own strength, but Yang Kai did not have to. This was because the yuan qi was under his control from beginning to end, and there was not the slightest bit of disobedience. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that all of this had to do with him adapting to the unyielding will. When he used the unyielding will, he was bloodthirsty and excited, but his heart was very calm. He knew what he was doing and knew how to do it. He would not let the bloodthirsty excitement affect his judgment. This was a good thing. The qi transformation stage cultivator had to go through 2 missions. Yang Kai had already completed one of them. All that was left was to accumulate strength. Chapter 162. Taking out an incense burner and lighting the incense, Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and began cultivating his true Yang secret art. Although the best way to obtain Yang liquid was to directly consume a Yang attribute spirit fruit or absorb the energy from a Yang inflammation stone, Yang Kai still wanted to cultivate his true Yang secret art. He wanted to use the incense to suppress the speed of his true Yang secret art, allowing his yuan qi to adapt to the suppression of the incense. In this way, when it came to battle, his yuan qi would circulate faster and his combat strength would increase. Suppression in order to erupt when needed. Yang Kai cultivated for 2 whole days, except for adding herbs to the incense burner. He didn't touch it. The yuan qi in his body had increased very little, and circulating his true Yang secret art was also very difficult, but Yang Kai still enjoyed it. However, when he circulated his true Yang secret art, he would unintentionally think of Su Yan's appearance. Every time he thought of her, he would recall everything that had happened in the hall, recalling her warm, moist, and delicate skin. Strange, why do I keep thinking of these things? Yang Kai was puzzled. Could it be that he really was a perverted demon who couldn't control himself once he broke through? That shouldn't be the case. In terms of willpower, Yang Kai was very confident. Unable to understand the reason, Yang Kai could only try his best to control himself and not let his imagination run wild. One night 2 days later, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes and listened carefully for a long time, a strange look appearing on his face. He seemed to have heard the sound of someone fighting coming from above, and also heard a cry of alarm. The cry was faintly familiar, but he couldn't hear it clearly. While he was hesitating, a few small stones suddenly fell in front of him. Yang Kai's face went cold and he immediately became vigilant. These small pebbles were clearly the result of someone climbing down from above. His secluded home had only been opened 2 days ago. How could it have been discovered? Who was this person? However, as the movement above him grew louder and louder, Yang Kai's vigilance gradually disappeared and was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. He didn't know why, but he could feel that this person was Su Yan. The restless yuan qi and accelerated blood flow in his body told him this. Perhaps it was because of the art of joyous union. Their previous dual cultivation had caused their yuan qi to fuse. It was because of this connection that they were able to sense each other when they were not far apart. Wasn't it once a month? Why did she come looking for him after being apart for only 10 days? A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai told the old demon not to come back for the time being. He looked at the entrance of the cave with anticipation. A moment later, a white figure flew in from the outside. Without waiting for her to land, Yang Kai reached out and pulled her into his arms. Su Yan's body was very hot, and her heart was pounding against Yang Kai's chest. Under the hazy moonlight, Yang Kai could even see the faint blush on her face. She was still wearing the woman's hair bun and dressed like a young woman. This made her look even more mature and attractive. Yang Kai lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Wait a minute. Su Yan felt the hot breath on her face and resisted the throbbing sensation, gently pushing Yang Kai away. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't force her. I didn't come alone. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Only then did Kai Yang notice that she was actually carrying a person in her hand. This person was on her back and had not moved at all. If not for Su Yan's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed. What's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him made his brain feel a little short of oxygen. Su Yan came to find him, so why did she bring another person with her? Do you know her? Su Yan bit her lip and asked. Her expression was strange, a little guilty, and a little embarrassed. Let me see. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted this person up, holding her in his arms. Be careful, she's a woman. Su Yan reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai's face turned red. He was wondering why he felt something soft pressing against his arm. It turned out that the other party was a woman. Don't touch where you shouldn't. Su Yan glared at him. Yang Kai was embarrassed to death. He hurriedly turned the unknown woman around. After seeing her appearance, Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. Little senior sister? Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He never would have thought that the person Su Yan had brought over was actually Xia Ning Chang. No wonder her back was so familiar. At this moment, Xia Ning Chang's eyes were closed and her face was still covered by a veil. Her breathing was even, obviously she wasn't injured and was just unconscious. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. His mind was in a mess. If it was Su Yan who came to find him in the middle of the night, Yang Kai could barely accept it. But she actually brought the unconscious Xiaoning Chang with her. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Kai was shocked when he remembered the sounds of battle he had just heard. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did you knock her out?" Su Yan's expression was a little unnatural. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't hurt her. She's been here for the past few days. I wanted to come find you but I couldn't, so I knocked her out." Yang Kai held his forehead and was speechless for a long time. Although Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang were both in the Yuanqi realm, one was already in the Yuanqi third stage and the other had just broken through. If they really fought, Xiaoning Chang definitely wouldn't be a match. What's more, Su Yan said that she knocked her out, so it was probably a sneak attack. This matter was troublesome. His little senior sister didn't have much of a temper. Once she woke up and explained, everything would be fine. But if this matter was found out by Meng Wuya, with his domineering nature, Yang Kai sweated just thinking about it. "She seems to care about you a lot. Do you know each other?" Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and asked. And Yang Kai didn't deny it. He carried Xiaoning Chang inside and placed her on the stone bed. Looking at her sleeping face, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt. If she was, he really didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Su Yan didn't say anything and just quietly watched. "You came to find me so late. What's the matter?" Yang Kai hugged her and sat on the edge of the bed. Su Yan unnaturally twisted her body and pursed her lips. After a long time she said, "Nothing. So you missed me?" Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan gently nodded her head. Yang Kai was about to make his next move when Su Yan suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. She sternly said, "This is very unusual. I cultivate Ice Heart's secret art. Nothing can affect my heart, so this is impossible. But now, when I cultivate, I begin to think of you. The more I suppress it, the more I think of you. I also miss you." These words immediately caused Su Yan's body to soften, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist. "We'll talk about this later." Yang Kai pushed Su Yan down on the stone bed and wantonly roamed his hands. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her clothes gradually became messy. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Through the reflection of the hazy moonlight, he could see Su Yan's jade-like skin faintly discernible, her tall and straight twin peaks exuding an alluring luster under her thin corset. Her pair of slender legs were partially visible, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils along with her gentle breath. Her face, her nose, her lips, and her tightly closed, trembling eyes were all as beautiful as a dream that would shatter upon waking up. Her expression was nervous and expectant. Pure as ice, pure as jade, the goddess that all the male disciples of the three sects yearned for was lying under him, allowing him to taste her. Especially the layer of pure and holy light on her face, at this moment, revealed a different kind of charm. Yang Kai was full of vigor. How could he resist such temptation? A warm current surged into his dantian as he bent down and kissed every inch of Su Yan's delicate skin. She trembled, unconsciously twisting, and moaning again and again. After a long time, Yang Kai gently penetrated deeper. Her body was filled to the brim. After Su Yan experienced a slight discomfort, the convulsive taste swallowed her like a tide. She reservedly cooperated. Even if she covered her mouth with her hands, there were still sounds of babbling coming out. Inside the stone room, there was a riot of falling petals and a delicate fragrance. After the wind and rain, the two snuggled together awkwardly. It wasn't because of the awkwardness of facing each other, but because after such a long battle, the two finally remembered that there was still Xiaoning Chang beside them. She was sleeping less than half a foot away from them. Fortunately, she was in a coma. Not only was Yang Kai rejoicing, but Su Yan was also very scared. They didn't know why, but when they were dual cultivating, they only had each other in their hearts. They didn't care about Xiaoning Chang at all. Hugging the beauty in his arms, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. "Su Yan, I don't think this is a problem between you and me." Su Yan gently nodded. Her soft long hair scattered on Yang Kai's chest, lifting up a lot when he moved slightly. "It should be because of the joyous unification art. When you and I cultivate, we can't help but think of each other. Moreover, with your situation, the more you cultivate, the more you will think of each other." Su Yan gently punched Yang Kai lightly, scolding him for speaking so bluntly. I haven't cultivated much these days, so my feelings aren't as deep as yours. Young Kai told the truth. He had only cultivated for 2 days, and when he cultivated, he was suppressed by the strange fragrance, so his situation was much better than Su Yan's. It seems that you and I are destined to be tied together. Young Kai smiled happily. We can't do that. Su Yan firmly said. If you and I are together, we can't control the thoughts in our hearts. Then what do you want to do? Young Kai asked. Suppress it. Do your best to suppress it. We can't become slaves to the joyous unification art. We are cultivating it, not it controlling us. Su Yan had clearly made a decision. After speaking, she gently looked up at Young Kai. I know this is a bit cruel to you. The ice heart secret art I cultivate gives me a great advantage when suppressing my heart, but you are different. Your yuan qi is full of yang energy. Once it surges out, it will be much more violent than mine. Chapter 163. I understand. Young Kai nodded solemnly. If you really can't suppress it, you can go find another woman. Su Yan's long eyelashes flickered, her expression serious. That's not necessary, I'm not a pervert. Young Kai smiled bitterly. Su Yan slowly shook her head. You don't understand when that kind of feeling surges up and you're not by my side. I came to find you 2 days ago, but this junior sister Xia has been nearby. I had no choice but to make a move on her. I hope she won't blame me when she wakes up. Is that feeling very strong? Young Kai frowned. He naturally understood what kind of temperament Su Yan had. For such a pure and innocent woman to shamelessly ask for something from him, it could be imagined what kind of limit she had reached. Very strong, so strong that my body and mind trembled. Su Yan said seriously, so I don't object to you finding another woman. Young Kai felt a little guilty after hearing her words, but he didn't dare to say anything without full confidence. Su Yan shrank into Young Kai's arms and glanced to the side. For example, this junior sister Xia is a very good candidate. I see that she cares about you a lot. Although she's wearing a veil, she's definitely a beautiful person. Her strength isn't low, her heart is kind, and her temper is gentle. You might as well interact with her more. If you can't hold on and I'm not by your side, there will be someone who can comfort you. You can't say that, the consequences are very serious. Young Kai felt a headache whenever he thought of Meng Wuya. How did you two meet? Young Kai briefly explained what happened in the Nining Mountain Valley, but he didn't mention the kiss. It wasn't that Young Kai wanted to hide it from Su Yan, but this matter involved Xia Ningchang's reputation, so how could he casually talk about it? So it's like that, then I have to thank her. After listening, Su Yan couldn't help but have a good impression of Xia Ningchang. The 9 yuan condensing dew that Young Kai gave her was from Xia Ningchang. When she wakes up, find a time to apologize. Senior sister Xia won't blame you. Young Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, I will. The two of them hugged each other until the middle of the night and exchanged many intimate words. Around midnight, Su Yan got up and put on her clothes. I should go, Su Yan said softly. Leaving Kai Yang for her was also a kind of tempering and test of her mind. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Young Kai pulled her to the entrance of the cave and pointed at the yin yang monster ginseng. Give it some yuan qi first. What is this? Su Yan squatted down and looked at the yin yang monster ginseng in confusion, and couldn't help but ask, it's actually smiling at me. Is it a world spirit treasure? Yes, it's a kind of heaven and earth spirit creature that absorbs yin qi and yang qi to survive. There's only yang qi here, so I need you to replenish the yin qi. Su Yan didn't hesitate. She touched the yin-yang monster ginseng and poured the yuan qi from her body into it, making the world spirit creature's expression much happier. After a while, Su Yan took back her hand, stood up and hugged Young Kai. After hugging, she turned and left. Young Kai smiled and looked at her back and didn't ask her to stay. It wasn't until Su Yan's body was about to disappear that Young Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, when will senior sister Xia wake up? Tomorrow. Su Yan's voice came from afar. She didn't take Xia Ningchang with her. She deliberately stayed here because she wanted Young Kai to have more contact with her. As for what Young Kai would say when the girl woke up, she didn't need to worry. With Young Kai's intelligence, it would be easy for him to make up a lie and win her favor. After leaving Yang Kai's cave mansion, Su Yan flew to the top of the coiling dragon stream. Su Yan turned her head and looked back, her heart filled with guilt and uneasiness. At this moment she felt like a bad woman. She wanted to rush over and give Yang Kai a good beating, then leave satisfied. As soon as this thought arose, Su Yan's face turned red. Su Yan blamed herself on the top of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, his heart in a mess. After thinking for a while, he began to sweat. He suddenly remembered that he had neglected a very important matter. According to Su Yan, she used a drug to make Xia Ningqiang faint. However, she didn't know what kind of physique Xia Ningqiang had. Sacred spirit medicine body. It was the best medicine furnace in the world. Combined with her secret art, she could refine all the energy in the world into pills. When it came to alchemy, Xia Ningqiang was a grandmaster. How could such a person be knocked out by a mere drug? Even if she had fainted at the time, she certainly wouldn't have woken up until dawn. With her special physique, she would have woken up in just a moment. No way. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. His body stiffened as he stood at the entrance of the cave, not daring to move for a full 2 hours. Yang Kai had the urge to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a long time, Yang Kai mechanically turned around and walked step by step towards the stone room where the stone bed was placed. Inside the sealed stone room there was still a damp smell. As he approached, Kai Yang could clearly feel that Xia Ningqiang's breathing had changed. Although it was very small, if one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Kai Yang's attention was completely focused on Xia Ningqiang. So how could such a small change escape his notice? This was really awkward. After wiping his face, Yang Kai braced himself and walked over to Xia Ningqiang's side and slowly sat down. Since this little senior sister was placed on the stone bed, she had been lying there without moving. Her soft breasts slowly rose and fell with her breathing. Her well-proportioned and petite body only occupied one side of the stone bed. Her slender and beautiful legs were straight, and she was wearing a long green dress. This empty stone room was full of spring. Kai Yang stared at her quietly, not even blinking once. As expected, Xia Ningqiang's breathing had changed again. Her heartbeat had also become much more rapid. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He bent down and whispered into Xia Ningqiang's ear, little senior sister, little senior sister." Xia Ningqiang didn't move and didn't open her eyes. It was as if she was really unconscious. Yang Kai helplessly said, "I'm going to lift your veil." Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never seen her real face since he met her. Every time Xia Ningqiang appeared, her face was covered by a veil. Even when they kissed in the Nining Valley, she only lifted a corner of her veil and didn't reveal her full face. It was impossible for Yang Kai to not be curious about her appearance. But he wasn't so bored as to ask to see her face. At this moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the veil, slowly lifting it up. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had been observing the changes in Xia Ningqiang's expression. But even when he was about to lift the veil, Xia Ningqiang didn't resist at all. She really could endure it. Yang Kai was in awe. After testing a few more times and confirming that she really wouldn't wake up, Yang Kai finally put down the veil. He laughed strangely and said, "Little senior sister, if you don't wake up, I'm going to humph humph humph." This laughter was full of meaning and was full of intonation. Its deep meaning was self-evident. As he spoke, Yang Kai spread his 10 fingers and shook Xia Ningqiang's lower abdomen as if he had chicken claws. Once he touched her, he immediately retracted his fingers, causing waves of strange sounds. Xia Ningqiang couldn't help but move her body. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably curved upwards. But she still didn't open her eyes. She let him torture her as she lay there unconscious. Yang Kai threatened her for a long time. He even pretended to grab her breasts, but she ignored him. "Fine, you really are unconscious." After a long battle of wits and courage, Yang Kai had no choice but to admit defeat. He faintly sighed, "Little senior sister, sleep well. When dawn comes, you won't remember anything." After saying this, Yang Kai got up and walked to the entrance of the cave to continue meditating. The night passed in silence. When dawn came, Yang Kai walked in again and looked at Xia Ningqiang. He couldn't help but be speechless. It was really difficult for her to maintain this position for an entire night. He didn't know if her body was numb or not. After thinking about it, Yang Kai turned her over and let her lie on her side on the stone bed. After doing this, Yang Kai followed the passage he had cut out and climbed to the top of the coiling dragon stream. When it came to Xiaoningschang, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Whether she was awake or unconscious, this little senior sister had a simple temperament. Even if she bumped into him in Suyen, she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Walking all the way to the interior of High Heaven Pavilion, as he passed by the contribution hall, Old Man Meng enthusiastically called out, "Little Yang Kai." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, but he pretended not to hear, and in a flash he disappeared. Why did he run? Old Man Meng frowned for a long time, but couldn't remember how he had offended him. How could he know that Yang Kai was feeling guilty because of last night's events? Greetings, Treasurer Meng. A group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples respectfully saluted Treasurer Meng. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, how could Old Man Meng receive such treatment? Everyone only thought of him as a small shopkeeper. But since that day when he showed off his strength and suppressed the entire blood battle gang, everyone knew that this somewhat lecherous shopkeeper was actually a master who didn't show off his strength. Who would dare be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of him? Each and every one of them was more well-behaved than a rabbit. Seeing that Old Man Meng didn't chase after him, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As he walked, he saw many people gathered in front of the martial skill pavilion, bustling with noise and excitement. Standing in place and listening for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood what was going on. With the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance this time, many disciples had obtained various martial skills and cultivation methods through different channels. With regards to these martial skills and cultivation methods, the sect was naturally interested in collecting them and using them to fill the sect's martial skills pavilion. If a disciple was willing to contribute their martial skills and secret arts to the sect, they would receive some contribution points as a reward, and the rewards were quite generous. It wasn't only High Heaven Pavilion that did this. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also had such a reward system. Yang Kai himself had obtained 2 sets of martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. One was the Burning Sun Burst, the other was the Star Mark, but he wasn't interested in submitting them, especially the Star Mark, which was his own unique weapon. Chapter 164. However, if someone was willing to exchange martial skills with him, he could give up the Scorching Sun's Burst. However, the sect strictly forbade disciples from exchanging martial skills privately, which made him feel quite regretful. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a cold shout came from not far away Yang Kai. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The person who shouted was a 26 or 27-year-old youth. Yang Kai recognized this person. It was Chao Zhengwen from the disciplinary hall. A few months ago, he was the one who ordered him, Li Yuntian and the others to be thrown into the forest prison. Chao Zhengwen walked in front of Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, his eyes cold. "Brother, do you need something?" Chao Zhengwen coldly snorted. Without speaking, he waved his hand and threw an object directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and caught the object. His calm expression made Chao Zhengwen's face tremble. He obviously didn't expect that his hidden energy would be so easily neutralized by Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at the object in his hand. It was a letter, but he didn't immediately open it. "A promotion order," Chao Zhengwen explained with a straight face. "According to the order of the Elder Council, trial disciple Yang Kai has broken through to the initial element stage and is promoted to an ordinary disciple." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Promoted?" "Correct." Chao Zhengwen nodded. "You have been in the sect for 3 years, but you haven't broken through to the tempered body stage, so you were demoted to a trial disciple. However, since you diligently cultivated and finally broke through to the initial element stage, the Elder Council has decided to give you a promotion opportunity." "Opportunity?" Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words. Chao Zhengwen said meaningfully, "As long as you complete the task given by the Elder Council, you can be promoted from a trial disciple to an ordinary disciple. In the history of High Heaven Pavilion, only you have received this honor. This is a rare opportunity." Junior brother Yang, you must properly grasp it. Whether or not you can make a comeback will depend on this opportunity. Not interested. Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the promotion order back to Chao Zheng. Chao Zhengwen's expression changed. He raised his hand and took it, saying sternly, Yang Kai, this is the order of the Elder Council. Do you dare to refuse? What happened to the Council of Elders? Yang Kai said impatiently, I don't steal, I don't rob. I'm just an honest High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple. Do they still want to force me to advance? Although Yang Kai didn't know what the mission in the letter was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to complete. It might even be very dangerous. So you're the kind of person who is content with mediocrity. Chao Zhengwen laughed sarcastically. Speaking of which, this promotion order should have been given to Yang Kai when he was rescued by Su Yan from the forest prison. However, after Yang Kai went to the Nining Valley with Xiaoning Chang, the Heaven's Cave inheritance order appeared again 2 days after they returned. It had been delayed until now. Whether I'm mediocre or not, it's not up to you to say. Yang Kai curled his lips and walked past Chao Zhengwen. Yang Kai! Chao Zhengwen shouted, attracting the attention of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Don't think that because you obtain some opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, you can act so arrogantly. You're not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter there. You dare to ignore the Elder Council's order. You know the consequences. Scram. Yang Kai turned around and roared at Chao Zhengwen with a murderous look on his face. The latter was stunned for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Yang Kai had already disappeared. In front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, there was silence. Many High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had just witnessed the scene were secretly shocked. Yang Kai had actually ignored the Elder Council's order. This was simply unbelievable. For them, the Elder Council's order was the golden rule. Once the order was given, even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they had to rush through it. When had they ever dared to refuse? But just now, a trial disciple in front of them had refused the Elder Council's order. Wasn't this defying the rules? Did he still have any respect for the elders? Many people admired Kai Yang in their hearts, but at the same time, they also secretly scolded him. They thought that Kai Yang was probably a person who was content with mediocrity, so he refused the promotion order. Chao Zhengwen stood in place with an ashen face. The promotion order in his hand had been crushed by him, and he was both annoyed and at a loss for what to do. The Great Elder had personally told him that no matter what, Yang Kai had to accept this promotion order and complete the task. As for what the task was, Chao Zhengwen had secretly glanced at it. Go to the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land alone and kill a demon cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own. This task could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. The Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land was a place where countless evil cultivators gathered. If one could meet a lone demon cultivator, naturally it would be easy to complete the task, but if one's luck was bad and they encountered a powerful demon cultivator, even the elders would not be able to escape. Chao Zhengwen had thought that Yang Kai would accept the task no matter what, but he had not expected him to be so bold as to refuse the Elder Council's order in front of so many people. How could he explain this? Standing in place for a long time, Chao Zhengwen bitterly clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Early in the morning, his mood was ruined by Chao Zhengwen, so Yang Kai's face was somewhat gloomy. If it were not for that person asking him to come to High Heaven Pavilion 3 years ago, he would not have come all the way here. But why did that person ask him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What did this place have to do with him? After entering the sect for more than 3 years, Yang Kai had experienced the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. He did not have the slightest sense of belonging to High Heaven Pavilion. If there was any sense of nostalgia, it was probably only Su Yan. But this sense of nostalgia had only arisen recently. Right, there was also Xiaoning Chang. When he got along with this little senior sister, he felt very warm. While walking, someone hurriedly caught up with him from behind. With a whiff of fragrant wind, a person shouted, "Junior brother Yang." Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. The person who had come was actually Lan Chudai. Although the conflict in Heaven's Cave inheritance was not very pleasant, after all, they were fellow disciples. Moreover, she did not provoke him. Yang Kai patiently greeted her. "Senior sister Lan." Lan Chudai smiled. Perhaps it was because she was gasping for breath. but her large chest trembled. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened in Heaven's Cave inheritance. She looked at Yang Kai with a natural expression and said, "I thought that you would never talk to me again. Senior sister, you worry too much." Yang Kai smiled gently. Lan Chudi's bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "I was wrong in Heaven's Cave inheritance. Junior brother, I hope that master will not hold a grudge against me." She was a smart woman. She bluntly pointed out what happened in the Heaven's Cave of inheritance and brushed it over lightly, which made her seem more sincere and not hypocritical. Not to mention that Yang Kai was not a petty person. Even if he had a problem with her at this moment, it would be resolved. Yang Kai smiled faintly and shook his head. "Senior sister is too serious. It is not a big deal. Junior brother, I feel much better now that you have said so." Lan Chudai covered her full chest with her hands. Her expression was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She immediately frowned and said, "Junior brother, you were too reckless today. Why did you refuse the order of the elders? You will be in trouble. Didn't Chao Zhengwen say that I am a mediocre person? Since I am mediocre, I don't need to think about promotion. What's wrong with being a trial disciple?" Seeing that Lan Chudai was about to speak, Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't want to talk to anyone today. Please forgive me. Goodbye." Lan Chudai was startled and nodded with a smile. She could naturally see that although Yang Kai's tone was very calm, there was still a hint of coldness between his eyebrows. At this time, if she continued to pester him, it would only annoy him. After saying goodbye to Lan Chudai, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. Xianing Chong was nowhere to be seen. He should have already left. Not only that, but there were also 2 potted plants. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. It took him a long time to remember that they should be the 2 pots that were placed in front of the contribution hall counter. He often saw Old Man Meng take care of these 2 pots, but now they were moved to this place by Xianing Chong. In High Heaven Pavilion, because of Yang Kai's refusal, there was a surging undercurrent. In the first elder's residence, Chao Zhengwen reported the events of the morning with great indignation. After listening to the report, Wei Shitong choked on his tea. He refused? The great elder thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold. Yes, Chao Zhengwen was still furious, he said. Not only did he refuse, he even slandered the Elder Council's prestige in front of so many junior martial brothers and sisters. Grand Elder, he shone with an unknown martial art in the Heaven's Cave of Heritage. I'm afraid because of this, he became arrogant and thought that he was a big shot, so he didn't put the Elder Council in his eyes. This person must be severely punished, otherwise it will be difficult to convince others. If in the future the Elder Council issues an order, any disciple can refuse, then... You shut up. Wei Shitong slammed the table and looked at Chao Zhengwen angrily. If he refuses, can't you force the order on him and make him accept it? Chao Zhengwen was at a loss. He thought to himself, if he refused, why would I make trouble for myself? Isn't this the same as putting my face on someone's cold butt? His refusal is a good thing. I can use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Why does the great elder have such a reaction? But looking at the great elder's gloomy face, Chao Zhengwen did not dare to say anything. Go, no matter what, even if you kneel down and beg him, make him accept this order. Wei Shitong thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Chao Zhengwen was stunned. Kneel down and beg? What are you waiting for? The great elder slapped the table into smithereens. Yes, Chao Zhengwen did not dare to stay and quickly left. In the second elder's pavilion, Su Xuanwu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a chessboard with black and white pieces crisscrossing. The black pieces were imposing, surrounding the white pieces but not killing them. This was a lifeless endgame. A disciple beside him was reporting something. After hearing the report, Su Xuanwu revealed a strange expression. He refused. That disciple said respectfully, yes, brazenly and condescendingly refused. Su Xuanwu's expression kept changing. After a while he laughed. Good refusal, good refusal. Eldest senior brother. Oh, eldest senior brother, you've shot yourself in the foot. I'm afraid this isn't a good feeling. Chapter 165. That day when Treasurer Meng had taken the sect master's jade pendant to the Elder Council to promote Kai Yang to an ordinary disciple, Wei Shitong had wanted to play some tricks. His original intention was to test Kai Yang, but he had not expected that things would not go as he had expected. Kai Yang's rejection had directly caused his initiative to become passive, catching him off guard. Thinking of this, Su Xianwu felt a burst of joy. Second elder, don't we need to take action? Yang Kai's refusal will surely bring him trouble. The disciple asked again. No. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head. There is no need to worry about this, we just need to watch the show. Yes. Although the disciple did not understand why, he did not dare to refute. Wei Shitong, I want to see how you explain this to the sect master. With a confident expression, Su Xianwu placed the white piece in his hand. The lifeless situation suddenly showed signs of recovery, and the besieged white piece raised its head like a dragon, faintly showing signs of breaking out. Yang Kai naturally did not know that his unintentional action would involve so many people. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, his mind calm. A day later, Yang Kai stood up and called out to the old demon in his heart. A moment later, a black chi flew out from the coiling dragon stream and wrapped around Yang Kai's fingers before disappearing. What did you find down there? Yang Kai asked. Old servant did not dare to go too deep, only absorbing some demonic chi 1,000 feet down, but did not find much. But young master can rest assured, after old servant recovers some of his strength, he will definitely go deeper to investigate. The old demon's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded, squatting down and touching the yin-yang monster ginseng, feeding it a drop of yang liquid and saying, stay here and absorb yang qi. Remember, if those two women are not here, you must run away, understand? The yin-yang monster ginseng's facial features showed a look of understanding. Young master, are you going somewhere far away? The old demon asked. I'm going out for a walk, you come with me. Of course. The old demon's tone was somewhat excited. Young master, on this trip, if you encounter anyone you want to kill, do not let them go. Old servant's soul breaking all has lost its spirituality, and needs a person's soul to repair it. The more souls it absorbs, the stronger the breaking all's effect will. If it can be completely repaired, hey, with one less master you can dominate the world. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Obviously he was not fooled by the old demon's words. He had his own reasons to go out. First, if Yang's to stay. Secondly, he had also considered the fact that Su Yan was currently cultivating the joyous unification art, making it impossible for her to control her own desires. If he stayed here, it would be very difficult for her to control her desires once they surged out. The ice heart art she cultivated was destined to not be able to shake her heart too much. If he left, it would be the same as helping her cut off all means of retreat. She would have to resist with all her strength, which would be of great benefit to her cultivation. The third point was due to personal considerations. Cultivating in the Qi transformation stage was not as simple as just meditating. Only by experiencing life and death would one be able to quickly grow. Thinking of the gap in strength between him and Su Yan, Yang Kai felt that he could no longer stay in the sect and live a comfortable life. Leaving a letter in the cave, Yang Kai packed lightly and left High Heaven Pavilion under the cover of night. In a tree branch that Yang Kai could not see, a green figure stood there. She did not say anything to persuade him to stay, nor did she come forward to say goodbye. Instead, she just quietly watched him. The night wind blew, blowing the thin veil, revealing a face so beautiful it could cause the downfall of a country. After a long time, an old voice sounded behind her, disciple, it's late at night, you should rest early. His tone was full of helplessness and love. Xia Ningchang hugged her arms, feeling a little cold. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai couldn't think of a good place to go. So he just randomly chose a direction, and with a flash of light under his feet he dashed off. In one night, he was 200 to 300 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. After a night of rapid travel, Yang Kai's mind was immersed in an atmosphere of enlightenment. He felt the changes in the yuan qi in his legs. Every time his speed increased, there would be an inexplicable movement, and he was looking forward to finding a reasonable pattern. Since the Ninein Mountain Valley, Yang Kai had roughly understood how to use yuan qi to increase his speed. After experimenting with the Heaven's Cave inheritance a few times, The results were not bad. However, this was only a rough use of yuan qi, and there was no fixed pattern. When facing an enemy, powerful martial skills were important, but if one had exquisite footwork, it could also make a person like a tiger that had grown wings, making it easier to deal with the enemy's attacks. This was something that Yang Kai deeply experienced when he killed Long Hui. At that time, Long Hui had relied on a set of footwork to play with Yang Kai for a long time. Footwork was something that Yang Kai currently lacked the most. Yang Kai knew that he was only a small cultivator in the Qi transformation stage, so it was impossible for him to create exquisite footwork. However, he could find the most reasonable and effective way to use yuan qi from his own walking and running. He could think about how to increase his speed, and how to use the smallest amount of yuan qi to its maximum effect. The things that he comprehended might not be very high level, and might not be useful to others, but it was definitely the most suitable for himself. Powerful martial skills were created by those with profound strength through endless comprehension. It was the condensation of one's own strength and thoughts. While comprehending, Yang Kai's movements were strange and strange. His face was full of confusion, as if he had lost his soul, but his legs were moving non-stop. Sometimes he would dash a few dozen li to the east, sometimes he would turn south and walk slowly for a few dozen li, sometimes he would turn west and sometimes he would turn north. Crossing mountains and crossing rivers, his speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and his direction was uncertain. Occasionally he would crash into a big tree, or fall into a puddle, causing his clothes to be torn and tattered. However, Yang Kai did not care about this at all. Only when his strength was exhausted would he stop temporarily and look for some wild animals to fill his stomach. After he recovered, he would continue this aimless journey. Seeing this, Old Demon was secretly startled. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew what Yang Kai was doing. It was only because Old Demon knew what he was doing that he was shocked. A mere cultivator in the Qi transformation stage was actually able to fall into such a deep state of comprehension. It was as if his body and mind were one. This completely subverted the Old Demon's understanding. Although he admired him, the Old Demon did not think much of it. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Even if he was comprehending and creating, it was impossible for him to obtain anything too profound. According to the Old Demon's opinion, instead of running around blindly, it was better to find a place to refine some secret treasures that could carry people. With the help of secret treasures, there was no need to use his feet to travel. However, thinking about Yang Kai's personality, the Old Demon did not dare to say his opinion. This was because the secret treasure refining methods he knew were all extremely evil. It required melting the human body and sealing the human soul. If he said this out loud, he would definitely be spurned by Yang Kai. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai was still immersed in his comprehension. He did not know how many li he had run. There was no progress in his comprehension of his own footwork, but he did have some experience in controlling yuan qi. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's speed increased sharply, 2 flames would appear under his feet. But now the flames were no longer visible. Even the fluctuations of yuan qi could not be felt. When he was running, there was no trace to be found. It was smooth and natural. Not only that, the traces of yuan qi's riot gradually calmed down. It was no longer like when he had just advanced. When yuan qi moved, people could see through it at a glance. Another few days passed. Yang Kai, who was running, suddenly slowed down. It was as if he was strolling in a courtyard. After a while, his figure was in a trance. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 zhang away. Before he could stabilize himself, he was in a trance again. When this figure dissipated, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never moved. His light steps were still leisurely moving forward. After a while, this strange situation appeared again. But this time Yang Kai's figure flickered more than before. Day after day of comprehension and experimentation, Yang Kai's figure finally flickered 7 times. When he stopped, he was already more than 100 zhang away. His face was a little red. He took a deep breath and a smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. The Old Demon's voice sounded at the right time. "Congratulations, young lord, on refining your own footwork. This old servant admires young lord's divine power." "Don't flatter me." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "In your opinion, What do you think of this footwork? The old demon pondered for a moment and then said, Young lord, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Let me hear the lies first. The old demon's voice immediately sounded, This footwork is unparalleled in the world. It doesn't seem to exist in the mortal world. There are no traces of movement, just like the antelope hanging its horns. This old servant is ashamed. I have never seen such exquisite footwork in my life. I really don't know how to evaluate it. Yang Kai laughed heartily. What you said is too fake. Tell me the truth. The old demon smiled and said seriously, Young lord, you created this footwork while in the chi transformation stage. This old servant really admires you. However, this footwork is not perfect. What young lord is feeling now is too rough. If you use this footwork to deal with a cultivator of the same level, there shouldn't be a big problem. But if you meet an opponent who is stronger than young lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult to use. Moreover, this footwork is a small area movement technique. It's not suitable for long-distance travel. Moreover, I see that young lord can only use this footwork 7 times. I'm afraid that's your limit. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, acknowledging the old demon's words. His current strength was still too low. He couldn't feel anything too deep. He was already very satisfied to be able to create a footwork that belonged to him. When his strength increased in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to feel and correct it. Moreover, his harvest was not only to create this footwork, but also to learn how to hide his own yuan qi fluctuations during his travels. When he wasn't fighting, Yang Kai looked no different from a normal person. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be like the mad demon like before unless he used the unyielding will. Chapter 166. These benefits were not something that could be obtained by meditating in his own cave. Yang Kai was glad that he had decided to come out. How many days have I been gone? Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon replied. It had been so long, but Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. He did not expect that his enlightenment would take so long. Fortunately, Dantian had a lot of yang liquid stored in it, all of which were condensed from the pills Xia Ningchang had given him. Otherwise, it would not have been enough to support him for such a long time. 35 days. I wonder how Su Yan is doing now. However, Yang Kai had confidence in her. Su Yan was not an ordinary woman. The reason why she could not control herself last time was probably because he was still in High Heaven Pavilion, causing her heart to waver. But this time he was already far away. Under such circumstances, she could only use all her strength to resist the throbbing that came with her cultivation. She would definitely succeed. He believed that the next time they met, Su Yan's strength would have improved a lot. Ice Heart secret art not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. Where is this? Yang Kai looked around, not knowing where he was. After more than 30 days of running, Yang Kai estimated that he was now very far away from High Heaven Pavilion. Confused, Yang Kai's ears twitched and he looked behind him. There was some movement coming from that direction. Quietly standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai saw a fleet of carriages in the distance. Moving to the side of the road, Yang Kai stared at the approaching fleet. There were a total of 3 carriages in this fleet. Next to the carriages were a few cultivators armed with swords, riding on tall horses. Standing on the side of the road, Yang Kai obviously attracted the attention of these cultivators. He could feel many vigilant eyes looking at him, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and he did not react, just standing there quietly. After more than a month of enlightenment, he had almost completely restrained the yuan qi in his body. Not to mention standing here, even when he moved, he did not necessarily release much yuan qi fluctuations. These cultivator did not seem to be very strong, so how could they know the depth of Yang Kai? Therefore, she only glanced at him for a moment and then let her guard down. On the first horse, a middle-aged man shouted at Yang Kai, "Little beggar, get out of the way. Don't block the road." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to be a busybody, so he took a few steps back to avoid eating the dust. Yang Kai originally wanted to stop them and ask where this place was, but when he saw the vigilant look of the cultivator, he dismissed the idea. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. A few horses whizzed past, followed by a procession of carriages. Looking carefully, Kai Yang noticed that among the 3 carriages, The one in the middle had left a deep mark on the ground. It should be some kind of valuable object that had been planted there. As the last carriage passed by, a faint fragrance wafted from it. From the window of that carriage, a pair of bright eyes met Yang Kai's for a brief moment. This carriage was obviously filled with women. After the procession of carriages passed by, Yang Kai walked on the road and looked in the direction they were heading. He didn't know where this place was, but since the procession of carriages was going this way, it must be going to a place with people. He might as well follow. But after a few steps, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that a person in the procession of carriages turned around and rushed towards him. This person was the middle-aged man who shouted at him just now. What is he going to do? Rob. Kai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Since he was so daring, he stood there motionless. Not long after, the middle-aged man rode his horse to Yang Kai and pulled the reins. The tall horse raised its front hooves and neighed. Yang Kai looked at him quietly. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient and said, "Little beggar, you are lucky. My lady is kind-hearted. She said that there might be bandits and wild beasts in this wilderness. She asked us to give you a ride." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bent down and reached out to grab Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai wanted to resist, but he quickly restrained himself. Although the other party's attitude was not good, he did not have any malicious intentions. Anyway, he was going to chase them to a place with people. This approach was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The middle-aged man lifted Yang Kai and placed him on the horse's back. He patted the horse's belly with his feet and shouted, turned the horse's head and chased after the procession of carriages. Yang Kai was confused. While he was hesitating, the middle-aged man had returned to the procession of carriages. He lifted his collar again and threw him into the air. He smiled and said, "Old Wu, catch." On the first carriage, the old coachman didn't even bat an eyelid. The whip in his hand swept through the air, wrapping around Kai Yang's waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled Kai Yang to his side and sat him down. The procession of carriages didn't stop for a moment from beginning to end. This old man was a master. Yang Kai looked at old Wu in surprise. He estimated that he was at least in Yuanqi state. Although in a sect like High Heaven Pavilion, Yuanqi state was nothing. The younger generation, Su Yan and Xia Hongchen, had already cultivated to Yuanqi state. But for those small forces and families, Yuanqi state was already in existence they looked up to. There were even some who could dominate a small place even if they were in separation and reunion state. Old Wu was motionless. His eyelids were drooping, and the wrinkles on his face were crisscrossing. He looked like he was about to die. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he picked up a water bottle beside him and handed it to Yang Kai. "Thank you, old mister." Yang Kai took a sip and immediately spat it out. The cultivator on the horses in front laughed. Someone said, "Old Wu, how can you give him such a strong drink? Isn't this the same as asking for his life? Your wine, we don't dare to touch it." Yang Kai felt as if there was a fire in his throat. He was secretly speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk wine before, but this was the first time he had drunk such a strong drink. "I'll return it to you." Yang Kai felt that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so he handed the bottle back. Elder Wu took it and drank a mouthful. His withered face seemed to be glowing, and he drove the carriage more and more skillfully. Being kindly taken in, Yang Kai didn't say much. He just quietly sat beside old Wu. When they reached the destination, they separated from the group. The speed of the convoy wasn't very fast. After all, they still had to take care of the women's health. It wasn't until evening that they had traveled 70 to 80 li. When night fell, the convoy stopped and found a place in the wilderness to start a fire and cook. There were about 30 people in this group, all of whom were veterans. Soon, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Yang Kai walked down and stretched his body, thinking about the insights he had gained over the past few days and stabilizing his state of mind. Not long after, a third carriage also walked down. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 3 women coming down. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure was plump and her skin was like white jade. Her charm was boundless. Beside her were 2 younger women, both of them in their 20s. One of them was dressed as a maidservant. Her eyes twinkled as she supported the other. The one being supported should be the young lady mentioned by the middle-aged man. This young lady was also a pretty girl with a graceful figure. In terms of appearance, although she couldn't compare with Su Yan or the Hu sisters, she was still a beauty. Especially her floral dress, which made her look exquisite. As soon as these three women appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt many cultivators' eyes turn towards him. Whether it was the dignified and graceful appearance of the beautiful woman, the delicate appearance of the young lady, or the charming appearance of the maidservant, all of them had extraordinary temperaments and naturally attracted the eyes of men. As he was looking, the maidservant suddenly glared at Yang Kai and scolded, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Although her tone was fierce and she was scolding Yang Kai, her words seemed to be referring to something else. The surrounding gazes quickly turned away. Yang Kai coughed dryly and looked away. "Shui, the young lady whispered. The maidservant Shui muttered unhappily and helped the young lady and the madam to the side to rest. After a while it was finally time to eat. A group of cultivators were minding their own business. The madam and the young lady were also taken care of by the maidservant Shui. However, Yang Kai, an outsider, was ignored at all. He sat aside and looked pitiful. The madam and the young lady obviously saw it. They whispered to Shui. The latter nodded and went to get some food. She walked to Yang Kai and handed it to him. "Little beggar, eat something." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He reached out to take it and thanked her. Shui smiled at him charmingly. She squatted down and whispered, "Little beggar, don't be angry. I didn't scold you just now." Yang Kai frowned. "What did you call me?" He felt strange as early as during the day. The middle-aged man seemed to have called him that, but he didn't understand at that time. Now Shui also called him that. "Little beggar, aren't you?" Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were like the moon. "I'm a little beggar?" Yang Kai finally understood. "Does this mean that I'm a beggar?" Yang Kai was shocked when he looked down. His clothes were tattered and covered with dust and stains. It was extremely shabby. Shui smiled happily. She took out a small bronze mirror from her arms and handed it to Yang Kai. She said, "Look at yourself. Which part of you doesn't look like a little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath when he glanced at it. This is what I look like now." His hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with several strands of long hair sticking together and draped over his shoulders. His face was covered in dirt, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Coupled with his sloppy clothes, he looked just like a little beggar. He had been learning the footwork for more than a month, but he ended up like this. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that he had knocked into trees many times and fell into puddles several times. Shui smiled and took back the bronze mirror. She exhaled and asked, "Little beggar, where did you come from? Why are you walking alone in the wilderness?" Yang Kai said angrily, "I've been begging all the way here. I don't know where I came from." "You're so pitiful." Shui sighed. She wanted to help Yang Kai pat the dust on his body, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. She could only frown. Chapter 167. It's a pity that I don't have clothes that you can wear. Otherwise I can give you a few sets of clothes. It's autumn now. It will be very cold at night. You wear so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Shui looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She saw that Yang Kai was only wearing thin clothes. His body was thin. His ribs could be vaguely seen between his chest and abdomen. His face was dirty, but his eyebrows were handsome. His eyes were bright. Obviously he was not old. He was so young, but he couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Shui thought. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Well, you are delicious. If it's not enough, you can go there and get more. No one will dare to say anything." Shui clapped her hands and stood up. Then, she went to serve the madam and the young miss again. After a night of silence, the convoy set off again the next day. For 2 days Yang Kai stayed in the convoy. During the day, he sat beside old Wu and watched him whip the horse. During the rest time, the maid Shui would sometimes come and talk to him. After 2 days of chatting with Shui, Yang Kai also learned about their whereabouts. About 3 days away from here there was a city called High City. Their destination was there. This group of people came from Tongzhou. They were originally a small force there. But half a year ago, the master of this family died. The madam took the young miss to High City to seek refuge with a close friend of the master. About these things, Chui didn't say anything in detail. Obviously, she didn't dare to say too much. But Yang Kai also inferred something from it. No one was willing to drag their family and leave their hometown, especially orphans and widows. This journey was thousands of miles away. They had to go through a lot of risks and worries. If there wasn't a last resort, how could they make such a choice? Yang Kai guessed that the master of this family must have offended a lot of people in Tongzhou. When he died, the madam and the young miss had no one to rely on. Naturally, they could only go far away. Traveling with the convoy, these large number of cultivator also confirmed Yang Kai's inference. According to Chui, these cultivator, half of them were cultivated by the master when he was alive. After the master died, they were still willing to protect the madam and the young miss until they returned to Tongzhou. Some of them were hired. Along the way, they encountered quite a few bandits who tried to rob them, but they managed to turn misfortune into blessings. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses. Yang Kai also asked Chui Er about the situation in Sea City, but Chui Er had never been there herself, so she wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from the madam that this was a city by the sea, and it had a scenery that was different from the interior. A city by the sea. Yang Kai was also a little bit curious. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of his footwork, Kai Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He knew the Dark Han dynasty's territory. The southernmost part was the endless sea. With some expectations in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk with the convoy. Although the image was very unkempt, Yang Kai didn't take care of it. This group of people already thought he was a little beggar. If he took care of it, he would suddenly become handsome. It would only arouse suspicion. In these 2 days, what Yang Kai did the most was to observe the movements of old Wu, who was driving the carriage. He found that when the old man was driving the horse, there was an indescribable charm when he swung the whip. The whip was not loud, but it could make the horse gallop. His strength was only at the Yuanqi level, which was not very high. But after all, he was old. He had his own accumulation and understanding of martial arts. And these were all hidden in the way he swung the whip. Yang Kai looked as if he was drunk. Combined with his own understanding of the footwork a few days ago, he faintly felt that there were some similarities. Old Wu didn't care about him. He swung the whip by himself and occasionally drank a mouthful of strong wine. The two of them sat on the shaft of the carriage and didn't say a word for the whole day. That evening, the caravan stopped once again. Yang Kai got off the carriage and left the crowd. As usual, he found a secluded place to sit down. He pulled up a weed from the ground and swung it casually. The cultivator in the carriage didn't like him very much. No one would like a beggar. If it wasn't for the kindness of the young lady, they wouldn't have brought Yang Kai along. After a while, footsteps sounded behind him. Without looking back, Yang Kai knew who it was. "Hey, little beggar." The voice of the maid Chui Er came. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. "I already told you my name. Can't you change the way you call me?" The 3 words "little beggar" were not very pleasant to hear. "Little brat." Chui Er looked at him angrily. She turned her palm and took out 2 chestnuts. She handed one to Yang Kai and picked up the other one to peel. This girl often took out snacks to share with Yang Kai when she was resting. Yang Kai didn't understand why she didn't hate him when he looked like a poor beggar. Later, he asked and found out that Chui Er had a younger brother, but he starved to death. The 2 siblings also begged before they were taken in by the madam and the young lady. Yang Kai looked about the same age as her dead brother. Naturally, she didn't hate him. "Did you steal food from the young lady again?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Chui Er stared at him. "How is this stealing? This is given to me by the young lady. The young lady treats me very well. She will give me a little of everything to eat." "Then why don't you stay and serve her?" Yang Kai peeled the chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth. "The young lady and the madam are tired from the journey. They said that they want to rest. I don't need to serve them." Chui Er replied. She glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, what are you going to do when we reach High City?" "I don't know. I am going to walk around." Yang Kai shook his head. Chui Er curled her lips. "You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just begging with a broken bowl? It's not like my sister didn't do it before. Young Kai smiled and didn't explain. Well, you can follow us. Anyway, when we reach High City, we will need to recruit some servants. I think you're pretty smart and quick-witted. Being a servant won't be too bad. What do you think? With my guarantee, the madam and the young lady won't have a problem. Wait until you earn some money. Maybe you can find a good wife. Chui'er said. She was quite charming and beautiful. When she spoke like this, her expression was very ambiguous. It added to the seductive feeling. Young Kai agreed. Well, it would be good if I can find a wife like you. Chui'er covered her mouth and chuckled. You are really bad. You deserve to be a beggar all your life. I have to think about whether I should lead a wolf into the house. You really have to think about it. Young Kai's expression was solemn. He just casually agreed. This time he came out to gain experience. He couldn't run to other people to be a servant. But if he refused now, he would have to waste a lot of time explaining. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. I have never seen a beggar like you. Chui'er glared at Young Kai. She then lazily stood up and said, We will arrive at Sea City in one day. You should rest well tonight. I'm also tired. I won't be able to help you with your meal later. Okay. Young Kai nodded. These days, every time it was time to eat, Chui'er would help him get rice. She was afraid that he would be bullied by the cultivator group. After watching Chui'er enter the third carriage, Young Kai continued to shake the withered grass in his hand. He wanted to find the feeling of old Wu. Not long after, the food was ready. With a shout, many cultivator rushed over. Young Kai also stood up and walked over. But before he could take a few steps, someone stepped in front of Young Kai and blocked him. Looking up, Young Kai saw the middle-aged man from that day. He was staring at him with a cold face. What's wrong? Young Kai frowned. Get out of here. There is no food for you tonight. The middle-aged man looked at Young Kai with disdain. His voice was low and his eyes were full of threat. A sneer appeared on Kai Yang's face as he stared at him quietly. Your eyes are good. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and threatened again. But if you want to die, I can help you. Young Kai didn't say anything. He turned around and sat back. He didn't want to have a conflict with these people. No matter what, he was taken in, and Chui'er treated him well. There was no need to make a fuss over dinner. He wouldn't starve to death if he missed a meal. At least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man snorted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Young Kai turned around, he seemed to see the middle-aged man's expression relax. This sudden change in expression caused Young Kai's heart to clench as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly called out to Old Demon, warning him to remain vigilant while he scanned his surroundings. This time Young Kai was even more surprised. Although this place was the same as the place where he usually rested, it was even more desolate. The place where he usually rested had traces left by people. But this place was definitely a ghost place that no one cared about. To put it bluntly, this place was most suitable for killing people and throwing away corpses. It shouldn't be, right? Young Kai was a little suspicious. He looked up at the sky. It was pitch black and the wind whistled. It was a moonless and windy night. It was a good time to kill and set fire. On the other side, many cultivators were fighting for food. They chatted and laughed as they ate. Although Old Wu was a coachman, his status was definitely not low. Because at this moment, someone was serving food to him. He sat by the shaft of the carriage, drinking and looking at the sky. He looked old and desolate. Not long after, everyone was full. The thing that Young Kai had been worried about didn't happen. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for being too sensitive. After the group finished eating, they chatted for a while. Under the middle-aged man's orders, a few were left to keep watch. Most of them sat around the fire and slept. Young Kai also slowly relaxed. He lay in the distance and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the old demon's voice suddenly sounded. Young master, something is wrong. Young Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need the old demon's reminder. He also felt that something was wrong. The group of martial artists who were sleeping around the bonfire were breathing heavily at this moment. Generally speaking, when a cultivator walked in the wild, they had to be vigilant at all times even if they were in a group. It was impossible for them to fall into deep sleep at night. Basically, they just closed their eyes and slept lightly. It was enough to recover their strength and spirit. They had been like this for the past few nights. But now these people were all in deep sleep. Yang Kai reckoned that if he wanted to wake them up, he would have to make a big commotion. Chapter 168. The cultivator had the responsibility to protect them, so it was impossible for them to be so careless. The only explanation left was that they were drugged and had no choice. Recalling the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him during dinner and the instant he relaxed, Kai Yang faintly understood what was going on. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary beggar. The dinner was definitely drugged. If he ate like those people, he would definitely be drugged. After all, an ordinary person's resistance would not be as strong as a cultivator's. Once he fell, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Although the truth was not so, this was definitely the middle-aged man's worry. That was why he threatened him so fiercely and did not let him eat dinner. When he turned around and left, the middle-aged man was relieved. Guarding day and night, it was hard to guard against thieves. What was the middle-aged man planning? Was it money, beauty, or something else? Yang Kai hoped that his guess was wrong. This young lady was kind and Shui Er treated him well. Good people always have good karma. But when he quietly looked towards the cultivator's gathering place, his heart could not help but feel cold. Beside the flickering bonfire, a few figures sneakily climbed up. Then they slowly pulled out the sword at their waist and slit the neck of their unconscious companions who had been eating and living with them for the past few days. A slight sound was heard and blood splattered. Just like that, a few lives and souls had silently returned to the netherworld. Yang Kai did not dare to move. Although he had advanced to the Qi transformation stage, the number of thieves was not small. Moreover, the middle-aged man was also an expert of the Yuan Qi stage. Acting rashly would only cause him to lose his life. Moreover, he did not know if there were any thieves hiding in the crowd. Was Old Wu with them? So, with Old Man Wu's ability, everyone was destined to be doomed. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the carriage where Old Wu was. Yang Kai could not help but relax, but immediately became nervous again, because he saw that the middle-aged man was coldly and vigilantly moving towards Old Wu. His footsteps were silent and his aura was restrained to the extreme. The long sword in his hand was by his side. Under the dark sky there was no reflection. Old Wu was not one of them. But at this moment, his life was also in danger. Yang Kai's mind raced. He quietly reached out and found a small stone on the ground. He pinched it on his fingertips and suddenly flicked it out. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to hit Old Wu to see if he could wake him up, but he didn't dare to use too much Yuan Qi to expose himself. This time, the stone actually missed its mark and hit the middle-aged man's sword by accident. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In this murderous, life-reaping and incomparably quiet night, it seemed incomparably abrupt. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect such a change. The moment the voice rang out, his expression suddenly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he shook his long sword and stabbed towards Old Wu. At this critical juncture, Old Wu opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively leaned to the side. Blood splattered as Old Wu's shoulder was pierced through. The pain instantly woke him up, and the whip in his hand made a crisp cracking sound. He charged towards the middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding! What are you doing?" Zhang Ding did not answer. He pulled back his long sword and fought with Old Wu with a cold expression. Yang Kai quietly looked around and found that the sleeping cultivator had been awakened at this moment. He couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding, was also very careful when he drugged them. He did not dare to use too obvious fatal poison or too strong of a knockout drug. After all, this kind of drug was very strong and smelled very strong. Could be easily seen through. However, his cautiousness had ruined his entire plan after the sword chime had sounded. If it wasn't for that sword chime, everyone here would have been silently killed by Zhang Ding and his subordinates. After the sleeping cultivator was awakened, they all looked around blankly and were a little confused. Not long after, there was a cry of alarm, "Sun Jiaming is dead. Who did it?" Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword pierce through his body. Diao Heng, what are you doing? The roar was mixed with an incredulous question. In this kind of situation, the most frightening thing was to be stabbed in the back by trusted companions. The group of cultivator had just woken up and a few of them were quickly dealt with by Zhang Ding's subordinates. Only at this moment did they finally react. They roared and started to fight with them with incomparable anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups. One group was a chaotic battle between the soldiers, and the other group was a one-on-one battle between Zhang Ding and Old Wu. Curses, anger, and questions were endless. At this moment, Yang Kai took advantage of the night and quietly moved towards the third carriage. He originally wanted to run. This was the safest way. But thinking of Cui Er's care for him these days, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The three women in the carriage were obviously awakened by the movement outside. When Yang Kai came here, he heard Cui Er's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside. Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? Then there was the sound of clothes being put on. Kai Yang didn't waste any time. Lifting the carriage's curtain, he entered. Who is it? Cui Er was shocked. Raising her two delicate fists, she threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. Don't hit, it's me. Yang Kai held Cui Er's two hands and held them tightly. Little beggar? Cui Er finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, You lecher, get out of here. As he spoke, he sent a kick towards Yang Kai. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady were also scared by Yang Kai. They were shivering like quails in the cold winter. Shut up. Yang Kai covered her mouth. He pressed her down on the board of the carriage. She was about to speak. She suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Close at hand, Yang Kai clearly saw that Cui Er was only wearing a small underwear at the moment. She did not have time to tidy up her outer clothes. Zhang Ding is rebelling. You hear it yourself. Yang Kai quickly said. These words were said to the three women in the carriage. After all, it was indeed a bit abrupt to rush in the middle of the night. He had to explain the reason. Looking at the madam and the young lady, Yang Kai quickly looked away. He found that these three women were really bold. When sleeping in the carriage at night, they only took off their underwear. The young lady was better, but the madam's clothes were much less than Cui Er's. Although the light was dim, Yang Kai's eyesight was extraordinary now. He saw everything that should not be seen. The three women in the carriage were stunned and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard Old Wu scolding Zhang Ding mixed with Zhang Ding's cold laughter. How could this be? Cui Er was stunned. At this moment, the madam and the young lady were holding the quilt in front of them. Their faces were pale. Put on your clothes first. I will take you out of here. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He did not know how long Old Wu and the other cultivator could hold on. He also did not know who would have the last laugh in this battle. But he absolutely could not continue to stay in the carriage. Yang Kai's calmness slightly affected the three women. When they heard his words, they remembered what they should do at this moment. The madam's face was a little red. She said in a trembling voice, Little beggar, can you go down first and wait for us to put on our clothes? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. He was a little impatient. Madam, if you still want to live, don't worry too much. If I go down now, I will only expose my whereabouts. Madam nodded slightly after hearing his words. The three women quickly put on their clothes in the carriage. Although Yang Kai's back was facing them, the madam and the young lady were still blushing. A mother and a daughter wearing clothes in front of a man. This was something that they did not dare to think about before. Now that the situation forced them to do it, they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts. Cui Er was better. She was more open and she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She was dressed neatly in a short time. Then, she went to help the madam and the young lady. After a short while, the three women had put on their clothes. Let's run away quickly. Cui Er's voice was a little trembling. Yang Kai was about to open the curtain of the carriage. He stopped and said with a gloomy face, It's too late. Before he finished his words, Old Wu's scream was heard. After a few breaths of time, the battle outside gradually stopped. Old Wu and the cultivator who was guarding the carriage had obviously failed. Old Wu and the others were drugged, so they could not use their full strength. Zhang Ding and his men attacked first. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. Cough cough, old bastard. A weak cough came from outside. It was the voice of the middle-aged man Zhang Ding. Obviously, he was badly injured in the battle with Old Wook. This cough gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope to survive. What should we do? What should we do? Chui'er held Yang Kai tightly and asked with a sobbing voice. The madam and the young lady also looked at him anxiously. At this moment, the young man who was regarded as a little beggar by the three women was their savior. Don't panic. Madam, you use words to trick him. I will find an opportunity to make a move. Yang Kai said softly. He took a deep breath and held his breath to suppress his heartbeat. The madam was still a madam. Although she was in a dangerous situation and her face was pale, she still nodded when she heard Yang Kai's words. She was not like Chui'er and the young lady who were panicking. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Yang Kai listened carefully and deduced that there were only 5 people left. As the sound of footsteps approached, Chui'er leaned closer to Kai Yang. Her delicate body trembled. In this dark night, the sound of approaching footsteps was like an evil spirit, causing people to feel panic in their hearts. The footsteps finally stopped outside the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed again and said in a weak voice, "Madam, young lady, please get out of the carriage." The madam took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Ding, my master treated you like a brother when he was alive. Why did you do this?" It could be heard that the madam's question was painful. Obviously, she did not expect Zhang Ding to be so decisive. There was a long silence outside. After a long time, Zhang Ding said, "Madam, please forgive me. People die for wealth and birds die for food. My master has passed away, but he left behind such a big property. Madam and young lady are powerless. How can you keep it? Only for wealth?" The madam smiled bitterly and asked, "What about the others? Do they also think the same?" Zhang Ding said, "Yes." The madam smiled bitterly. "Since that is the case, you can take the property and go. Zhang Ding, if you still care about our old friendship, please let us go. We just want to live today. We don't want anything else." The madam's words clearly showed that she did not place all her hopes on Kai Yang. Although he appeared to be very calm in the madam's eyes, he was just a little beggar. How could he resist the powerful Zhang Ding? Chapter 169. When Zhang Ding heard the madam's words, he was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Madam, please get out of the carriage first. Do you really want to be so heartless?" The madam's face was ashen. Zhang Ding did not agree to her request. Obviously, he planned to eliminate the source of trouble. "Madam," Zhang Ding's voice was cold, "if you cooperate, I will leave you with a complete corpse. But if you refuse, haha, I'm ashamed to say this, but this one has admired Madam for a long time. It's a pity that I can't get close to her. But before Madam dies, I want to fulfill this wish of mine." In the carriage, the madam's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She could imagine what would happen to her if Zhang Ding wanted to do anything to her. "You heartless thing." Chui'er could not help but curse. Zhang Ding sneered, "Chui'er, I hope you can still curse when you are stripped naked." One of the few cultivators who were still alive laughed wildly and said, "Chui'er, I will take care of you later." Chui'er's face turned pale. She shrank behind Yang Kai. Inside the carriage, the 3 women were all trembling incessantly, and even the carriage was shaking from time to time. "Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the carriage. I will give you a quick death and give you a proper burial." Zhang Ding gave her an ultimatum. The madam closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed out. She held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of despair. After a while, she made up her mind. She opened her eyes and smiled at her daughter. Her eyes were full of determination. Instead of being humiliated, it was better to have a quick death. When she was about to get up, she was pressed back by Yang Kai. The latter slowly shook his head at her. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Zhang Ding's impatient voice sounded. "It seems that the madam wants to give me this opportunity. In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." With that said, Zhang Dingzhong lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to walk in. But before his footsteps landed, a pitch-black, filthy face appeared before his eyes. This person grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. "Little beggar, This face was clearly the face of the little beggar that he had brought over a few days ago. Zhang Ding turned pale with fright. He was so focused on his wife that he didn't notice that there were other people in the carriage. After the initial shock, he became furious. He was a master of Yuan Qi, but he was scared by a beggar. He really lost face. Without thinking too much, Zhang Ding reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, intending to throw him out. Yang Kai did not dodge. His seemingly light and powerless fists quickly struck out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punches had landed on Zhang Ding's chest. What incredible speed! Zhang Ding was shocked again, but he immediately sneered. You're courting death. He didn't feel much destructive power from this little beggar's fist, so he just thought that it was a random punch. He threw Yang Kai away and said angrily, "Kill him." Several of Zhang Ding's subordinates moved out upon hearing the order. Their swords flashed as they charged towards Yang Kai. "Little beggar!" Chuyer exclaimed. She never thought that the calm Yang Kai was actually a fake master. He was defeated by Zhang Ding in just one move. Before her voice died away, Zhang Ding's face suddenly changed. Half of his body that was in the carriage froze in place. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out. It was a terrifying sight. The next moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, a pool of blood appeared on Zhang Ding's chest. Violent and scorching Yuan Qi suddenly surged within his body. Zhang Ding was scared out of his wits. Only now did he realize that the punches that the little beggar threw at him were very powerful. He hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body to suppress the throbbing in his chest. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds came out. Zhang Ding's entire chest was badly mutilated. He screamed and retreated out of the carriage. He was indeed a master of the Yuan Qi realm. The Yuan Qi in his body was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yang Kai threw out 4 or 5 burning yang bursts without hesitation. Moreover, it was the burning yang bursts after he was enlightened. There was no trace of the attack, but it still only injured him severely and didn't take his life. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted out of Zhang Ding's chest and splashed onto the faces of the 3 girls. When Zhang Ding retreated, they also screamed. At the same time, Zhang Ding's subordinates also attacked Yang Kai with their swords. But the crowd only saw Yang Kai's figure turn illusory and suddenly disappear. All the attacks missed. The footwork that he learned over the past month finally came in handy at this critical moment. Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and let out a strange laugh as he transformed into a mass of black qi, disturbing the minds of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to be flustered for a moment. What the hell is this? Someone's expression changed drastically, but just as he finished shouting, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared behind him, punching out fiercely, right in the middle of his back. This person's strength was not high. When the hidden energy of the burning yang bursts entered his body, he couldn't resist it like Zhang Ding. The Yuan Qi surged and his face turned red. The old demon took the opportunity to enter his body with the Soul Breaker All. When it came out, the person's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The strange laughter became more and more terrifying. The old demon was originally a 10,000-year-old demon. Although the power of his spirit was greatly reduced, his laughter still contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yang Kai and his cooperation were almost invincible. Zhang Ding's subordinates were all killed before he could even finish executing a set of footwork. All of them exploded into pieces of flesh and broken limbs. Until now, Zhang Ding had just resolved Yang Kai's true yang energy. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious and crazy face and shouted in disbelief, "Little beggar, you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." The beggar that he thought was just an ordinary person was now the biggest obstacle to his plan. How could Zhang Ding calm down? What's more, he was caught off guard by Yang Kai and suffered a great loss. At this moment his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Yang Kai with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, stood there quietly and looked at him. He said lightly, "How much of your strength do you have left?" If Zhang Ding was in his best condition, Yang Kai estimated that unless he used the star mark, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, although the star mark was powerful, it took too long to gather power. It was not suitable for a life and death battle. But now, Zhang Ding was not in his best condition. First he fought with Boss Wu. Then he was attacked by Yang Kai. His chest was bloody. It was hard to say how much strength he had left. Yang Kai was not afraid of him. Even if I only have 20% of my strength left, it is enough to kill you. Zhang Ding roared. The long sword in his hand was flickering. He used his footwork to get close to Yang Kai. He stabbed with his sword a few times, vowing to kill Yang Kai with his sword. Not waiting for Zhang Ding to fully display his sword skills, Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and clashed with him, cackling endlessly. Under his heavy injuries, Zhang Ding was unable to break through Old Demon's blockade and couldn't help calling out, "What kind of artifact is this?" He was a person with rich combat experience and knowledge, but he had never seen such a strange secret treasure like the Soul Breaker All. It did not need to be activated, but it could attack by itself. Moreover, there was a terrifying laughter coming from inside it. It seemed that it was psychic. It was really strange. A secret treasure that will kill you. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. He clearly saw Yang Kai standing not far from him. How could he suddenly appear behind him? When he looked again, the little beggar in front of him was blurred. It was just an afterimage. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the air. Yang Kai had already used his footwork to flash to his left side. Without hesitation he punched. Zhang Ding could not defend himself. He screamed and his whole arm exploded. In an instant his arm drooped down. This punch broke his shoulder blade. Moreover, the yuan qi that invaded his body was very pure. It was not something that a qi transforming stage cultivator could have. This made Zhang Ding particularly shocked. Although he had only practiced double cultivation with Su Yan a few times, the art of joyous union had a significant effect on refining the purity of yuan qi. The purity of the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was far beyond his current level. This was all thanks to the art of joyous union. The old demon took the opportunity to attack. The Soul Breaker All collided with his long sword, producing a clanking sound. One master and one slave. The two swords were perfect without any flaws. Zhang Ding could only focus on the front and ignore the back. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he staggered and was covered in blood. His mind was greatly shaken. How could Zhang Ding have the will to continue fighting? If he did not run, he felt that he would die here. However, Yang Kai and the old demon would not give him a chance to escape. One from the front and one from the back completely blocked his escape route. Another burning sun explosion was released. Zhang Ding vomited a mouthful of blood and his mind was distracted. The old demon saw the opportunity and rushed into his body with the Soul Breaker All. Zhang Ding's expression suddenly became confused. His eyes gradually lost their light and he fell to the ground. A moment later the old demon reappeared. Accompanied by wild laughter and chewing sounds, it turned into black gas and disappeared into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this battle, the old demon had swallowed several souls. It was a great supplement. Standing in the same place and panting, Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. This time he did not use the unyielding will because the battle with Zhang Ding did not bring him any pressure or danger. However, Yang Kai could feel that his strength was still too low. If Zhang Ding was not injured, if he did not succeed in his sneak attack, if he did not have the Yang liquid stored in the Dantian, how could he fight with such a master face to face? Just by using the burning sun explosion, it only took 3 moves to drain the yuan qi in his meridians. If it was any other qi transforming stage cultivator, they would have already become a corpse. As for himself, he had to use almost 10 moves of the burning sun explosion to kill Zhang Ding with the help of the old demon. The hardships involved were not worth mentioning. After calming down for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked towards the third carriage. As the sound of footsteps approached, the 3 women in the carriage became nervous. Chui Er's trembling voice came out, "Little beggar?" "Yes," Yang Kai weakly replied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Chui Er's pale face. Behind her, the madam and the young lady looked at Yang Kai nervously. "Where are they?" Chui Er looked around. "Dead." Chui Er immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady could not help but exhale. They thought that they would not be able to escape, but they never thought that they would be able to survive. This kind of narrow escape from death made them feel weak all over. Once they relaxed, the 3 women in the carriage felt weak. Stay here and don't move. I will go and see if there are any survivors. Yang Kai told them and turned around to check the bonfire. Chapter 170. Not long after, Yang Kai came back with a cold face. How is it? The madam asked nervously. They are all dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Yang Kai and the 3 women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Chui'er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the 3 women feel sad for a while, Yang Kai said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Chui'er also grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." "Chui'er," the madam reprimanded. "Don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Yang Kai was a little beggar. But now he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Yang Kai looked at Chui'er and nodded. "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Chui'er was more natural and generous. The young lady, who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening we should be able to reach Sea City," Yang Kai said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man, can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Yang Kai looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Chui'er. You come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." "Oh." Chui'er nodded. Then she looked at Yang Kai and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Chui'er helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The 3 women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The 3 women were digging a hole. Yang Kai walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the 3 women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment they were clumsily busy, but they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Yang Kai looked at them from the side. He was terrified. "The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave." Yang Kai smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui'er was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Yang Kai. Her 2 small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Yang Kai's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui'er also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Yang Kai and looked around. Then she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be. There really is a pack of wolves, right? Okay. You go and tidy up the valuables. I'll take care of this." Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of Old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now, he finally found an opportunity to do his best. "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. Then she asked the young lady and Chui to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried Old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. "Let's go." Yang Kai sent them to the carriage. Then he sat on the side of the carriage. He held Old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of Old Man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Chui came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Chui was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Chui did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "You are not a beggar, right?" After a long time, seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Chui could not help but ask. "Of course not." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby." Chui boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "You heard too many stories when you were young, right?" "I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories. Then you poor nobles encountered." Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Chui quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, "Someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for." The madam's surprised voice came. "Maybe they are from the Miao family." Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Chui, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. "Did you send a message to the Miao family before?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes. Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you." Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Chui nervously said, "Little beggar, are you going to leave? You don't want to?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at her. "Go to hell." Chui blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, "Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked." The madam was stunned. She remembered Chui's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So, he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. "Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person." "That's good." Yang Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, "May I ask if there are people from the Zhang family in the carriage?" The madam's voice sounded, "Yes." That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, "Little brother Miao Huaqing welcomes the madam." While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. "It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Zhang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind." In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Chui's eyes were red. The madam said, "Little brother, please restrain your grief." Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, don't be too sad. There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "Why is there a little beggar?" The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, "The three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily, we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhang Ding. He should be chopped into pieces." Miao Huaqing was furious. Then he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard." Yang Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. "Let's go." Miao Huaqing asked someone to take Yang Kai's place. Then, he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Yang Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Zhang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Yang Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Yang Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night he made a lot of money from the dead. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.